Hi guys, it's me, ChazzaHD, and welcome to the race day for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. I hope all you guys are doing well ahead of what's going to be an exciting day of racing. Firstly, obviously, we're going to be getting into the Formula 2 feature race, which is getting underway, as you can see, in about 14 minutes' time. And, well, the sprint yesterday was pretty good. So, yeah, it should be another exciting race for Formula 2. And obviously more laps, so yeah, let's hope for more excitement. But obviously with the Formula 1 race later on, and the starting grid that we have, yeah, it is going to be something quite special, I think, tonight, or not tonight, but later today in Jeddah. Of course, in Jeddah it'll be nighttime when the race gets underway, and yeah, it's going to be a very exciting race with so many cars. I wouldn't necessarily say so many cars out of position, but the grid quite muddled up, let's say. I mean, on the F1 starting grid, the top 6 positions, there are 5 different teams. Aston Martin, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Alpine. That is just, incredibly exciting in its own. And then obviously you've got Leclerc and Verstappen outside the top 10. Progress will be made by them, I'm sure, during the Grand Prix itself. So yeah, we're going to have a very exciting day. Obviously a long stream coming up today, where I'll be firstly getting into the F2 feature race, and then probably in about an hour and a half from now, once we're done with the F2 race, we'll be getting into the race preview for the F1 race, which will be, yeah, a bit longer than it is normally going into the Grand Prix. And then, yeah, the F1 race starts in about 4 hours from now. And don't worry, that start time will come at us very, very quickly, without a shadow of a doubt. Hope all you guys are doing well. Great to see you on the chat. No matter what time it is in your part of the world and where you're watching from, hope you're all having as best today as possible. And yeah, I hope you'll join me for the Grand Prix later. Obviously, the F2 feature race coming up firstly. And yeah, it would be great to have you along for, as much of this stream as possible. Now, one thing I do want to say quickly before we get into the F2 feature race and I start talking about, the starting grid, what happened yesterday, the F2 championship standings, just need to give you a quick warning that my PC does seem to be a bit laggy today. When I did start the stream just a couple minutes ago, it did drop quite a few frames to start with. So just saying that, if there are any lag issues or anything like that, then please do bear with me. Once the stream probably gets going, though, and I get further and further in, it should be fine. But, yeah, there might be a couple moments where there are, some issues. But, yeah, it should be okay now. I was a bit worried when the stream started because it was suddenly dropping loads of frames. And I was like, oh, God, please don't tell me something's going wrong already. But, yeah, it should be fine now. But, yeah, feature race for F2 underway in 10 and a half minutes time. And it should be an exciting one. Before, though, we get into the race itself, let me just hide the timer and get into the starting grid for your F2 feature race. So, this is the results of qualifying from Friday, and that is how the grid for the feature race is determined. Victor Martins will be starting on pole position. What a pole position it was on Friday, 3/4 of a second quicker than the next car, being Ollie Behrman, who, produced a brilliant lap himself to get onto the front row. Teo Pourchaire had a bit of a scruffy session, ended up third. He, though, will not start in third for the feature race because of his wild mistake in the sprint race yesterday, where he speared into Behrman and took him out of the race at turn 1. Teo has a 5-place grid penalty for the feature race, so he will instead start in 8th. So it will then be Doohan in 3rd, Daruvala 4th, Iwasa who won the sprint race yesterday in 5th. Iwasa's got a good chance of a big points haul here. And then, yeah, Vesti 6th, Miney 7th, and then Pourchaire 8th. And then his main championship rival for the moment, Ralph Boschung, in 9th, with Jack Crawford in P10. And in terms of the rest of the field and the starting grid outside the top 10, I'll get onto that once we get to, right before the race begins. But just a quick reminder, after the sprint race, of what the championship standings are in F2. Ralph Boschung has took the lead. I think for the first time in his career, he leads the Formula 2 championship. Well, I think he led after the F2 sprint race in Bahrain, but yeah, I don't think anyone expected him to lead it again going into the feature race here in Saudi Arabia, and he's only 1 point clear of Teo Pourchaire. Ayumu Iwasa is in 3rd, Miney is in 4th, Victor Martins is in 5th, level on points with Zane Maloney, who of course retired, was the first retirement of the F2 sprint race yesterday. Richard Verschoor is in 7th, he starts 20th though for the feature race. Dennis Hauger, he is in 8th, Druval 9th, and Arthur Leclerc, of course, Charles Leclerc's younger brother, in P10. Leclerc starts in 12th or 13th place, I think, for the feature race, and he didn't have a great sprint race, I have to say, so hopefully a bit better will come from him in this feature race coming up. But let me get the let me get the timer back on your screen to indicate how long we have left. There you go, about 8 minutes to go until the feature race begins. Yeah, yesterday the drivers, I mean, before Teo Pourchaire took himself and Oliver Behrman out of the race, really Martins and Pourchaire were the I think pretty clearly the two quickest drivers in the sprint, and they, to be honest, are probably the two best drivers in Formula 2. So in terms of who wins the F2 feature race today, I'd be very surprised if Martins doesn't win by a country mile, because the only driver really that I think can stop him is Teo Pourchaire, but obviously Pourchaire is back down in P8, so yeah, should be an easy win for Victor Martins. After that though, it's going to be a very exciting fight, obviously with Behrman, Doohan fighting for 2nd and 3rd. Also, watch out, like I said, for Iwasa, who won the sprint race yesterday, starting from P5. What a start to the sprint he had, I think, from P4, where he immediately got up to 2nd and then took the lead on the start of lap 2. So, if he could try and replicate some of that, Iwasa could be on the podium as well. And then, obviously, watch out for Teo Pourchaire coming through the field, because, like I said, he is one of, if not possibly, the quickest driver in F2. Well, not the quickest driver this weekend, but I think overall, I still think Teo is the best driver on the Formula 2 grid. So yeah, we'll watch out for him in 8th. And obviously watch out to see how he does compared to his current closest title rival, Ralph Boschung, who is starting a position behind him in P9. Realistically though, the main F2 title contenders should be the two ART drivers of Teo Pourchaire and Victor Martins. Martins, as you saw, is 17 points behind Pourchaire. So if Pourchaire, say, finishes 3rd or 4th and Martins wins, then Victor can get himself nicely into the title fight going into the next F2 race, which is in it's in Melbourne, the Australian Grand Prix weekend, and that should be a fun. It should be fun to see what happens there with the F2 cars around that particular circuit, because obviously we've been racing in Melbourne for so long, but we've never had Formula 2 race around there before. But yeah, Martins, I think, is the likely winner of the F2 race, but you never know. We could get a surprise or two. It is Formula 2. We do tend to get some weird stuff happening and some surprises as well. I mean, look at, who's leading the F2 Championship, Ralph Boschung. Nobody would have said that after, 1.5 Grand Prix weekends in Formula 2 so far. But anyway, we're going to be underway for the feature race in just under 5 minutes' time. Just want to say quickly, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do obviously qualifying and race watch-alongs for every F1 race weekend, and there will be plenty of F2 content throughout the season, watch-alongs, and maybe even a couple videos discussing a couple drivers as well. I might be doing later in the season as well. Yeah, make sure to subscribe and hit the notifications bell for more content like this. And if you haven't already, don't forget to smash that like button. Let's try and get up to, say, 20 likes before the start of the feature race, because I think we're currently on like 13 or something like that. Yeah, let's try and get to 20 likes before the start of the feature race. And yeah, the feature race is 28 laps or an hour's long race, whatever comes first, basically. And yeah, the race starts, in 3-4 minutes time, and should be done probably by 20 past 2 to 2:30 p.m. UK time, which would give us then, about 2.5 hours to go until the race begins, as they're just quickly showing on the TV broadcast some of the highlights of the sprint. I don't think it was as good as Bahrain, to be honest, yesterday's sprint, but it was still an exciting sprint race. We had a great fight for the victory between many cars, and even further down the field with people like Doohan and Crawford, Hauger. So it was a good race still, but yeah, it is still, even though we've got 3 DRS zones, it is still pretty hard to overtake at this particular circuit. And yeah, it was Ayumu Iwasa winning the sprint. If he was to win the feature race, well, that would be just incredible. I mean, it's not out of the realms of possibility, but I think a podium for him is more likely. And the only difference of this race coming up compared to the sprint is the sprint started about 2 hours later yesterday than the feature race starts today. So the track temperature will be a lot warmer. And remember, they have in the feature race as a rule that you have to make a mandatory pit stop. So tyre wear and strategy will be very important in this Grand Prix. As they're just showing replays of some of the best overtaking moments at this track, the F2 cars into certain corners, and of course final corner one to look out for. Anyway, let's get rid of that and let's go to this. So yeah, that is your starting grid. Martin's on pole, Behrman second, Doohan third, Deruvala fourth, Iwasa fifth, Vesti sixth, Miney seventh, Pourchaire eighth, Boschung ninth, Crawford 10th, Novalak in P11, Correa 12th, Arthur Leclerc 13th, Enzo Fittipaldi 14th, Dennis Hauger 15th, and then Stanek 16th, Zane Maloney 17th, Nissani in 18th, Hadjar 19th, Vajor 20th, and then Cordial and Benavides, I think it is, starting just outside the top 20. And it is going to be a 28-lap race. And I'll just position that there. And yeah, the formation lap will be underway in just a few moments' time. And it's it's gonna be interesting to see who decides to blink first on the pit stops, because remember here, I mean, in Bahrain, even in the sprint race, we saw pit stops by quite a few cars because of how bad the tyre wear was. here in Jeddah, the asphalt is it's not as rough as it is in Bahrain, and the tyre wear just in general around this circuit is not as bad as it is in Bahrain. So it might take quite a few laps to get to our first pit stop by many of the teams. I reckon it's probably going to take until, I don't know, lap 10 to 15, when in Bahrain, I think it was even earlier than that. As the formation lap now underway around the hot and sunny Jeddah circuit. And I will admit, the Jeddah city is very pretty, no pun intended. Especially with the sea there. And yeah, formation lap underway. And we'll be underway for this F2 feature race in about a couple minutes' time, as Martins leads the pack away. And yeah, all Victor needs to do is lead into turn 1 and turn 2, because after that, really, he should run and hide. He is, maybe not as good as, obviously, like I said earlier, Théo Pourchaire, but because Pourchaire is held up in the pack in P8, he has to make, use of that, and has got to build a healthy gap to the cars behind, so that he can, by the time, say, Théo Pourchaire gets up to third or possibly even second in this race, that Martins has a comfortable race-winning gap to Théo behind. Because the only person, really, I think that can beat Victor is his teammate, Théo Pourchaire. As Martins is just coming through the end of the middle sector with the Prema and Ferrari Academy driver of Ollie Behrman following him up in second. It was a shame, obviously, with Pourchaire taking out Ollie in the sprint race, because Behrman as well was having a good sprint and probably would have ended up possibly on the podium as well. But yeah, obviously was took out by Théo. Thankfully, he's all okay for the race. Pit lane incident involving Fittipaldi will be investigated after the race for an unsafe release. So that must be a pre-formation lap thing. That's not good for Enzo, who starts down in 14th place. As the front of the field warming those tyres up for the final time before they get onto the grid. And obviously it is a short run down to turn 1, but as we saw yesterday with Iwasa, you can make up positions still, especially if you're very confident on the brakes, as Iwasa went sailing around the outside of 2 cars into turn 1 and turn 2 yesterday. As Jehan Daruvala, who is probably one of the top few F2 drivers. He's very consistent, and he's starting in 4th place today. I'm also hoping that Jack Doohan, someone who was touted as one of the people to look out for in terms of who could win the F2 Championship this season, hoping he can have a good race today, starting in 3rd, and properly get his season going. As all the cars now are lined up. And I think it is time now to get racing green flag waves. It's now 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights on. And we are off in Saudi Arabia. What a start from Doohan in 3rd. And Martins has had a horrible start. Behrman is up into the lead. Martins 2nd. Doohan 3rd. And I think Vesti possibly up in 4th place. And yeah, Behrman leads Théo Pourchaire down the inside of a driver there. It looks as though he's okay. As Crawford there getting side by side with Boschung and Miney, I think it is. The 2 Campos racing cars. As, Arthur Leclerc, I think that is, going around the outside of Crawford. But no, doesn't get the move done as they all settle down just about as they now head into turn 13, I think it is, as Arthur Leclerc, as he normally is in the middle of all the chaos. As, he had slight, I think, maybe contact with someone, and now he's let through one of the Red Bull drivers. Has he quite let through one of the Red Bull drivers? I don't know. No, not quite. As they all just about make their way through. But still towards the rear of the field. Some crazy racing going on. And, yeah, coming up to turn 22, we've got 2 cars side by side, possibly even 3 wide into turn 22. Thankfully, though, they all make it through. As we're about to begin in a second, lap 2. I may as well just switch it over to lap 2 so I can get the order correct, as it is Oliver Bearman in the lead. Martins, though, already right on the back of Ollie as they start lap 2. Will Martins go for a move into turn 1? He has a look, but decides not to go for it. But yeah, Bearman is in the lead. Martins is second. And that is Crawford and Boschung racing in turn 1 and 2. And Boschung takes to the goes off the escape road and cuts off turn 2. Might be asked to give that position back, to be honest. And there's a yellow flag in sector 1. Don't know who for. But yeah, they all settle down again. But yeah, it's Bearman in the lead. Martins. Oh, there's who it is. It's Benavides, who has seemingly broken down. So it's Bearman leading and virtual safety car now to recover that car. It's Martin second, Doohan third. Vesti has had a brilliant start up to 4th place. And here's what happened. And, he, I don't know if he got hit by someone or he had a brake failure. No, he did get hit by someone. Possibly, I think, Cordial. And yeah, I think broke his front suspension. And that was a pretty wild moment from, I think it was Cordial or Hadjar, one of the two. But yeah, let me just quickly do the order. So Vesti is in 4th. And then you've got Deruvala in 5th place with Iwasa in 6th. Teo Porcher had a decent start up to 7th. And then Kushmini is 8th with Boschung 9th and Crawford 10th. As let me just switch us over to lap 3 as the virtual safety car has or is just about to end. And Martins has been caught out massively, or Bearman has cheated massively because he is miles behind. Bearman, no idea what he was doing there, but now he's got Doohan and Vesti all over him. What on earth happened there? Because he was right behind Bearman when the virtual safety car came out, and now he's 2 seconds behind. What on earth is he playing at? As Crawford gets ahead of Boschung for 9th. Good to see Crawford making up a position, because obviously yesterday he was just eternally going backwards. So Crawford 9th, Boschung in 10th, and then in 11th place, what a start by Dennis Hauger, as he is in 11th place, and then you've got Novalak in 12th, Leclerc in 13th, and then 14th is Fittipaldi, 15th is Nissani, as Doohan still sticking pretty close to Martins. Obviously, Slipstream helping, and soon DRS will help him quite a bit. Correa has had an awful start. He started 12th, and he's down to 16th place. And then you've got Maloney 17th, and Stanek in 18th as they come into the final corner, the 2 Alpine livery cars. And honestly, Doohan looks as though he's faster right now than Martins. He's all over the back of him as they come on lap 4. down to turn 1. Will Doohan get the move done? Round the outside. No, Martins holds the inside line. But yeah, Martins really struggling. Did not expect this at all. He just doesn't have, for some reason at the moment, any real pace. And Oliver Bearman, the Ferrari Academy driver, leading out front. As, you've got Maloney in 17th. And then 18th is Hadjar, with Stanek in 19th. And then I think Richard Verschoor is 20th in the Van Amersfoort car. So there you go. Those are all the positions. Here's a replay of the start. And yeah, Martins had a awful start. He lost the lead basically immediately. Here's another replay. And yeah, Doohan immediately went for the middle. Thankfully, did not go fully for it because it would have ended in a Singapore 2017 sandwich. And Martin's a lot of work to do if he's going to win this race. And yeah, that's what happened at the back. And that's the damaged front wing of Cordeal, who slammed into the side of the Cheroux. And Cordeal now in 21st place. As we begin lap 5. Martins has closed the gap to Bearman, but it's got still Doohan all over the back of him. As Doohan has a slight look into turn 1. But yeah, Martins now starting to catch, which is good to see. As Leclerc did briefly pass Novalak, and then Nissany passed the pair of them. And Nissany's actually, somehow, he's gone from 15th in one lap up to P12. What a effort that is from the F1 reserve driver legend himself. And here we go. Here's a replay of what happened. So Leclerc goes around the outside of Novalak, I believe that is. And then into turn 1, Novalak comes back on the inside. Leclerc cuts turn 2. And then presumably lets Novalak back through or not. I don't know, to be honest. But yeah, craziness going on outside the top 10. And yeah, Nissany is up to P12. What a start. He started in 18th place and he's already up to 12th. So he's got some decent pace. I mean, he did finish P10 in the sprint yesterday. So, you know, he's got some decent pace here for sure. As Martins has now closed the gap down even further. From 1.7 seconds now down to 1.1. So Victor is coming back. But Doohan is still right on his tail. So what Doohan needs to do really is just drag himself along with Martins and keep in the DRS activation of Martins so he can get into that battle as well. Oh my god! They're almost 4-5 wide going into turn 1. At the back of the field, the bottom, what do you call it, like 5-6 drivers. They're all side by side still going into turn 4. What an absolutely crazy scene that was. Wow, that was incredible. You literally had everyone from like 14th down, side by side, into turn 1. That is just incredible. That's F2 for you in a nutshell. But let me try and get the order correct because there were some position changes, I think, in there. Yeah, there were. Fittipaldi is now up to 14th place. And then Novalak is in 15th. And yeah, here's a replay. And literally, at one point, they must have been 3 or 4 wide into turn 1. Just absolute madness. And then one of the Red Bull livery cars, I think might have been Maloney, just cutting turn 2 and was like, no, no chance. No way I'm going with that. As Doohan briefly at the final corner just lost position to Vesti, but has got the position back as Martin's all over the back of Behrman as both Doohan and Vesti pit, and a load of others do as well. Iwasa, Pourchaire, Miney. And we've got many position changes now. But it is still Behrman leading, even though Martins is right on his tail now. And this is, guys, the mandatory pit stop taking place. And, yeah, most of the field looks like they've pitted. Or not most of the field, about 6 cars, 7 cars. But it is now Behrman leading, Martins second. Daruvala is third, with Crawford fourth. Everyone in the top 11, once I do the order for the top 11, they have all not pitted yet. So Crawford fourth, Boschung is in fifth, and then Arthur Leclerc is sixth as Martins has lost a bit of time on this lap. He's obviously made a mistake somewhere. He's over a second behind Behrman now. And then Arthur Leclerc is in sixth. Enzo Fittipaldi is in 7th place now. With Hadjar in 8th and Maloney in 9th as both Behrman and Martins come into the pits. And Martin's a lot closer on the pit entry than he was as he entered the final sector, as we're now on lap 8 out of 28. So 20 laps to go. And to be honest, I'm not quite sure who's going to win this yet. But let's see whether Doohan or Vesti, whether they're them pitting 1 lap earlier, can see one of them jump into the lead. Vesti, by the way, jumped Doohan in that pit stop phase. So Vesti is ahead of Doohan. Where is Vesti? A bit further back, clearly. Because Behrman and Martins have come out miles ahead of them. Even further ahead now they are than they were. Even further ahead now than they were when obviously Vesti and Doohan pitted. So yeah, that's a massively good thing for these two because they're on now 1 lap fresher tyres. And Behrman's still looking good for the moment. But, let me just correct the order. So it's now Crawford in the lead. Second is Arthur Leclerc. And Leclerc is 2.5 seconds off Crawford. Fittipaldi is in third, with Hadjar in fourth. And Maloney in 5th place. And then you've got Vishaw in 6th. As here is, I think, who is this? This is Hauger on the back of Théo Pourchaire. Both have pitted, and Hauger looking to get the move done. I've just seen, though, Vishaw has just overtaken Maloney for P5. As Crawford has pitted, and here comes Hauger down the inside of Théo Pourchaire into the final corner. Brilliant from him, but Pourchaire will now get the DRS, I think, possibly going down the pit straight. Yes, he does. So poor decision making there from Hauger, because now Théo will just go straight back ahead. By the way, Miney has been given a 5-second penalty. Not sure what for. As Hauger charges back down the inside on turn 2 and is back ahead of Pourchaire. So Hauger really quick. Remember, he started in 15th place. So, yeah, brilliant from him. And it's now lap 9 out of 28. And let me try and get the order correct, because we've got, I think most of the field have pitted now, but we've still got a few out of position. So Arthur Leclerc leads. Enzo Fittipaldi is in second, with Hadjar in third. Maloney has got back ahead of Vasseur, so Maloney is in fourth. And then, yeah, Vasseur fifth. Stanek is in sixth place. And then in seventh is Ollie Behrman, as Arthur Leclerc stays out and starts lap 10. Gotta be honest, I'm surprised how early the pit stops came. Tyre wear didn't seem to be that bad in the early laps, so I'm surprised it came that early. All the pit stops. But side by side, this is Behrman and Martins cuts turn 2 and keeps the position and did a fastest lap as well. Will he be asked to give the position back as Fittipaldi pits? And he does give it back, rightfully so, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, that he wasn't forced off the track and he just gained the position by cutting the track. But he's got to make sure he gets on it again, because Frederick Vesti, who is in a net third, is now right on these two drivers' tail. Yeah, Fittipaldi is pitted, so it's Hadjar second. Maloney is third. Is he? No, it's actually Vasseur in third. Sorry that there are, certain drivers' names appearing a couple times, but obviously I'm trying to get the order correct. So Behrman is sixth, and yeah, just a replay and just a replay of them side by side, Behrman and Martins into turn 1 and 2. To be fair, if Martins had stayed ahead, I think he would have had a fair case to keep that position, because he was forced off the track there. He did deserve more space than he actually got. As Martins, though, down to turn 1, a lot closer this time, and he gets the move done. And Victor Martins now, Behrman back down the inside with a massive dive bomb. And will he keep going round the outside into turn 2? The slight contact. And Vesti overtakes Behrman. And Vesti now in a net second. Brilliant racing there. But sadly for Behrman, was just too aggressive and ended up losing. Now, not just the net lead, but also net second. As Jack Crawford back down in 14th. I'll update it when I can. But Crawford has overtaken Teo Pourchaire. Pourchaire is really struggling for pace. And yeah, Martin's got the move done. Behrman went for a Titanic dive bomb. Martins sensibly went wide. And then Behrman tried to go around the outside. Got a bit too ambitious. And that's what allowed Vesti to come on through. So it is Martins in 6th. Vesti is 7th. With, if I can, my mouse will bloody work. There you go. Vesti is 7th. Behrman is in 8th place, as we're now on lap 12. And then it is Doohan 9th and Daruvula in 10th. So that is your top 10 so far. And yeah, most people have made their mandatory pit stop and what is going to be their only pit stop of the feature race. So, yeah, your top 10 on the screen is correct. Let me now just do the bottom half of the field. Incident involving Cordial Benavides under investigation. Right, so Iwasa is in 11th. In 12th place is Miney, but again, he has a 5-second penalty. Hauger is in 13th, but making progress. 14th is Crawford. And then Teo Pourchaire is in 15th place and is in, I'd say, a net like 9th or 10th place right now. He's got really no pace. And yeah, he's just ahead of Enzo Fittipaldi. In 16th, and then 17th is Nissani. With 18th, you've got Ralph Boschung. Obviously, he'll be happy that Teo's having a poor day. And then 19th, Novalak. And 20th is Juan Manuel Correa, who's had a poor race so far. So on your screen, that is the correct order on now lap 13 out of 28. 15 laps to go. Reminder though, Arthur Leclerc, Hadjar, Vershaw. Vershaw's actually pitted. Where has he come out? Vershaw. Has he pitted? No, he's actually overtaken Hadjar for second. I didn't quite see that. So yeah, Vershaw is now up to second place. But Arthur Leclerc, Vershaw, Hadjar, Maloney, Stanek have all not pitted yet. And remember, you have to pit in the feature race. So there you go. And Vershaw looking pretty good right now. And he's starting to make a slight gain on Arthur Leclerc out front. And Martins not pulling away. I got to say, from Frederick Vesti. Vesti about 9/10 of a second behind him. Behrman, though, has completely lost all pace. He's now 3.5 seconds behind Martins. And yeah, right now, Martins is the net leader from Vesti. And then Behrman, Doohan, then Daruvala, then Iwasa, Miney, Hauger, Crawford, Pourchaire. Arthur Leclerc, though, and Vershaw, though, when they pit, and you'd have to imagine their pit stop will come in the next 3 to 4 laps at most, they are going to be very fast at the end of this race, so watch out for them. As here is the battle between Maloney and Stanek for 4th and 5th. Again, both have not pitted yet. As they come down the pit straight on now lap 14. Will Stanek get the move done? Maloney moves to the inside. And Maloney, good defence. Stanek takes to the escape road and comes ahead of Maloney. But surely he has got to give that position back. He has to, surely. As Fittipaldi has passed Pourchaire and Stanek is not giving the position back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Stanek has got to give that back. Because, I mean, we'll see a replay, but I'm pretty sure he only gained it because he went off the track. And also, I don't think he was quite, pushed off the circuit in the same way Martins was. And what is wrong with Teo Pourchaire? He must have something wrong with his car, or he's destroyed his tyres already, because his pace is, well, horrendous, really. He's and Fittipaldi, I've just seen, has actually passed Fittipaldi's now up to 14th. He's passed Pourchaire and Crawford. So, Fittipaldi up to 14th. Crawford is in 15th. So watch out for Enzo Fittipaldi. He's looking pretty quick now. He had a decent Bahrain weekend, did Enzo. There you go. But, yeah. Pourchaire has 0 pace. By the way, I can see we're on 28 likes. Let's try and get to, say, I don't know, 35 likes by the end of the feature race. So make sure to, smash that like button if you haven't already, as we're on lap 15. And here is Pourchaire trying to overtake Crawford now for 15th. Can he get it done? As they come down into turn 1 as Hauger passed Miney, and Pourchaire does get the move done. So Pourchaire up to 15th place and Hauger up to P12. Let me just quickly do that. Stanek has kept ahead of Maloney and is now second ahead, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. And at least Teo has made up a position, but he's not looking like he's going to score that many points, if any at all, with the current speed he's got. And he's way away, is Teo, from really where he needs to be. As Arthur Leclerc, Vasseur, Hadjar, Stanek, Maloney, still, reminder, oh no, why have I put Pourchaire in 5th? I have no idea why I've done that. Let me correct that. It is Maloney in 5th place. Yeah, the top 5 currently have not pitted yet. Everyone else has pitted, as we're on lap 16. And here is Frederick Vesti on the back of Martins with DRS coming down to turn 1. Can Vesti take the net lead? No, he cannot. But Martins certainly under serious pressure. And Vesti, what a race he has had. Brilliant start, continuously gaining positions. And is now hunting for the feature race win. And it would certainly get his season going if he was to get it. As Nissani, I think, almost made an overtake stick on Crawford. But Crawford got the position back. Novalak, I've just seen, has passed Boschung for 18th place. So both the first and second in the championship having a poor day, we have to say. And that's obviously going to help the lower down drivers who don't look as though they're going to be low down for long, put it that way. As Vasseur is, even though he hasn't pitted yet, he is still continuously catching Arthur Leclerc up front. And Behrman, oh no, he's made a critical error. And he's spun on the exit at turn 22, and he's now lost positions. He's back going again. And he's just been overtaken by Iwasa, but he's lost position to Doohan, Daruvala, and Iwasa. What a disaster, because he was probably still heading for a podium, was Ollie. And he is down now to 11th place. So Doohan 8th, Daruvala 9th, Iwasa 10th, and Behrman 11th, and I thought we were going to see a replay there of what happened, but not yet. But now, yeah, it really has. After a brilliant start, it's really fallen apart for him. His pace has really quite dropped off, as Martins has spun! Or has he been hit? I'm not sure, but he's spun, and it looks as though, I don't think he's stalled. I think he's waiting for the other cars to go past before he can get going again. And he's having to wait for the entire field to go through. And that is pretty much the end of his race. And what's he going to do? Is he going to retire, or is he going to get going again? It looks as though he is retiring the car. But what happened? Did Vesti hit him? Or did he just spin? Virtual safety car. And Martins looks as though he is now done. What a disaster for him. This really needed to be the day where he started his F2 title bid. And, oh, that's a shame for Arthur Leclerc because he just missed the pit entry. And that's going to be great for... hold on. I'm just trying to think. In F2, are you allowed to pit under the virtual safety car? Because Arthur Leclerc... hold on. Pit lane incident involving Prem will be investigated after the race. Pit stop infringement. Right. Maybe you're not allowed to pit under the virtual safety car. But Martins is out of his car. And he is out of the race. What a disaster for him. Like I said, this is meant to be the race where he got that F2 title bid going. And there's a replay of Behrman spinning. And is it similar to what Logan Sargent did yesterday? Yeah, it is. Lost the rear end on entry and pitched him round. Now, thankfully, didn't lose too much from that. What happened to Martins? Same thing, really. Spun on the entry and then rear wing hit the back of, hit the barrier. And yeah, just as soon as he turns in and applies some throttle, the car spun him round. As the virtual safety car, guys, is about to end. Frederick Vesti really is the net leader of this race. With it'll then be Doohan second, net second, with Daruvula in net third. As yet, we are under green flag racing again. And the top 10 is being shown now on your screen. Reminder that Arthur Leclerc, Vershaw, Hadjar, Stanek, Maloney still have to pit with nearly 10 laps to go. And Arthur Leclerc is staying out on circuit. But he's definitely not going to be a race win contender here today. But never know, could end up scoring a few points in the end if he has really super pace. That's when on lap 19. And here comes Zane Maloney to make a pit stop. So that puts Vesti up to 5th. Let's just see where Maloney comes out. As not the best pit stop. As DRS now enabled. He was around Fittipaldi and drivers like that. He's going to be quite a bit behind those drivers now. As Enzo Fittipaldi is now up to P11. And looking quick. And Maloney is going to come out right alongside Novalak. Not Novalak. Boschung. And he's now side by side with Correa. And keeps ahead. But now Maloney is on the softer compound tyre. Struggling to warm them up though. And went off slightly at turn, I think 4 it was. But yeah, he's now on that softer compound. So he should be super quick now. But it is Vesti 5th. Doohan is in 6th place. With Daruvula in P7. Iwasa is 8th. Behrman is in 9th. With Dennis Hauger in P10, the Norwegian driver. As Fittipaldi, as we're on lap 20 now, and Vershaw has done the fastest lap of the race. That's a brilliant lap time, a 1:44.6. So the people that have stayed out, their tyres are in good nick. And of course, they started on the harder compounds of tyre. So they should be looking good on that tyre at the minute. I've noticed, and I think you guys may have noticed as well, around this circuit, the more laps you do, the tyres just tend to feel better and the times just tend to get faster rather than being, you know, a massive drop off in lap times like you get other circuits. But yeah, Fittipaldi is 11th, Miney is 12th. Poor Chair will be happy that his teammate is out. and that he's ahead at least of Ralph Boschung. Nissany is in 14th. Crawford is in 15th. And then 16th is Novalak with Boschung in 17th place. And obviously Boschung is still the leader of the F2 Championship right now. And then you've got Maloney in 18th. 19th is Correa. And the last car in the race is Cordial in 20th. And reminder, Victor Martins and Benavides is out of the race. As we're on lap 21 now, Vasseur continues to catch. Arthur Leclerc out front. And we'll see how, I mean, I can't remember, to be honest, how long you need around this circuit, or how much time you lose by making a pit stop here. It's got to be, considering the F2 pit stops are slower, it's got to be 25 seconds or something like that. So, if Leclerc was to pit, then he would come out probably between Hauger and Fittipaldi, which would see him, in a really good position, because on soft tyres, he could probably finish this race maybe 4th or 5th place once everyone makes their pit stop. So watch out for Arthur Leclerc and Richard Vasseur as well, because he is faster than Leclerc right now. As Hauger has been much quicker than Behrman in the last few laps and is now right on the tail of the Prema driver. And Hauger has made brilliant progression today. And this is a battle for a net, 5th and 6th, I think. As, gets very close, does Hauger, on the exit of turn 22, and surely is going to go for the move now as we're on lap 22, and Richard Vasseur does pit, and Hauger did think about going for the move into the final corner, but decided better of it, and they come down the pit straight now. Can Hauger get the move done on Behrman? Behrman defends to the inside, Hauger around the outside. Behrman forces himself back up the inside, but brilliant move round the outside by Hauger. What a brilliant performance by him. And he is up to what is now 8th and a net, I think 5th in this race. But yeah, Vasseur has pitted, so it is now Hadjar in 2nd. Remember, by the way, Vasseur has come out in 10th place and he's now on the softer compound tyre. Remember, Richard Vasseur started 20th for this race. So what a drive from him. You got Stanek 3rd. Vesti is 4th. 5th is Doohan. And looking at Vasseur, I don't think he's going to win this race because I don't think there's enough laps left, but he could maybe finish 4th or 5th in this race, which would be, again, a brilliant effort. But it's, Doohan 5th, Deruvala 6th, Iwasa is in 7th place. 8th is Hauger, with Behrman in 9th, and 10th is Richard Vasseur, and we will watch his progress through the field if he does make any. And Arthur Leclerc, by the way, stays out and does another lap, as we're now on lap 23 out of 28. 6 complete laps to go of this F2 feature race. And as Vershaw has just passed Behrman. Yeah, he has. He's just gone past him. So already Vershaw getting on with it. And he's now up to a net 6th place. And it should be very interesting to see his progress now. And let's see how quickly he can get after Dennis Hauger. Just trying to make sure the rest of the field in terms of positions are correct. And the only one I need to correct is that Maloney is now ahead of championship leader Ralph Boschung for 17th place. So there you go. And yeah, Vershaw is now the one to look out for. And there, Vershaw going down the inside and just on much better tyres. And Behrman, yeah, is going to struggle home, really. Here comes, though, the race leader, Arthur Leclerc, to make his first pit stop. He's not going to win this race. But can he possibly get a top 6 finish? And where will he come out relative to Richard Vershaw? Here we go. Dam's pit stop. Hadjar and Stanek are in as well. So all of the drivers that haven't pitted yet finally making their first pit stop. As... oh, not a great pit stop there by the Dams team. But he's still ahead of Hadjar and Stanek at least. And Leclerc comes out behind Vershaw. So Vershaw gets the move done and Leclerc has actually lost position to Fittipaldi, who has now passed Behrman and Behrman himself. So Leclerc now down to 9th. So let me now do the order now that everyone has pitted. So it is Vesti leads and Vesti 5.5 seconds clear of doing. So Vesti should win this race. Doing his second. Deruvala is in 3rd place. 4th is Iwasa. And then it is Hauger as Miney here trying to pass Leclerc, but that's not going to happen, I don't think. And no, Arthur keeps ahead. Iwasa 4th. Hauger is in 5th with Vershaw in 6th. And then watch out for Enzo Fittipaldi. He is in 7th place and he is looking very quick. And then you've got Behrman in 8th. And Arthur Leclerc is 9th in the Dams car with Miney in 10th. I'll do the rest of the order in a moment. Just want to update that it is lap 25 out of 28. And yeah, in 11th place, we have got Hadjar, as here is Pourchaire and Nissani coming down to turn 1. And can Teo get past Nissani? Down the inside he goes. And yes, he gets the move done. And Teo up now to P12. But it's, yeah, Hadjar in P12. P11, sorry. And then Pourchaire in P12. With Nissani in 13th. And then 14th is Stanek. With Crawford 15th. Novalak 16th. Maloney 17th. Correa has now passed Boschung for 18th. So Boschung almost going to finish in last place. What an embarrassing race for him. And obviously Cordeal in 20th. As Richard Vershaw is just over a second behind Hauger. And now Arthur Leclerc is all over the back of Behrman, who is clearly struggling massively with his tyres. And surely Leclerc will get this move done as we're on lap 26. 3 complete laps to go, guys, of the F2 feature race. And yeah, brilliant exit for Leclerc and will easily pass Behrman for 8th into turn 1. As Hadjar is right at the back of Miney for 10th. And there you go, fastest lap as well. Arthur Leclerc up to P8. And here comes Hadjar, yep, has got past Miney, so that's 2 position changes there. Arthur Leclerc in 8th with Behrman in 9th. To be honest, I think I don't think Leclerc is going to make any more progress than that because Fittipaldi is a bit further up the road and there's only 2.5 laps to go of this race. So, yeah, they may have left it a bit too long there on the pit stop. Did Dams in terms of when they pitted. As time penalty of 5 seconds for Roman Stanek. I'm going to assume that's for overtaking off the circuit. Yeah, leaving the track and gaining an advantage. Exactly. That's when he overtook Zane Maloney into turn 2. Pretty clear that. As we are currently looking at Hadjar, who is now going to be on the back of Behrman. Behrman has 0 pace. Behrman is arguably the slowest driver on the circuit right now. He has absolutely no pace at all. He's already dropped 2.5 seconds to Arthur Leclerc in a lap. Obviously, Leclerc on softer and fresher tyres, but yeah, a bit extreme there. The loss of pace as Arthur Leclerc does another fastest lap. And here is Richard Verschoor on the back of Dennis Hauger for P5. 10 points up for grabs for 5th, just like in Formula 1. And obviously Richard Verschoor, I think in 7th in the championship, so he would love to get some points here. As Pourchaire has dropped to 14th place. And Nissani is up to 12th now. With Stanek 13th. Obviously, Stanek on much fresher and softer tyres. But again, Stanek has that 5-second penalty. As we're currently on the penultimate lap. Here. Hold on. Yeah. Stanek in 13th. And Théo Pourchaire in 14th. And yeah, Hadjar all over the back of Behrman. And Hadjar will get Behrman before the end. If you're wondering, the points system in the feature race is exactly the same as it is in Formula 1. 25 points for the win. And that is going to be great for Frederick Vesti, who I think is like 8th or 9th in the championship. And with Pourchaire, you know, all the way down in 14th. Boschung, the leader, in 19th. That is going to be brilliant for Vesti to get his title bid going. As here comes Hadjar down the inside of Behrman into the final corner. And yeah, I'd be surprised if Behrman came back at him, to be honest. Maybe he will. But we are on the final lap of what's been a decent feature race by F2 standards. Nothing special, but yeah, we've had a couple very dramatic moments as Behrman dive bombs Hadjar for turn 1. But yeah, he hasn't got enough tyres to actually pull off such a manoeuvre. Hadjar up to 9th and Behrman in 10th. But Hauger, I've just seen, is now within a second of Ayumu Iwasa for 4th place. So we'll see what happens with that. And we're actually looking at it on screen, the 2 Red Bull livery cars. But as we now come to the end of this feature race, let me just quickly eulogise about what a brilliant drive it has been from Frederick Vesti. Started in, what was it, 5th or 6th place? Brilliant start to the race. He got right on the back of Doohan, of course, right before the pit stops. Then, thankfully, they jumped Doohan in the pit stop phase. And then, once Martins and Behrman had their little bit of racing, Behrman obviously went wide. Vesti got past. Martins crumbled under the pressure. Frederick Vesti did not. And that's why he's going to win the feature race in Saudi Arabia. And there you go. Frederik Vesti wins the F2 feature race in Jeddah. Jack Doohan finishes second. Great to see him getting his season properly underway. Jehan Daruvla finishes third. Iwasa fourth. Hauger fifth. And Vershaw finishes sixth. Just 0.2 of a second ahead of Fittipaldi in seventh. Leclerc eighth. Hajar ninth. Behrman 10th. And then Miney is 11th with Stanek 12th. And then Nissany 13th. That's all changed, though, because of the penalties for Miney and Stanek. So it actually will be Nissany in P11. Miney finishes 12th with Teo Pourchaire in 13th place. Pourchaire will not score any points from this entire weekend. That is a big blow. I mean, he's still, I think, second in the championship and only a point behind the leader. But yeah, that's not good. Really needed to take charge of the championship properly this weekend. Stanek down to 14th. And then Crawford 15th, Novalak 16th, Maloney 17th, Correa 18th, Oshung 19th, Cordeal 20th, and your retirements, Victor Martins, the pole position man for the feature race, and Brad Benavides. So there you go. Yeah, pretty decent feature race. Congratulations to Frederik Vesti. I am very happy for Jack Doohan, like I said, to get his season properly going. Good to see as well Fittipaldi and Arthur Leclerc having a good race. Shame that Behrman just was a bit too aggressive today and just cooked his tyres too much. But yeah, good feature race there. And this will, due to the timings of the next couple Grand Prix, this will be the last F2 watch-along until Imola, the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, in the middle of May. So yeah, next couple of Grand Prix I'll be taking a break from F2 because yeah, the timings of the sessions are just quite ridiculous for me here in the UK. But once we get back to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, yeah, we'll be back with full-on F2 coverage. But there you go, guys. That is the F2 race. And we'll now get on to building up to the F1 race, which begins in what? I'm trying to think. 2 hours and 46 minutes, I think it is. I just need to think how many exact minutes that is. I think it's 166 minutes. Yeah, there you go. And I'll just quickly change the text there if I can. Yep. And let me just quickly do this. So until the race starts, there you go. We're done with F2 now, and now it's all eyes on Formula 1. And we have, 2 hours and 45 minutes to go until the race begins. I'm just going to quickly post out in a couple of places that we are now doing the race preview and that we're now done with Formula 2. So, yeah, just give me a couple of moments here, guys, and then we'll get straight into it. And of course, we've got plenty of stuff to get into, plenty of data and all of that. Come join us here for a long preview of today's 2023 Saudi Arabian GP. And I'll just quickly post out on Twitter as well. And before I properly get started with, the preview, I will make sure to put a poll in the chat to ask you guys you know, what you think is going to happen today in terms of who is going to win the race. And that poll will be running until probably right before the race starts. Right. Let me just quickly get this posted. And do the hashtags as well. Right, there you go. So hopefully we get some more people now. And obviously Formula 1, the more popular thing over Formula 2. And yeah, I'll just quickly get that poll going. So the question will be, who do you think will win the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix? Who do you think will win the Saudi Arabian GP? Right, so the options. Verstappen, I'm going to put as an option. Perez, I'll put as an option. Alonso, I'll put as an option. And the fourth option I am going to go for, realistically, is George Russell, because he is, of course, starting in third. And I do think Mercedes will have better pace today than Ferrari. So there you go. There's that poll. Remember, of course, Max Verstappen does start the race from 15th on the grid. So it's not like he's on pole position, because obviously if he's on pole position, I'm pretty sure all of you would vote for Verstappen, and I would go for Verstappen as well. But as you'll see when I get to my predictions soon, I don't think Verstappen wins this race even from 15th on the grid. So yeah, we'll get to that soon. But one thing I will do quickly after that feature race, as we've already been live for over an hour, time flies when you're having fun, is have a quick drink. Oh, that's good. And yeah, let's now crack into this race preview. And what I'm going to do is what I normally do to start with. I'm going to hide the timer because we are going to go into loads of graphics and just data in general. So let's get into all of that stuff now. So let's go firstly through the results of qualifying. So Sergio Perez will start the race on pole. He did a 1:28.2 and was obviously the quickest man. That lap time, though, was not as quick as pole position last season. Now, of course, if Max Verstappen had not had his drive shaft issue, then they would have gone quicker than pole position last year. And remember, Sergio Perez did not do a final lap really in Q3. He basically just toured around pretty slowly because I think Red Bull knew that nobody could beat their lap time. So yeah, that's why Sergio Perez only did one quick run in Q3, and I'm still pretty sure Verstappen could have done a mid 1:27 in Q3 if necessary. So yeah, Red Bull in qualifying were a lot quicker than they actually showed. That is for sure. Charles Leclerc ended up second, only a tenth and a half down. Did the best he could. The Ferrari car just isn't as quick as the Red Bull here. Qualifying, race trim, whatever you want to call it. And obviously has a 10-place penalty, so it'll be Alonso starting on the front row. The first time Alonso has started on the front row of a Grand Prix since I think Canada last year, isn't it? Where he was on the front row. Pretty sure it is. Yeah. And let's hope there's a bit of a better race this time than he had that weekend, where I think he probably could have got a podium that weekend had it not been for a failing, I think, ERS battery that failed him that day and cost him like a second a lap. George Russell, he qualified in fourth. Great effort from Russell. I did not expect him to be that quick, and Mercedes to be that quick, and to be 3.5 tenths. Sorry, I just bit my lip there when I spoke. 3.5 tenths of a second quicker than Lewis Hamilton in qualifying is brilliant. And obviously, so far this season, he's 2-0. on Hamilton. Russell will start third. Carlos Sainz will start fourth. Honestly, Carlos was poor in qualifying. Half a second slower than his teammate. That is unacceptable. Leclerc, I think, is faster, no matter how well Carlos does. I think Leclerc is just simply the faster driver, but there is no excuse for Leclerc to be half a second quicker than him. There is no excuse at all. Carlos should be, really, I'd say a couple tenths of a second, quarter of a second at most, slower than Leclerc, if Leclerc is, faster than him. So, yeah, half a second down is unacceptable. And if he was only 0.2 of a second slower than Leclerc in qualifying, he would be starting on the front row and be ahead of Alonso on the grid and would have a pretty decent chance, I think, of a podium. But because of his poor lap, I don't think he really has a great chance at all of a podium. So, yeah, very poor from Sainz. Lance Stroll, great effort from him. 6th in qualifying. He'll be 5th on the grid. Only 0.2 of a second slower than Fernando. I think that's a great effort, personally. Esteban Ocon, great job by him. P7 in qualifying and ahead of Lewis Hamilton by 1.5 tenths. Hamilton, of course, did not improve his final lap. But still, great effort from Ocon. Oscar Piastri, 9th. He, for me, was clearly driver of the day in qualifying. And I've got a piece of data to show you guys from qualifying that absolutely illustrates that he was the driver of the day in qualifying without any doubt. And I don't think it's really up for debate either. Yeah, we'll get to that in a moment because, yeah, it is quite amazing, the piece of data that I am going to show you. And then Pierre Gasly was disappointingly in P10 and just was disappointing in general in qualifying. Just didn't really have that great a pace. At least though he's in the top 10 and he should be finishing really today in the top 10. And then for the rest of the field, you've got, what do you call it? You've got Hülkenberg in 11th place. Hülkenberg did the best he could really with the car. Zhou, I thought, did very well to out-qualify Bottas by 0.2 of a second. And let's hope he actually has a good race this time. Magnussen, 13th. Still don't quite know why Magnussen has struggled so far compared to Hülkenberg. And then Bottas, yeah, a bit poor from him in 14th. Verstappen in 15th. The reason, by the way, I put NA on the next to Verstappen and Sargent is because their lap times were just really massively slow and weren't, proper lap times. But yeah, Max Verstappen obviously had a drive shaft failure in Q2, and that's why he ended up in 15th place. Tsunoda, 16th. Decent effort, considering how bad the AlphaTauri car is. Albon, 17th, and as I'll get onto later, that was a really disappointing effort from Albon because their race pace looks really strong, I have to say. It looks really, really strong compared to the other midfield teams. So, yeah, that was disappointing from Albon. De Vries, 18th. To be fair to De Vries, he did miss practice 3, but it wasn't a great effort. Lando Norris, 19th. Obviously broke his suspension, was it? By hitting the inside wall of the final corner. That's why he ended up 19th. And Logan Sargent had a very messy Q1. I think broke his car with going over the curb too hard. Also had his lap time deleted for for exceeding track limits. And then what was the other thing that happened for him? Oh yeah, he spun on the exit of turn 22. So, yeah, very messy session. And Williams should definitely be disappointed with their qualifying result because, like I said, their race pace is really good. And they are definitely going to be making some progress today. They're not going to score points, I don't think, but they will make some progress up the field because their pace looks pretty good. And they really needed to capitalise on that and get Albon, into like a 13th or 14th, really. But sadly, they weren't able to do that. But those are the qualifying results. Let's now get into the sector time data to see just where certain teams were quick and not so quick. Now, one thing I need to mention, this is obviously Sector 1, and all the sector times I'm going to be showing here are by team, team ranking basically. It is a bit skewed in terms of Red Bull, because obviously Max Verstappen, their quickest driver, was eliminated with a drive shaft issue. So, yeah, the pace of the Red Bull definitely would have been a lot better than it was, than it showed in, than it was showed in qualifying. So, in Sector 1, for example, Lance Stroll did the best first sector time, and as we saw, at the end of qualifying, excited us all with the purple first sector, but then ended up just not really delivering a great lap in the end. Sergio Perez was a 700th slower. Again, though, if Verstappen had done qualifying, I'm pretty sure Max would have been the quickest, just about, in the first sector. But still, great effort from Lance in those corners to be quicker than his teammate in qualifying. That's a great effort from Lance. The Ferrari, though, really improved quite a bit in the first sector in qualifying compared to what it was doing in practice. Still lacking a bit compared to the Aston Martin and Red Bull. Again, Red Bull's potential in that first sector was definitely a bit more than what Perez showed. But yeah, it was a bit better from Leclerc, but still not quite good enough. George Russell, I think that first sector time from him is not that bad. A tenth slower than at the Aston Martin. To be fair, looking at the cars at the minute and the performance, you kind of would have to expect that. So, yeah, I don't think that's really that bad, that type of Sector 1 time from them. Alpine doing very well on that sector time, and you can clearly see from the Sector 1 times, and obviously the first sector is where all the corners are, really, at this circuit, the clear top 5 teams, not in that order, but, clearly how the top 5 teams are clearly separated from the bottom 5 teams this weekend, as the Alpine of Ocon, a tenth and a half at least quicker than the next best car of Oscar Piastri in the McLaren. Brilliant first sector by him, and nearly 0.2 of a second quicker than the Alfa Romeo or Haas team. So yeah, brilliant job by Piastri. And like I said, after Bahrain, despite their reliability issues, McLaren's car isn't as bad as people are making out. Once they get that upgrade on at Baku, if it's a really big upgrade, I could see McLaren right there with Alpine. I really could. So if you're a McLaren fan, or a Norris or a Piastri fan, don't get too down, because I think McLaren, they will come alive very soon in this Formula 1 season, and I think we'll be getting a bit excited about them very, very soon, because I don't think there's that bad of a car there, really, at all. Obviously, Piastri, as I'll get into with the speed trap data, the job he did was absolutely amazing, but still, I think this McLaren car is a bit better than people are making out. And then the Alfa Romeo and Haas, level in the first sector. I guess you'd say to be expected, just ahead of the AlphaTauri, and then the Williams, no surprise, the slowest car. The Williams, incredibly slippery in a straight line, but still downforce, not their absolute strength. And then let's go into the middle sector. The middle sector, you've got a couple medium speed corners, and then everything else is just flat out. And the Red Bull, clearly the quickest team through there. Again, remember, this is only Perez. Imagine what Verstappen could have done. Verstappen probably could have gone a tenth or a tenth and a half quicker in the middle sector compared to Perez. So, yeah, Red Bull, clearly the quicker team. Ferrari, no surprise, they were quicker than Aston Martin. Ferrari have better straight line speed, as I'll show in a second. I got to say, though, for Mercedes, the middle sector has been the issue for them this weekend. Because in the first sector, their car, we know at the minute, aerodynamically, it's just not working as it should and as they hoped. The middle sector, though, compared to Aston Martin, considering how on throttle it is, you would expect Mercedes to be at least right on the pace of Aston Martin, if not a tad quicker. Because we saw in Bahrain, Mercedes were right on the pace of Aston Martin, if not a tad quicker, in the sectors where you're on throttle, 75, 80% of the time. But in the middle sector, Russell a tenth off, and we saw that in practice too as well. It's just that middle sector letting them down. If they, in that middle sector, could have been this weekend a tenth or tenth and a half quicker, Russell could have probably been on the front row of the grid for today's race. That's just the issue it's been for them this weekend. But the car, compared to Aston Martin in the other two sectors, I mean, they're doing as expected. They're doing okay. It's just that middle sector that's an issue. The Haas of Hulkenberg, no surprise, quick in the middle sector. Oscar Piastri, though, what a middle sector. Again, mostly on throttle, that middle sector. And for him to be quicker than a Ferrari-powered team and the Alpine as well is incredible. Ocon, yeah. If he wanted to do even better in qualifying, obviously he did very well in qualifying, but if he wanted to do even better, I think the middle sector is really where he gave up a bit too much time to say Mercedes. And yeah, probably... I think Ocon could have been a tenth of a second quicker, is what I'm trying to say, in Sector 2. At least that's what I would have expected, the Alpine team. Alfa Romeo, not great in the middle sector, really. You would have expected them to be really around where Haas F1 were. The Williams doing well in that sector, and then the AlphaTauri absolutely shit slow in the middle sector. And then the final sector, Red Bull even more dominant compared to the rest, with Perez a tenth of a second clear of the Ferrari of Leclerc. And again, if Verstappen had done Q3, it could have been even bigger. Probably would have been quite a bit bigger, the gap. And clearly, the Red Bull and Ferrari cars are the best cars in the final sector. No surprise, because the final sector is you are flat out, except for the final corner. So, and obviously turn 22, but that's only a small lift, really, into turn 22. It's not really a proper corner where you're having to brake pretty hard and come down the gearbox, or come down the gears 2 or 3 times or anything like that. So yeah, Red Bull and Ferrari, no surprise, the two best teams in that sector. Mercedes and the Mercedes-powered teams, you can clearly see their weakness in this final sector compared to the Red Bull team and the Ferrari team. Hamilton quicker than Alonso in that final sector by nearly a tenth of a second. And yeah, Mercedes doing a lot better in that final sector, but losing a quarter of a second to Perez alone in Sector 3. And Sector 3 is pretty simple, let's be honest. The Alpine doing pretty well in the final sector, almost quicker than the Aston Martin, and pretty much on the pace of Aston Martin and kind of Mercedes as well. Haas F1 as well, right in there with Alfa Romeo. Piastri, that's really where the bulk of the time he lost, period, in qualifying really was in the final sector, where the McLaren is at its worst. And then Logan Sargent, I got to say, it's surprising that Williams were so slow in the final sector. Would have expected them to be definitely ahead of McLaren, if not ahead of Alfa Romeo. Yeah, Williams, and as we saw in qualifying, they didn't quite get the best out of their car and get the max potential out of their overall package. And then Nick De Vries 10th. And again, I said this yesterday, and I said this after Friday as well. I have no idea why AlphaTauri are so slow in the middle and final sector. They've got the same powertrain, similar-ish design to the Red Bull car. They're obviously sister team, so I have no idea why they're so slow in the middle and final sector. Even Tsunoda asked his engineer in practice 3, I have no idea why we're so slow. Why are we? So yeah, it's truly incredible why or how AlphaTauri are in the position they are in. But in terms of today, let's look at the speed trap data to see who has great straight line speed and who to look out for in making overtakes. And look at, in terms of qualifying, who did a brilliant job despite a lack of straight line speed. So these are the top speeds by team. This data is from the main speed trap, which I'm pretty sure is either at the end of the straight, or not straight, but the end of the on-throttle section going into turn 22, or it is right before the final corner where you're on throttle for quite a while as well there. So the Red Bull, the quickest, with 337 kilometers an hour, a couple kilometers an hour quicker than the Alfa Romeo and the Haas. Bit surprising that the Ferrari was 5 kilometers an hour slower, and that could be because Ferrari have decided to be a bit more conservative with their use of the power from the engine due to reliability concerns. Because in Bahrain, Ferrari, you remember, if you were obviously watching along for the race preview, Ferrari had the best top speed by, I think, a couple kilometers an hour in Bahrain. And Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are similar-ish in how in what you need to be strong at in terms of, straight line speed. So yeah, I think Ferrari may have, because we heard last season that they had to run it in a bit more of a conservative fashion because of their reliability troubles. I think they may have had to have gone back to that because of already the really bad reliability of the Ferrari power unit. So yeah, that is not good for them. The Williams doing well. The Mercedes, 7 kilometers, almost 8 kilometers an hour slower than the Red Bull. Still, I got to say, doing well despite that. And George Russell's lap, I thought, in qualifying was a stunning lap. But, you can clearly see there that they are still losing quite a bit in the power sections. I got to say, though, the biggest surprise to me is Alpine and AlphaTauri. Because normally Alpine, you'd expect them to be ahead of Mercedes and probably about 3 or 4 kilometers an hour faster. So I'm not quite sure why they are down there as the 7th best team. Maybe they've decided to put a bit more downforce on, put a bit more wing on their car to be really quick in the first sector. That's a possibility. But yeah, it's just weird to me that they're down there. Aston Martin, you can see, despite having really good pace, their straight line speed is, not that good at all. 10 kilometers an hour slower than the Red Bull. And it shows you how good the Aston Martin car aerodynamically is. That around this circuit, they're only 4/10 off Perez in qualifying, despite being 10 kilometers an hour slower. And obviously we're racing at a power track. So, yeah, that is a very, very good effort, obviously, from Alonso and Stroll to get the positions they've got for the race. And shows that once we get to a really high aero circuit, such as Barcelona, Monaco, Imola to a certain extent, Aston Martin, they are going to be super, super quick. And absolutely, I think Aston Martin, from an aerodynamics perspective, have got the second best car on the grid. They are absolutely better and have better grip than Ferrari and Mercedes. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, AlphaTauri, again, I don't get why they're so slow in the speed traps. 11 kilometers an hour slower than their sister team. And it's, they've got a similar design and same powertrain. So I have no idea what's going on there. But look at Oscar Piastri. That was the best speed trap that McLaren did in qualifying. 320 kilometers an hour. 17 kilometers an hour slower than the Red Bull. I cannot tell you how big of a difference 17 kilometers an hour is in Formula One terms. That is night and day. And how he got 9th in qualifying when, again, the middle and final sector is all really about power and your top-end speed. For him to somehow get into the top 10 with that top speed it's a miracle. It's genuinely a miracle. I cannot stress enough how an amazing of a lap that he did with this top speed. It's just incredible. And it shows you, because obviously McLaren, they do have 2 very good drivers. Maybe Lando Norris should have been in the top 10 as well with Piastri. And it shows you that despite a really bad top speed, which we've seen, saw last year at times, saw in Bahrain, obviously here it's really bad. it shows you that with the drivers they've got and with the car they've got at the minute, once they get those upgrades on in Baku, if they can improve the car by a few tenths of a second, and they can cut some drag off the car, because I mean they're 10 kilometers an hour almost slower than the Mercedes works team with the same engine, that McLaren have got something decent there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing when they get their upgrade on to see where they will be truly for the rest of 2023. But yeah, Oscar Piastri, without a doubt, driver of the day in qualifying. With that speed trap, that is just amazing how he ended up getting into the top 10. Should have been, with that speed trap, he should have had literally zero chance to get into the top 10 and ahead of teams like Haas and Alfa Romeo, who were just outside the top 10 and were 15 kilometers an hour quicker than the McLaren. It's just, again, it's amazing. Like, how on earth did he do that? I guess we'll never know how he did it. I mean, I know he's very good around here. He won, I think, in 2021 in the F2 race or weekend here in Saudi Arabia. There was 3 races that year for each weekend, and that weekend he won all 3 races. So I knew he was very quick here, but I didn't think he'd be able to get into the top 10 with a McLaren car that has no straight line speed effectively compared to everybody else. So yeah, brilliant job by Piastri. And yeah, the aim for him today is to make sure to not have cars behind him with DRS, because if they do, they're going to absolutely fly past him, because that McLaren is awfully slow in the DRS zones especially. But yeah, there you go. Those are the speed traps and the speed trap data. Let's now get into the race pace and the average lap times of all the teams in FP2. And this is the team ranking, how they all fared. So Max Verstappen was the quickest, only just over Fernando Alonso, the Aston Martin. And again, very similar to Bahrain, that the Red Bull and Aston Martin were pretty much equal on pace. The Alpine, though, very impressive, only a tenth of a second slower than Verstappen in the long runs. So Alpine, look out for them. They are going to be absolutely racing, I think, with Ferrari and Mercedes today to a certain extent. That's definitely going to happen. Alpine have got a good car here. Leclerc, he, once I properly looked at the data, he is right when he has been saying that the race pace looks solid this weekend. It's definitely a lot better than it was in Bahrain. The issue for Ferrari is their grid position is just poor. And Leclerc won't be able to utilise this much better race pace, obviously from P12. And with Alpine being so quick, I don't think Leclerc's going to make up a lot of ground, really, in the race today. So yeah, it's going to be, for sure, very tough for Leclerc to really get near the top 5. Because again, the Ferrari is quick, but it's not much quicker in race pace terms than teams like Mercedes and Alpine. But at least Ferrari, it's looking better for them in terms of their race pace. And they're still suffering with higher tyre wear compared to the other teams, so that is still a big issue for them. But at least it's better on that front. And Mercedes, I've got to say, their race pace also pretty good. Only a couple tenths of a second slower than the Red Bull on average in FP2 on the long runs. So look out for Mercedes today. I think they're going to have decent pace, and definitely they'll have better pace than they had in Bahrain. And I think they'll come away with a decent result and quite a few points from this race. At least 15 points, I'm pretty sure they'll come away with from this race. And I'm pretty sure they'll be ahead of Ferrari still in the Constructors' Championship by the checkered flag later on this afternoon/evening. So yeah, Mercedes are looking good. And you can see why I said earlier about Williams, why their qualifying was so disappointing, because look how good their race pace is. It was better than McLaren, AlphaTauri, Alfa Romeo and Haas. And as we saw in Bahrain, when they showed there in practice some great pace on the long runs, they actually delivered it in the race and ended up getting a point and finished 10th and 12th with both cars. And yeah, that is what is such a shame for Williams here today, is that they don't have a good enough grid position to really deliver this potential. Because if Albon was starting 12th or 13th on the grid, he would have a decent-ish chance of finishing in the top 10. But they're just starting too far back. 17th and 20th they are on the grid. As a reminder, McLaren, their race pace looked decent. I wouldn't say good, but decent. And they'll definitely have a decent pace today compared to, your Haas's, Alfa Romeos, even Williams's to a certain extent, and AlphaTauri's. AlphaTauri looking a lot better with their race pace, and we saw that in Bahrain as well. They were a lot quicker in the race than they were in qualifying. So I think we can expect maybe Tsunoda to gain a position or two from 16th, and then Alfa Romeo and Haas, clearly the two slowest teams on the longer runs, and Haas very slow, and they are still suffering quite badly with their tyres, as we saw, well, as we have seen for years, really, with the Haas F1 team. So Haas and Alfa Romeo, unless we get like a mental race and a few retirements, I don't see Haas or Alfa Romeo scoring a point today. I just don't see it happening at all. But yeah, Williams and McLaren, look out for them. Their pace looks pretty decent. And then, yeah, looks really close on the long run pace between Red Bull, Aston Martin, Alpine, Ferrari, and Mercedes. And that is why this race today is going to be so exciting, because with Verstappen out of position, Leclerc out of position, Lewis Hamilton out of position to a certain extent as well. What do you call it? And with the pace looking quite equal, it's just, yeah, it's going to be a very fun race to watch those faster drivers come through the field if they can. And also, having 5 teams on similar-ish type pace, that's harking back to 10 years ago. In 2012, when we had situations like this where you would have 4 or 5 teams on similar pace. So, yeah, I really hope it does play out to be the case in this Grand Prix. And I think we are going to get a very exciting race. I don't think there is any doubt about that. But let me now, guys, go into my full top 10 and final race prediction for the 2023 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And yep, I'm going for it. Fernando Alonso, I think, will win the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, just ahead of Sergio Perez in second. Verstappen will come back to third, but his fight through the field will be a bit tougher than I think people are expecting, because like I said, Mercedes and Alpine, they are not massively slow. And yeah, the fight towards the end of the race for Verstappen will really be just getting third off of George Russell. And yeah, Verstappen will still end up on the podium, because I still think the Red Bull is quick enough to get there. Russell will finish fourth. If Verstappen does have any trouble, though, during the race, loses a lot of time, makes a mistake, even doesn't finish the race, then Russell, I think, is definitely the, after Alonso and Perez, is the favourite to finish on the final step on the podium. Lance Stroll will finish just behind Russell in 5th place, with Hamilton having a better race in 6th. And because of Ferrari's still not great race pace and still higher tyre wear, I've got Carlos Sainz finishing in 7th. Ocon will split the Ferraris in 8th, with Leclerc 9th and Pierre Gasly in 10th. So if that was to happen, that prediction, let's say it all comes true. Remember, by the way, I did predict the top 3 last week, the last Grand Prix, correctly. So there is a chance that I could get maybe some of this correct. But let's say this all turns out to happen. Fernando Alonso would be level for the lead of the championship with Max Verstappen if this was to happen. And then Perez would be third, just I think 4 points behind. And then on the constructors' side, Red Bull would still be leading comfortably-ish from Aston Martin in second. Mercedes would pull away from Ferrari in third. And then, Ferrari would be fourth. And Alpine would then move up to fifth place. And if this was all to happen, Alpine would score 5 points. Ferrari would score 8 points. So Ferrari would go up to 20 points. Alpine would go up to 7 points. And Alpine wouldn't be that far away from Ferrari in the championship. And let's hope Alpine have got this type of car for the rest of the season, because maybe they can still finish fourth this season. Especially if Ferrari continue to be unreliable and have really bad tyre wear. Yeah, that's my prediction. Let me know, guys, whether you agree or disagree. Do you think Fernando Alonso will score, not score points, will get the win today? I think he will, but let me know if you agree or disagree. There is a poll running in the chat right now, so let me know in that poll who you think is going to win. I'm just having a look right now. Oh, it's really close in that poll between Perez, Alonso and Verstappen. That poll, though, remember, guys, will keep running until right before lights out in Jeddah. So, you've got plenty of time still to vote on it if you have not already. But this is my prediction. Let me know whether you agree or disagree. And also for a couple of the Australians in the chat. If you're wondering why I've not gone with the Piastri in the top 10, it's because, Leclerc and Verstappen obviously outside the top 10. They're definitely going to finish in the points. And Piastri, despite the amazing job he did, with that lack of straight line speed, I just don't think he'll be able to hold on. But I think Piastri will finish probably in 11th place, because the two teams outside of the top 10 in the midfield, Haas and Alfa Romeo, their race pace looks to be not that great at all. So, Piastri I've got finishing in P11. But if there is any retirements for Red Bull, Aston Martin, Ferrari or Mercedes, Piastri 100% will score a point or two. But if that doesn't happen, then Piastri will finish just outside. And the next cars after him will probably be, say, an Alfa Romeo, then maybe AlphaTauri or a Williams. So outside the top 10, should get a decent scramble. But in the top 10 as well, it's going to be very, very exciting. And that's my prediction for the race. And the gaps, if you're wondering, the reason I predicted those gaps is that's based really on just generally how the pace is looking so far this weekend. And I think it will be pretty close for the top 10, because I think they're all on similar-ish type pace. There you go. But we'll move back to this, and I'll get the countdown back on screen. As we have got, let me just check. Right, so we have got 2 hours and 6 minutes to go until the race starts. So, there you go. 2 hours and 6 minutes to go, guys, until the start of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And, of course, I'm still going to be here all the way up until the race. Obviously, doing the race watch-along and then a reaction after the race, probably for 30 to 45 minutes with you guys as well. And just a reminder, obviously, my co-commentator Niblo joined me for Bahrain. Sadly, won't be coming along for Saudi Arabia because the race is just on at too late of a time for him. And he won't be able to make it. And obviously for the Australian Grand Prix, he won't make it because he'll actually be at the Grand Prix itself. So, he will be back on the channel for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix at the end of April. And then once we get to those races, the European season, I'm sure he'll probably be on the race watch-along pretty much every week, because the European races are on at good times for him, of course. But, I think what I'll do, just quickly, before I go through the teams and explain a bit more about why I think they'll end up in the positions I've predicted, I think I'll come to you guys in the chat to see what you guys have to say. So let me know, guys, simply in the chat, what do you think is going to happen today? Who do you think wins? Finishes on the podium? The top 4 or 5 teams, how do you think they'll do? How do you think some of the top drivers will do? Just let me know in the chat for the next couple hours. What do you think is going to happen today? That's what I want to know. Up until, of course, lights out in Jeddah. And I think quickly, I'll just have another drink again. As well, if you guys are wondering, because I did say, I think yesterday in my stream I was feeling a bit dizzy and didn't feel too great. I'm pretty sure, and when I say pretty sure, I'm saying like 90 to 95% that, yeah, I've got a bit of an ear infection. And if anyone's had an ear infection before, you'll know that it is quite a sickening feeling you get whilst you have it. So yeah, that's why I was feeling dizzy yesterday throughout a lot of the stream. But yeah, I feel okay today. Still got it a bit, but it's no big issue really, and I should be fine for the rest of the stream. And obviously I'm still going to be live on or here for nearly the next 5 hours. So yeah, I should be fine. Yeah, I'll have a quick drink and then we'll get to some of your comments. Oh, there you go. And yeah, let's see what you guys have to say in the chat. As well, I can see we're on almost 50 likes. Let's try and get to, say, I don't know, 75, 80 likes before the race starts in a couple hours. So yeah, make sure if you haven't already to smash that like button. Of course, hit the like button. It does help the channel grow. There's obviously the engagement. It gets, helps the channel and the stream and the videos and the algorithm. So yeah, make sure to smash that like button because it really does help. Right, let's get on to your comments. Astro Stevo says, my prediction is Perez to win. Alonso second, Hamilton third. That's quite a surprise. Russell fourth, Sainz fifth, Piastri sixth, Albon seventh, Sargent eighth, Hulkenberg ninth, De Vries 10th. And he says it'll be a lot of attrition and crashes and action and chaos. I really hope it is, we get the type of mental race we would need to have that top 10. I really hope it is that type of race. Robert Hamilton's Alonso will take it when Max and Checo take each other out. Not sure Max will, unless we get a safety car or something, not sure Max will even get really that close to Perez in this race. But again, if there is safety cars at the right time, or a red flag, of course, then it is possible. But Hempler says speed trap in the hardest sector would be interesting. McLaren have to be making it up somewhere. 17 clicks difference top is huge. Well, yeah, as I showed with the sector times, in Sector 1, McLaren are best of the rest after the top 5 teams. And then Sector 2, they're on the pace of Alpine and Haas. And then the final sector, you can see they're a lot slower. And I'm assuming, I don't know for sure where the main top highest speed trap, whatever you want to call it. I'm not sure exactly where it is placed around the track. It's either, like I said, it's either right before turn 22, that fast left-hander, and then it quickly goes into a right-hander where Logan Sargent spun yesterday. Or it's right before the final corner. For most tracks, it is easy to know where the main speed trap is because you have, one main straight that is quite a bit longer than all the others. But for this weekend, all the straights are kind of similar in terms of length and how long you're on throttle for. So, yeah, obviously at the Australian Grand Prix, the main speed trap there will be the long power section going up to the fast left-right chicane of turns, now turn 9 and 10. I think you guys know what I mean. The fast left-right chicane at Melbourne. I think the long power section that is now there, because obviously they got rid of a few corners in that middle sector, I think that will be the main speed trap in Melbourne. And obviously Baku, we all know where the main speed trap there will be at the end of the very, 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 very long pit straight. Memnarch, is Piastri quicker than Norris already? No, I don't think he is. I mean, Lando, at the end of the day, it's his responsibility for why he ended up in the position that he's going to be starting the race from. Obviously, 19th on the grid. He made the mistake, broke his car with that mistake, and, you know, the mechanics couldn't get it finished in time, in terms of getting it repaired. But I still think Lando is quicker than Oscar. But once Oscar starts to consistently put in, you know, good laps and that, and gets in the groove, it will be interesting to see just how close and competitive it is with Norris and Piastri. Because so far, we can't really tell, you know, how that battle is going on. Plus, when the new upgrade comes, which is going to change this McLaren car so much, you know, it could suit one driver over the other. So, yeah, we'll see what happens when we get to Baku and, you know, into, let's say, the middle of the season. And then Narch also says, yeah, I think Checo takes it, but I hope Alonso will do it. I think the reason, I mean, I'll get onto the reason actually with Aston Martin soon, but yeah, I just think Fernando, he's back to his best. You know, he's in a brilliant car, and in race conditions, I think that car is super quick, and I don't think they're as slow compared to Red Bull as people think they are. Say from Bahrain. Prank says, I just hope Checo and Nando don't crash. I don't really care who wins between the two. Either would make me happy, but a Nando win would mean a crazy race. Maybe. Aline says Alonso is going to win. See if we can find any other comments before we move on. Hello to Polish Eddie, who says Chaza, big caps. And Goat Farmer saying, enjoying listening Chaza while travelling overnight to Manila. That's interesting journey. Hope you're all good. And yeah, I think that's all of the comments in the chat so far. But yeah, we've still got just under 2 hours to go until the race starts. So yeah, I mean, I know it seems quite a far way away still, but trust me, it'll fly past. Especially once we go through all the teams, as we are going to do now. So yeah, I'm going to go through all the teams and explain in more detail why I think they'll finish in the positions I have predicted for today's Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. We'll start with Red Bull Racing, and we'll start with Perez. So yeah, Red Bull, they're very quick. There's no doubt about that. From qualifying, they have the best car. They may even still have, in today's race, the absolute quickest car. But because Max Verstappen is not totally out of play, because he'll still come through and I think finish on the podium, because, you know, you've got Fernando Alonso alongside Perez on the grid, and Alonso was very quick in Bahrain, and I still think in clean air the Aston Martin isn't that much slower than the Red Bull, and Perez obviously isn't exactly getting the most out of this Red Bull car, and Alonso, we know, is getting the absolute most out of the Aston Martin and himself. I just think Sergio will come out second best in the fight with Fernando today. Whether it's at the start of the race or maybe when we get to the pit stop phase. It should only, by the way, be a one-stop race today. Not sure in terms of what the best strategy will be today. I will have a look at what Pirelli have said so far in terms of what the best strategy they reckon is for the race. It is going to be a one-stop race for sure if there is no safety cars or red flags. But yeah, with Perez, I just think because of how great Alonso is and the Aston Martin car will be a very quick car in the race, I just think Alonso will get the job done because he is obviously quite a bit better than Sergio Perez is. Perez, I think the key for him really is staying in the lead at the start and that first stint is the absolute key for Perez if he is going to win the race. Because what he needs to do is build a good lead over Alonso of, say, 5 seconds or more. And also make sure that when we get to the pit stops between lap 20 and 30, most likely, that the gap from him to Alonso, but also from him to Verstappen, is substantial enough that Perez can hold on then for the victory. Because I don't think, let's say Max does get up to second place and is hunting down Perez for the last few laps, I don't think Red Bull are going to move Checo over to allow Max through. I don't think that's going to happen. And even if they asked him to, Perez is not going to allow Max through. There's no way that's going to happen. So, yeah. The first stint of the race, that is the key for Perez. If he, like I said, keeps the lead and builds a good, healthy lead over Alonso, and Max, hopefully for Perez, is quite far behind, 15 seconds or more once they get to the pit stops, then Perez, I think, has got a very, very, very good chance of winning. Not 100%, but a very, 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 like I said, good chance of winning. Like a 95% chance at that point. So, yeah, just got to make sure he nails the first 20 laps of this race. And I think Perez will win. But, like I said, my actual prediction is he won't win because I think Fernando, whether it's at the start or during the first stint or at the pit stop phase, I think Alonso will get the job done over Perez. I think the Aston Martin will hang on to the back of Perez. And yeah, I think Alonso will, when needed, in a critical moment, get the job done and get the overtake done on Perez for the lead and for the win. In regards to Max Verstappen, yeah, obviously if he was on pole today, he'd win the race by a country mile. There is no doubt about that. But of course he is not. He is starting 15th. And for Max, if he is going to win today, the key for him is to get into the top 10 by, say, lap 4 or 5. If he can't get into the top 10 that quickly, then it's going to be a bit more of a struggle for him to maybe win this race. And then I would say by lap 25, which is exactly halfway through the race, because obviously lap 50 is the last lap of the race, and it's a 50-lap race. If by lap 25 he is in 3rd or 4th place, then he still has a decent chance of winning. But I still think, realistically, Max can't win today unless of a safety car or a red flag at a good time for Verstappen. So 3rd, I think it will be, because Alonso and Perez, I think, will just have too much pace for Verstappen to be able to catch them before the end of the Grand Prix. But we should see some great fights as he comes through the field. Max against Leclerc, Hamilton, Russell, maybe one of the Alpines as well. Obviously, Alpine looking quick. Lance Stroll in the Aston Martin looking quick as well. So we should get some great battles with Max against some of the premier drivers in Formula 1. But I do not think he's going to replicate what he did at Spa. I don't think that's going to happen because, one, not enough laps, and secondly, not as easy to overtake here as it is at Spa. So yeah, Verstappen finishing 3rd. Red Bull will still get a good chunk of points, but I don't think they win the race today. We'll go on to the Ferrari team though, who, going into this race, things are not looking good. Their race pace, as I showed a few moments ago, their race pace is a lot better than it was in Bahrain. It's okay, but compared to the other teams, it's still not quite good enough. And because of their poor grid position, Sainz in 4th, Leclerc in 12th, they're just not going to be able to utilise that better race pace in comparison to the others to get a properly strong and good result from this Grand Prix. So, yeah. I think Ferrari, like I said, will finish in 7th and 9th. Carlos Sainz has been really bad this weekend. Like I said earlier, very poor effort from him in qualifying, half a second slower than Leclerc. That is just simply not good enough. And I think because Ferrari are wearing their tyres out more, they will, with Sainz, lose position to Lance Stroll and to Lewis Hamilton because the Mercedes and Aston Martin are looking after their tyres better. And Hamilton, obviously, better driver than Sainz and will have a better day today. And Lance Stroll obviously will benefit from the great race pace of the Aston Martin. And the only reason I've got him finishing ahead of the Alpine of Ocon is because I just don't think the Alpine will be quite that quick today to get ahead of the Ferrari of Sainz. But yeah, I think Sainz is going to have one of those really poor days where he has no pace at all and is just nowhere near the podium. And for Charles Leclerc, if he's going to get like a top 6 finish, he needs to have just an amazing first few laps. He needs to be really up to like 7th or 8th place by like lap, I don't know, 8, 9 of the race. If he's not, then it's going to be a bit of a struggle for him because, again, the Ferrari race pace compared to, say, Alpine is not great. I mean, Alpine were actually, on average, a 10th quicker than the Ferrari team in the long runs on Friday. And because Leclerc obviously has a poor grid position, I don't think he'll be able to really utilise that better race pace from P12. Obviously, he'll pass Hulkenberg. I think he will pass Pierre Gasly because Gasly hasn't been that great from really qualifying onwards and is definitely the second of the Alpines. And obviously Oscar Piastri in the McLaren, which is still quite a bit slower than the Ferrari. He'll pass him as well. But I do think that really the Alpines is where they'll be around at the end of the race. And that's who they'll be racing towards the end of the Grand Prix. And I think he'll have trouble passing the Alpine of Ocon because Ocon has been consistently really quick this weekend. And the Alpine car looks very good as well. So yeah, Ferrari 7th and 9th is what I'm predicting. I think they're going to struggle a lot. Again, it's good to see better race pace from them, but the grid position is just too poor for them to utilise it, and they are not in for a good day. Mercedes, yeah, good day I thought yesterday for the Mercedes team, to be honest. Russell obviously finishing up in 4th place, and he'll start 3rd. One of the drives of the day, for sure, from George Russell to get that, car ahead of the Ferrari of Sainz and also the Aston Martin of Stroll. And Mercedes still proving that their car, I mean, it's still not good enough for them, and it should be a lot better, but it's still not that bad, at least in qualifying. It's not absolutely horrible or anything. So, yeah, looking all right for Mercedes. The only issue really is, well, Lewis Hamilton and what happened with him. Just a horrendous final lap where he did not improve his time, got swamped by a couple drivers, I think Stroll and Ocon. If he had improved his final time, he could have ended up, say, 5th on the grid for today, which would have been a good position for him. And he may have then been a contender for the podium, but I think starting in P7, he is just too far back in that position, and I don't think he can get a podium from there. But I think he will finish in 6th, very close to Stroll and not too far away from teammate Russell. But Russell will be the main man for Mercedes today. And I think a podium is possible, but only if Max Verstappen, for whatever reason, has a bit of a struggle coming through the field. Whether that's because, I don't know, damage to his car from a lap 1 incident, a mistake, reliability trouble, whatever. That's what's needed for Mercedes if they're going to be on the podium, because I just think Verstappen will still be, from 15th on the grid, too quick for the Mercedes team to get onto the podium. But the pace, definitely, from this team looking quite a bit better, and that is positive to see. Of course, in 6 to 10 weeks from now, they're going to be bringing their basically completely new car. And if it does improve their performance by a few tenths of a second, Mercedes will be properly back. Because, they weren't that bad yesterday. And that is for sure. But before I move on to Aston Martin, just want to read out a quick super chat from Turbo GSR for $10. Thank you very much for that. Who says, thanks for the stream, Chazza. Breaking on Sky Sports. Paul di Resta has passed away from AIDS. Oh my god. You're getting way too carried away with this. He was just too fast. Rest in pieces. Also breaking on Sky Sports. Nikita Mazepin will be replacing him. Cheers for that. Yeah, just try and not go any further with the rest of memes, because yeah, that's a bit extreme. But anyway, let's move on to Aston Martin before we get into the other teams. And yeah, Fernando Alonso and Aston Martin, I believe, will win the Grand Prix today. And like I said when I was going through Red Bull, whether it's at the start of the race, Alonso gets into the lead, or in the first stint, or at the pit stop phase, I think somehow, someway, in a critical moment, Alonso will make the difference and will get ahead of Perez and will hold on for the victory of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And even if Perez, let's say Alonso does get ahead of of Perez, or Verstappen is right behind him, Alonso will put up an incredibly fierce defense, as we know, and is still one of the best racers out there. So even if the Red Bull is quite a bit quicker than the Aston Martin, Alonso, I still think will be able to put up a great defense if he is ahead on circuit. But yeah, like I said, in a critical moment, whether it's the start of the race, a safety car restart, an outlap from the pits, try and undercut past Perez, Alonso will make the difference today and will get the W. And Aston Martin, as you'll see in this race, and I am, maybe put my neck on the line a bit, Aston Martin will show in this race that they do have the pace. Maybe not to be as quick, absolutely, as Red Bull, because remember, Perez is not the quickest Red Bull driver, but they will show that they're not that far away from Red Bull in race pace terms. Because I think people overreacted a bit from Bahrain with how great Red Bull were compared to everybody else. Because remember, Alonso in the Aston Martin, I think in clean air had the second best race pace in terms of the second best team. But obviously had a lot of traffic to deal with, overtaking, all of that. And that kind of skewed what Alonso could have done with his lap times in the Bahrain Grand Prix. So I think you'll see a lot more today that Aston Martin, they are legitimately the second best team currently in Formula 1. For the man on screen, Lance Stroll, watch out for him as well, because again, with the Aston Martin pace, he will be a contender, possibly, for the podium as well. And I think he'll be right behind Lance Stroll as... right behind George Russell, as we come to the end of the race in the battle for fourth, possibly the battle for third, if Max Verstappen has a bit of a struggle. So, yeah, watch out for Stroll. He is going to be a strong contender today for a good points haul and possibly even a podium. And, if Aston Martin do get the result that I think they will, then they will then be in a comfortable second place in the a comfortable second place in the Constructors' Championship. And really, I think we have to say at the minute, Aston Martin are the clear favourites to finish second in the Constructors. I really hope, to be honest, I mean, I don't mind who wins the race, of course, as I say plenty of times. As long as we get an exciting race, I don't care who wins. But I would really love it if Fernando won today, because it would really help our excitement for the rest of the season. Because Aston Martin, they're only going to get better. Remember, they have, 37% more wind tunnel time allowed to them this season than Red Bull. And Aston Martin, currently are pretty much the second best team. So, imagine what they can do in the second half of the season. And yeah, I really hope they can get that W today. And maybe a few more Ws in 2023. And the final... It's hard to say if they're a front-running team or not. Front-running-ish team, this weekend at least. Alpine, we'll go on to them. And yeah, Alpine, they've been pretty quick this weekend. I still don't think they are as quick as in qualifying trim, I don't think they were as quick as Red Bull, Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, but they were right in the mix with them. That is clear to see. Ocon obviously starting the race from P6 today. Pierre Gasly will be starting from P9. That is a brilliant turn up of form after what was, considering some of the hype behind Alpine coming into the season, a bit of a mediocre Bahrain Grand Prix, to be honest, where they were 9th and 20th on the grid, and then I think was it 9th for Gasly and a retirement for Ocon in the race. So yeah, let's hope for a bit better today. The Alpine team, no massive failures like what happened with Ocon, which caused him to have a disastrous race to pick up, I think, 15 seconds or 20 seconds worth of penalties. And yeah, I think Ocon and Alpine will have similar pace, if not slightly better pace than Ferrari today, and that will see them racing Ferrari towards the end of the Grand Prix. And if they can score more points than Ferrari today, then that would be a brilliant effort. And maybe then Alpine can set their sights on possibly catching Ferrari this season, because I don't think Alpine's performance this weekend is necessarily because of, you know, the track layout. I think this car, I think they've now fully shown, you know, the potential of this car, and I think they'll be, again, not quite a front-running team, but they'll be in the mix, certainly in the races, with your Mercedes team, Ferrari team to a certain extent, and will definitely be in there with those top teams, again, to a certain extent. So, yeah, I'm really hoping they have a good result today, and they should quite comfortably boost themselves into 5th in the Constructors' Championship. And yeah, I've got Ocon finishing in 8th and Gasly finishing in P10. And let's go on to the much lower down teams, at least in terms of pace, and we'll start with McLaren again. What a job Oscar Piastri did with the, by far, the worst speed trap in qualifying. He was 17 kilometers an hour slower in the main speed trap in qualifying than Sergio Perez in the Red Bull, and still ended up just under a second slower than Perez in qualifying. That is an incredible effort from Oscar, and he was clearly driver of the day. And if he was to score points today on pure merit, then he would probably have to be driver of the day today as well, because that McLaren is so incredibly slow in a straight line. It's reminding me of the McLaren Honda days. That's how bad their straight line speed is right now. And they were even 6 kilometers an hour slower than the next best, or the second worst team in the speed trap, being AlphaTauri. So that's how bad it is for the McLaren team. But yeah, Piastri, let's say if everyone finishes the race, I think realistically Piastri finishes in P11. The McLaren race pace is quite a bit better than Haas and Alfa Romeo teams, so he should be fine against them. As long as he doesn't get a massively poor start, he should be okay. With Lando Norris starting 19th, yeah, because of the really bad straight line speed, it's going to be very hard for him to overtake today. I think he will progress from 19th. I think he'll probably finish in, I don't know, 16th, 15th maybe. Again, it's going to be really hard though for him to make serious progress because the McLaren just doesn't have any straight line speed really. So yeah, McLaren really not in a, not in a great spot with that. But obviously with Piastri up in P8 on the grid he'll be, that is truly superb. And I really hope he has a good race today and at least just gets the best out of the car and gets the best result possibly he can, because he deserves to have a decent result here and maybe even a point, or get a point out of this race, considering how great his qualifying was yesterday. Yeah, we'll see how he gets on in the race, but yeah, I think he'll be swamped, definitely, obviously, by the Ferrari and Red Bull, of Leclerc and Verstappen behind, but also the Alpine of Gasly, I think also will be able to get his way past, because the Alpine is definitely a faster car right now, and obviously a lot quicker down the straights than the McLaren as well. And we'll go on to the last few teams. Alfa Romeo. Yeah, not great. I mean, better than what they showed in practice, but still not great. 12th and 14th on the grid. Got to say, though, good job by Zhou Guanyu, man on screen, to out-qualify Bottas around a track where this time last year he was out-qualified massively by Bottas in a pretty poor race as well, did Zhou. So, good effort from him. I'm just hoping that he can keep that up now into the race and at least finish ahead of Bottas and get the most out of the Alfa Romeo, even though there isn't really much to get out of this car because it's not very quick this weekend. Yeah, looking at the race pace, the Alfa Romeo from FP2 on average had the second worst pace out of any other team. So yeah, that is, of course, not good at all. And with them 12th and 14th, I just don't see how they finish in the points. I think really the team they'll be racing today is obviously Haas F1, maybe Williams and the Williams of Albon, and maybe Tsunoda as well. But yeah, they're not going to be fighting for points today. Their car is just not quick enough and hasn't got, I think, simply enough grip. In the middle and final sector, it's okay, but in the first sector, it just isn't quick enough. And that's really why they're not in the top 10 this weekend. And I really do not see them replicating the 8th place finish with Valtteri Bottas from Bahrain, which sees them obviously 8th in the not 8th, 5th in the Constructors' Championship after the first race. And I'd be very surprised if they're still there at the checkered flag later on this evening. And we'll go on to their team that should be their rivals today, Haas F1. And yeah, qualifying, I think realistically, was probably the best they could do. Yeah, they should have probably got ahead of Piastri and the McLaren because the Haas in qualifying trim was probably the faster car. But Piastri just did an amazing job to get, into the position that he got into. Yeah, really, they did the best they could. They're just not top 10 material this weekend. And yeah, from the long run data, their race pace was the worst in the entire field. So Haas will drop back. Hulkenberg will probably finish, 14th, 15th. Magnussen probably 17th, 18th. And yeah, they will be nowhere near a points finish and probably finish a lap down on whoever wins the Grand Prix if there isn't a safety car in the race. AlphaTauri, of course, they have had a pretty poor, a pretty poor weekend. They've just had a really serious lack of pace down the straights, which again doesn't make any sense because Red Bull, same powertrain, similar-ish design, and they're 11 kilometers an hour quicker down the straights. Again, it just doesn't make really any sense to me why they would be so slow. And the middle sector and the final sector is really where they've been suffering the most. The only positive I can have for AlphaTauri is that their race pace was better on Friday than Alfa Romeo and Haas, and was as good as McLaren's, and they were about on the same pace. So they will do better today. Tsunoda in 16th, I think, will probably finish in 13th, 14th, something like that, which would be a decent race for him. But yeah, obviously there's no chance of a points finish. Tsunoda was very close to a point in Bahrain, but I don't think he'll get anywhere near that close today. Nick De Vries has had a bit of a tricky weekend. As you can see on screen, this is him when he spun into turn 1 with his first flying lap in Q1. And yeah, obviously missed practice 3 because of the team having to fit a completely new power unit. Let's hope that power unit does not fail him today. Yeah, AlphaTauri, no chance of points, and they'll be quite a bit away. But they probably can beat Haas today, I think, because, the AlphaTauri car clearly has a much better race pace than what Haas have. And one team, the final team we'll go on to, that has a really good race pace, but unfortunately poor grid position, is the Williams team. Alex Albon, like I showed earlier, had the 6th best or Williams, let's say, had the 6th best race pace on average in FP2. They were quicker than McLaren by a couple tenths, way quicker than Haas and Alfa Romeo as well. And things going into qualifying were looking good. Their qualifying speed looked pretty decent. Looked like Albon was a sure thing to get into Q2. But then, yeah, both drivers just didn't produce a good enough lap. Albon struggled with the rear of his car quite a bit in Q1. And then Logan Sargent had a very wild session, going off all over the place and even breaking his car, I think, to at the end of the session. And yeah, it was just a poor result for the team. But they will make progress today. I think Alex Albon will finish in, I'm going to go 13th for Albon. Maybe P12 if he can really get after those Alfa Romeos. But yeah, he will be definitely finishing higher than where he is starting. And Logan Sargent, I think, will make some progress as well. I think he'll probably finish in, I don't know, 17th maybe today. But yeah, watch out for Albon, because if there is some retirements from the top 10, Alex Albon, he's got the pace to contend for a point. There is no doubt about that. So watch out for Albon in the Williams. And yeah, it is good to see, I have to say, after the first couple of races, that Williams have got good race pace, because obviously it's something we haven't seen from them in such a long time. And we saw in Bahrain how good their race pace was. What was I going to say? I think the key this season for them is just delivering in qualifying a good result or a decent result. Because then in the race, they can then go, progress on and then go and get maybe a point or two. And again, that is really the key for them this season. Because if they have poor qualifyings too much, they won't be able to utilise that very good race pace, unfortunately. But guys, those are all the teams. And I'll go back to this picture. And one thing I will do quickly, I'm going to hide the countdown a minute. And I'm just going to get rid of all of these graphics, so my stream has a better chance of running quicker. I'll just get rid of all of these. Obviously, if you want to go check out all of the data, make sure to click to an early part of the stream where I went through it all. And yeah, let me just quickly show it. Yeah, this is the average lap times for everyone and how it all ranked by team. And you can see for the top 5 teams, it is very, very close. And yeah, looking nice and exciting. And just a reminder, this is my race prediction. Alonso to win, Perez 2nd, Verstappen 3rd, Russell 4th, Stroll 5th, Hamilton 6th, Sainz in 7th, Ocon 8th, Leclerc 9th, and Pierre Gasly in P10. And I'll just get rid of the couple F2 things as well. And obviously we're done with the F2 stuff for today. And just a quick reminder of the schedule or the next 2 pieces of content coming on the channel. So I will be live tomorrow night, Monday night at 8 PM UK time, to do a review of some of the big talking points from the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. There will also, if there is enough talking points, likely be a recorded part of that stream that is uploaded the day after as a video. So there'll be that as well as content. And then the next stream after that will be next Friday, Friday the 24th, live at 8 PM. Yeah, topic, as it says, to be confirmed. I'll let you guys know probably, I don't know, the day before, the day of that stream, the morning of, what the stream is going to be about. So yeah, make sure to subscribe for more content like this. And let me just get the countdown back on your screen. And we have got we've got what? About an hour and 26 minutes to go. Yeah, about an hour and 26 minutes to go until the race begins in Jeddah. And again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because obviously we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix. And, if you want to keep up the, what's going on in Formula 1, Formula 2 as well, because we cover that, then make sure to subscribe and hit the notifications bell. And for everyone watching right now, if you haven't already, don't forget to smash the like button. We're currently on 67 likes. Let's get those likes up. Let's try and get to 80, 85 likes if we can by the time the race starts. And if you haven't already, also make sure to vote in the poll at the top of the live chat to let me know who do you think wins the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. The options you have are Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, and Russell. We've had about nearly 200 votes on that poll, so make sure to cast your vote as well. It'd be great if you guys could. Yeah, I'm done really going through all the teams, so now it's well, not down to you guys, but now it's to you guys in terms of what is your opinion coming into this race? What do you think's going to happen? That's what I want to hear from you guys in the next, say, hour and 15, hour and 20 minutes. So let me know in the live chat, what do you think is going to happen here in Saudi Arabia? Right, let's go through the chat and see what you guys are saying. Astro Steva says, thank you for Verstappen's drive shaft. May you repeat your performance many times for the sake of this year's title and racing, please. Crawford says Sainz was all over the place from the weekend start, really struggling with the car. Yeah, he's just not been good at all. He's been consistently quite a bit behind his teammate really the whole weekend. And yeah, it's just been really poor, but half a second is simply not good enough. He should have been really finishing up in, given how quick Leclerc was compared to Alonso, I think Sainz should have been ahead of Alonso in qualifying and be on the front row alongside Perez. But obviously he wasn't. And I mean, Sainz really, kind of blowing a chance there to maybe win the race with that poor lap. And yeah, just simply not good enough from the Spaniard. As we've seen, I think too many times in the last few years, or not few years, the last year, with him at Ferrari, where his qualifying efforts just don't quite hit the nail on the head. Dustin Salinas says, while I disagree that Alonso will win over Perez, if Alonso pulls ahead in the first part of the race, that's going to make for some super fun racing / defending. Absolutely. My hope is that Fernando does take the lead on the first lap, because that will just set us up perfectly for a brilliant fight for victory, and obviously for all the other positions throughout the field. And yeah, it's going to be just such a super competitive race. There is no doubt about that. As I'm just thinking, actually, with the race strategy, that's actually one thing I need to check quickly, is what have Pirelli said in terms of what is the best strategy for the race today? Let me have a look. Red Bull, apparently, I just saw a tweet. Red Bull mechanics are working on Perez's car. This is from 45 minutes ago. With some changes by the looks of it going on. So maybe some reliability trouble there for Perez. That's not good. But yeah, let me just quickly have a look at Pirelli's Twitter account to see what they're saying. Because normally, before the race, they'll post, yeah, this is what we think the best. And here we go. So Pirelli think the best strategy is a one-stop, and it is to start on the medium and then pit onto the hard compound tyre, which is what I've been saying all weekend is the best strategy for this Grand Prix. And they say pitting between lap 18 and 25 is when the cars should pit. And yeah, we'll see whether they do decide to do that. I'm just thinking, though, with Max Verstappen, will Red Bull, because he's in 15th and he needs to make progress, will they decide to put him on the soft tyre to really just fly him up the field really quickly? And then maybe, because the Red Bull, we know, manages its tyres very well. We saw that in Bahrain, even with, I think, both Red Bulls using the soft compound tyre twice. Their pace and tyre wear was really good. If they can try and get him to go to like lap 20 on the soft tyre, then they could then pit him onto the hard tyre to go to the end. So I'm just thinking maybe they might try that, because they did at Spa when he came back to win that race. They started him on the soft tyre, and even though the soft tyre degraded that race pretty quickly in what was a pretty hot race, for Spa at least, his pace coming through the field was so good on that tyre that eventually it helped him, to get to the lead as early as he did. So, yeah, maybe Red Bull, maybe even Ferrari with Leclerc will decide to go onto that tyre. But, yeah, for 95% of the field, they're going to be starting on the medium or, I think, hard compound tyre for sure. And, yeah, medium and hard tyres, the tyres that will be used the most in this Grand Prix. There's no doubt about that, in my mind at least. Astro Steven says Sainz's first season with Ferrari looked good, but his second, and now, yeah, not so much. I think the first season, I think people, he was really good in that 2021 season, don't get me wrong, but I think people overreacted with how good it was, because Leclerc was still, as we saw with the qualifying head-to-head, comfortably quicker. And really the reason Carlos finished ahead of him was consistency. And, the results were great. He was consistently great. That's something he was really good at McLaren. And that's why he got great championship positions in those seasons. But he wasn't able, most of the time, to match the pace of Leclerc. And yeah, it was just that consistency, which is why Carlos ended up finishing ahead of Leclerc in the championship. I think people, believed the hype a bit too much and actually thought like Sainz could win the championship for Ferrari. I've never, even after 2021, I never sat here and thought Sainz is the best driver at Ferrari. Charles Leclerc is absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, the best driver at Ferrari. He has just much more pace. I think he is a better quality overtaker than Carlos is. He can, Leclerc, overstep the boundaries here or there, but I think it's just a better racer than Carlos. I think where Carlos does better is, consistency. Maybe you could say consistency of lap time. Managing tyres, maybe you could say, is better. But looking at the last few months, I don't think I'd necessarily agree with that. And yeah, I just think Leclerc, because he's just got that incredible raw speed, that he is better than what Carlos has. And it's just a better racer. I think that's why Leclerc is clearly the better driver at Ferrari. And there should be no doubt now who the number one driver at Ferrari is. It is Charles Leclerc. It's his team. He's the best driver. No contest, I'm afraid. Turbo GSR says, good day for Russell. Kind of meh for Hamilton. Interesting to see how they drive differently. Yeah, Lewis, I got to say, sounds pretty depressed after qualifying. I'm not surprised, really, because, he ended up 8th. And actually, this season, in the first 2 races, has been out-qualified by his teammate, which, that's got to be the first time in a long time where Lewis has been out-qualified in the first 2 races by his teammate, if ever. I think probably the last time that happened was 2007, when obviously Alonso was his teammate and Hamilton was just into Formula 1. But also, Lewis has failed to qualify in the top 6 of the grid in the first 2 races. When was the last time that happened? That was 2009, I think. So, yeah, just horrendous start to the season in terms of qualifying for Hamilton. I mean, the race in Bahrain, I thought went pretty well for him. I thought he really did the best he could with the lack of pace Mercedes had. But yeah, qualifying has been quite a struggle for Lewis, unfortunately. Josiah says Lewis just has no pace this weekend. I mean, we saw this last year, didn't we? Where he had similar issues where the car just wasn't... Him and the car just weren't at one with each other. Russell is very quick around this circuit, as we saw last year. And yeah, that's why he... that's why he was able to be finishing 5th with Hamilton. I think he finished 10th, didn't he, in the race last season. I don't think it'll be that bad for Lewis, but yeah, I wouldn't, with Lewis Hamilton in terms of this season and his performances, I wouldn't yet hit the panic button if you're a Hamilton fan or start really criticising him yet, because we're only 2 races in, and the next circuit we are going to is a Lewis Hamilton favourite, the Albert Park circuit in Melbourne. We've seen so many times him produce incredible laps around that circuit. And I mean, last year, even though Russell got the podium ahead of him in the race, Lewis was quicker than George in Australia last season. So, yeah, I expect him to be back to his best in Melbourne. And I'd expect him to be ahead of Russell in Melbourne as well, given how quick he is around that circuit. Turbo GSR says, honestly don't care who wins as long as it's racing or as long as it's exciting and competitive. Yep, same as me. I'm a Red Bull Honda fan, but would enjoy a Ferrari, Mercedes, Aston, heck, even Alpine or McLaren one as long as it was not a snooze. Yeah. I think I've seen certain people from certain fan bases complaining on Twitter that, 2023, it's so boring. It's so uncompetitive. And that is simply, the reason they're saying that is because, one, their team isn't winning or doesn't have a good car. Ferrari and Mercedes, if you're wondering what fan bases those are. But, if you forget Red Bull and you look at, the fight below them, it's really close. Look at, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Mercedes, Alpine this weekend. They're all on like similar-ish pace. Looks really, really close. And even though you got Piastri and the McLaren in there as well. I mean, yeah, it is a bit annoying that Red Bull is so quick, but congratulations to them. They've got the best car. They deserve to be in that position. But just because Verstappen is likely to dominate this season does not mean that this season is going to be boring. I'll give you an example. 2020, Mercedes had by far the best car on the grid. Lewis Hamilton won, 70% of the races. The Mercedes car was just stupidly good that year. But 2020 was really exciting. Really exciting. We had so many classic races, so many great moments, so many surprise podiums. But, even though Hamilton and Mercedes were so quick and they won, Mercedes almost every race, I didn't sit there and was like, this is so boring. It wasn't boring. The racing was brilliant. The races were exciting. We had many great moments and it was great. So it doesn't matter if you've got just one dominant team out front. Yeah, it does make it even better if you've got an exciting close fight for the win every weekend like we had in 2021. Of course, in an ideal world, that's what we want. But just to get an exciting race, we don't need every team to be on like similar pace. Because again, look at 2020. How many exciting races did we get that year? So many. The Austrian race in the first race of the season. Hungary that year. The 2 Silverstone races were classics. Won't quite say Monza was a classic, but had a great moment. Obviously, Gasly winning for AlphaTauri. A year after his friend Hubert died. That was a really emotional moment for me. I was crying at that, honestly. The Eiffel Grand Prix at the Nürburgring was, I remember that race was so exciting. What was it? The Sakir Grand Prix was really exciting. The Turkish Grand Prix was a classic. Like, you know, you could apply, if you applied the logic of those people to other seasons, then you would end up, you know, calling certain races and certain seasons boring when they weren't. Again, we don't need every team to be on similar pace and everyone to be really close with each other to have an exciting season or an exciting race. In 2019 even, we had loads of exciting races, even though Mercedes dominated the year and won like 15 races out of 20 or 21. Again, we don't necessarily need there to be a Verstappen-Hamilton 2021 situation for it to be an interesting season. Yeah, sorry for the bit of a ramble there, but it just frustrates me so much. Like, you know, there's 20 positions. It's not just the fight to win. Obviously, everyone is trying to fight to do the best they can, but not just about who wins. Not just about that. There's 20 cars out there, and hopefully in the future, 22 or 24 cars there'll be. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Turbo says, I feel like Zhou is better than Tsunoda, at least more consistent. Tsunoda is really on-off, it seems. Oh, that's hard, actually. I think Tsunoda is a faster driver than Zhou, but yeah, Zhou is more consistent. I'd probably rather have Tsunoda because he has more pace. Because Tsunoda is capable of the occasional really good race. With Zhou, I don't feel as though he is as capable of that. And Astra Steve is saying Tsunoda is improving, and I reckon underrated too. Did okay last race. Maybe he's turned the corner here. Was surprised if people hope so. Yeah, last Grand Prix, I thought he did pretty well. The car's just really bad, and that obviously doesn't help the AlphaTauri team. Or it doesn't help him, and doesn't just, you know, help his situation this season. Turbo GSR, how do you get track limit violation on that last hairpin corner? I've actually found out why Logan Sargent had his lap time deleted. It's because when he went to start his lap, he went, I think, off the track on the far right-hand side to get the best exit possible onto the pit straight. And, yeah, not allowed to do that, so that's what Logan did. Turbo saying, yeah, a lot of people say AlphaTauri did well in 2021, but in reality they underperformed compared to their average speed over the season. They were the 4th, 5th quickest, but finished, what was it, 6th? Yeah. Finished in 6th, and they really, on pace, should have finished in 5th place. Their car was really good. I mean, Pierre Gasly, I think I had a stat last season that Gasly, was it last season or 2021? I can't remember exactly, but there was a stat that Gasly had got into Q3 in 2021 in like 17 of the 21 races, which is a mental stat. And yeah, that AlphaTauri car was easily one of the top 5 best on the grid. I think the reason they failed AlphaTauri to finish in 5th is compared to Alpine, who obviously had Ocon and Alonso in their car that year, is because Ocon and Alonso is a much better driver lineup than Gasly and Tsunoda. And yeah, I think if you had swapped the driver lineups around and had obviously Ocon and Alonso in the AlphaTauri, Gasly, Tsunoda in the Alpine, I think AlphaTauri would have easily finished in 5th. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Hello to A Bridges, good to see you. Prank says, who knows? I knew Aston Martin would step up, but that much was crazy. Some of those could be well-educated guesses based on people movement and team statements. He may know people too. Not quite sure what you're talking about in the second half of your statement there, but yeah. The step up by Aston Martin is truly mental. Turbo says the only thing he mentioned about the Merc in the last few weeks was that the Merc will change philosophy but not go straight up Red Bull clone, and that they knew straight up testing would not go well. He claims it's a pride issue. I mean, I honestly, I think it should. They may as well just copy the Red Bull car. I mean, look at Aston Martin. It's basically, I mean, it's not totally the same, but fundamentally, it's pretty much a similar type car. Again, not exactly the same in all facets. Same engine, and look how quick they are. They're the second best team, and they're probably going to win a race or two this season. I'm sure Mercedes would love to be in that position. So, you know, they may as well just copy it. And remember, of course, half of Aston Martin's car is supplied by Mercedes. So Mercedes now know that certain parts of, you know, what they supply work with that design. So they may as well just copy it, what Aston Martin have done, and just produce a black Aston Martin, essentially. Let's find some other comments if I can. Robert Hamilton says, if there are a number of safety cars, that goes against Perez because it'd be hard for him to build up a time lead. Exactly. Turbo GSR says, hold on, where's his comment? Where'd it go? I've just gone too far up. He says, Break F1 is a great channel. I think it was you, Prank, who told me about it last year when that channel was still tiny. And then asks Prank about, did he predict that that YouTuber that Mercedes would not change their philosophy? Yeah, he's a good guy. He obviously used to work at Red Bull. Was he a performance engineer for Red Bull? And he worked for Mercedes as well, I think. Was it him that had that? I know he has that podcast with that Dan guy, the engine mode guy, who was at Red Bull for a few years. Yeah, they're both really good. And obviously, he goes into Break F1. He gets into the data a lot. And I think, to be honest, if you're going to give educated, or if you're going to give your views on Formula One, really, because of how data-centric this sport is, you've got to really make analysis of certain things, or your analyses of certain things, revolve around the data, because as long as you present data with context, I think it's pretty hard to argue with it at times. And yeah, I do like certainly people in the F1 content creator space that use data more so to make arguments rather than how they feel about it, which I probably was guilty of in the past, I've got to be honest, but I've definitely improved on that. And my viewpoints and arguments are a lot more data and evidence based. And to be honest, I think really, if you're going to make an argument for anything in life, you need to really be looking for evidence, not just backing it up, but also evidence maybe pointing to the contrary and pointing that maybe you are wrong. And yeah, I enjoy content creators that that make data-based or evidence-based arguments for why they think certain things, or they have certain viewpoints for Formula One. That's what I try to do here. And yeah, it's great that other people do that as well. But not everyone does. But, they can do whatever they want, to be honest. But yeah, that's just my view. Yeah, he's a great guy. Another super chat from Turbo GSR. $10 super chat again. Thank you very much, mate. Says 200% spot on, Chazza. The spreading quali was from 1st to 20th. There's only been 1.5 seconds. 1988, it was an average of 1 to 1.5 seconds from McLaren Honda to second Ferrari. 1 to 1.5 seconds from first to second. Yeah, I mean, that's what annoys me so much as well. Cheers for the super chat again, mate. when people sit there and do the whole armchair bullshit of, well, back in my day, back in 1990 or 1988, like, they'll make out that Formula One was super competitive and overtaking was, like, really easy, and that the drivers were, the best drivers of all time. I mean, some of them in that era, yeah, they are some of the best of all time, but I think a lot of myths are spread about certain eras in Formula One, especially back then. That season, for example, McLaren, they won every race except one. And obviously we all know what race that was. The race at Monza, where Ferrari got the 1-2. But, again, like I said, we don't necessarily need there to be a title fight every season for a season to be exciting. I can think of plenty of seasons where we've not had a championship battle that's gone really into the second half of the season or the end of the season, and it's been an exciting season. 2020, 2019, I'd say as well. 2016 did have a title fight, but it was between the same team. Drivers. 2013 even though Sebastian Vettel in the end dominated the championship, there were so many exciting races that year. 2011, again, Vettel dominated the season, but still, so many exciting races. I recommend quite a few of them, especially the German one, Hungary, Monza, Silverstone, obviously Canada. There's just so many great races that season, even though Sebastian Vettel won almost all of them. What other seasons are there? Even in 2004, where Michael Schumacher won, I think 13 out of 17 races, which is absolutely mental, to win that amount of races, percentage-wise, in a season. If you go back at that season, there's plenty of exciting races that year. You don't need title fights that go down to the last race of a season for it to be an exciting season. And I know people might not find this to be this might not be a popular opinion, but I know in 2007 we had a three-way title decider in Brazil between Raikkonen, Hamilton, Alonso. But if you go back and look at that season, a lot of those races that year were not that interesting. A lot of them were quite boring, to be honest. There wasn't that many exciting races that year. The only ones I can think of were probably Canada, obviously the race in Japan where the rain poured literally all day and it was horrible, the conditions. Obviously China, Brazil, the race at the Nürburgring. But really, most of the races in 2007, most of the really good races were good because there was rain rather than it being just naturally good. And yeah, if you go and look at those races that year, it wasn't that great of a season. Wasn't that exciting, to be honest. The only thing that was really exciting that season was the drama off track, Spygate and the Alonso-Hamilton war within McLaren. And that obviously we had such a close championship battle. But again, if you go look at the races that year, they weren't very exciting at all. A lot of them were quite boring, actually. But how long have we got to go? Just under an hour. Not too far away then. Until we are underway in Jeddah. 57 minutes or so? Until the race starts. And yeah, keep your comments coming, guys. And make sure to keep voting in the poll at the top of the live chat. I will get to the results, obviously, right before the race starts. Anil Kumar, the pattern in F1, he says, seems to be the good car continues to win. So does the driver matter more or the car? It depends on, for me, it depends on the gap between best car and the next best car as to how much of an effect the driver has had in that particular season. For example, again, maybe a bit controversial to some people, but I don't care. In 2020, yeah, Lewis Hamilton, won his 7th World Championship, broke the record for the most wins in F1, was great to see that. Obviously, there were certain drives that season where he was really great. I'm not denying that. But a lot of those wins that year was because the car was the best by miles. Let's not pretend like most of his wins that year were because Lewis was on another planet compared to everyone else. Most of the wins that year were because the Mercedes car was on another planet. Because it was, I mean, I still can't believe at times Verstappen did, or got certain results that season in 2020 that he did. Winning at Silverstone, winning in Abu Dhabi as well, did Verstappen, and was some other races not actually that far away from Hamilton in the Mercedes, despite the Mercedes being so much quicker. So, yeah. It depends on the gap to the other cars, on the next best car. Like I said, in 2020, there were some races where Hamilton was exceptionally great. I'd say Turkey, obviously. Probably say Hungary as well, even though the Mercedes car was incredibly quick there. I thought in the race with the changeable conditions, he was just on another planet compared to everybody else. And then other than that, I can't think really of any other races where he was exceptional, Lewis. And all the other wins that year really were down to the car just being way, way too quick. So, and I think I made this point a couple of days ago when, comparing drivers, is when you look at a driver's career, especially someone like Lewis Hamilton, who many times has been in the fastest car, or a car that is not just the fastest, but dominantly quicker than everything else out there. It is important to remember that, when you are in a car that is, half a second a lap quicker than anything else, at that point, the driver doesn't make as much of a difference with the results as, say, if the car is only a 1/10 or a 2/10 of a second clear of the next best car. So, 2020, yeah, Hamilton won the championship, but I don't think 2020 as a season, to be honest, even though there was a couple really great drives in that season from him, it doesn't add that much more greatness at all for me than he's added in other seasons. And I don't rank 2020 or say 2019 as seasons that were anywhere near his other years championships, such as 2017, 2018, when he had a really competitive close fight with Sebastian Vettel in the Ferrari, and obviously back in 2014, 2015, when he had Rosberg as his teammate, who was very close with him on performance. I think I rank those championships higher because he had to make the difference to win those titles. He couldn't just rely on the Mercedes car being half a second or a second a lap quicker than everyone else to just basically do his baseline performance and then let the car essentially do the rest of the work. And I feel the same about Max Verstappen this season. Verstappen is likely going to win like 15, 16 races this season and is going to dominate the championship, but I don't think it's really going to add anything to like how great is he truly compared to the other greats of Formula One history, because a lot of the wins this season he will get will be more because of the performance of the car rather than him making the difference. And really, you need to look at, or what I look at is, with the drivers, is in determining how good they are and how great they are, is, where have they made the difference? And why, with certain results, did they get those certain results because they made the difference or because the car made the difference? That's what I look at. And I think that's what people should look at, but obviously people have their own ways. Susanag says, still Hamilton and Ferrari fans complain about Verstappen making it boring. How did I feel when Hamilton won every year? Yeah, it's just the typical bullshit. When someone starts dominating, the other fan bases cry, and then when they start dominating, the other fan base is crying. It's just revolving door of crying about dominance. I mean, yeah, we had a lot of dominance, obviously, from Mercedes. I mean, obviously, during 2014, 15, 16, it really, a lot of the races weren't very interesting at all, I have to say. I will say, though, when despite them winning the championships in 2017, 18, 19, 20, even though they won all those titles, the racing and the seasons were still pretty exciting for me. So, yeah. Learn to love the midfield fights, says Turbo Gear. So, exactly. And we can try and find some more comments here. Yeah, that stat is insane, Chaz. I think you're talking about the Schumacher one. I think Verstappen actually broke the... I think last season he had a slightly higher win percentage than Michael had in 2004. I think he did by like 0.2% or something. Let's find some other comments here if I can. Turbo GSR says, I hate the F1 YouTube channels that simply copy and paste online articles and have some robot read it off to a slideshow. Yeah, that I've seen lately. There are so many of those. I mean, they get quite a lot of views, but a lot of what they post is just massive clickbait. So, yeah, they're not really proper YouTubers, to be honest. Prank says, agree about 2020 Chazza. Max was the best driver that year. I was hoping for rain every race. The thing is, it's hard to say in 2020 who truly was the best driver, because I know Max was great that season. He really was. But Lewis's car was so much better than Verstappen's that you can't really compare the two, can you? Because, again, the gap was just so big. There were certain races, though, where Max was absolutely better than Hamilton. What was it? The 70th anniversary race? Definitely, Max was by far the best driver that day. He was on another planet compared to everybody else in that race. And yeah, there was other races that year where he wasn't even that much slower than Mercedes, even though the Mercedes car was just massively quicker. To be honest, I think even the race at the Nürburgring, Max was only a few seconds away from Hamilton during the race, when Mercedes were clearly faster. But I wouldn't say Max was the best driver that year, because again, it is hard to tell just how he compared to Hamilton that year, to be honest. Michael Gideon, is Hamilton a good car quality specialist that doesn't do well in a car with bad habits? Is that why Russell better early until they fix the car late in the season? I think you could definitely say that, maybe that's why Russell this season so far, and also in the last year basically, has maybe coped with this Mercedes car that isn't handling very well to a better degree, is because Russell is used to worse handling cars and not that great handling cars in general. When Hamilton, before 2022, pretty much every car he drove in the V6 era that started in 2014 was pretty much on rails, except for maybe certain weekends where it wasn't. But yeah, maybe, Lewis is just not quite used to a car that is not quite, doing exactly everything that he wants it to. I mean, Russell, I'm sure, got used to that at Williams, especially in his debut season in 2019, when the car wouldn't do anything anyone told it to do that season. But, yeah, I think... I think probably Russell's experience at Williams has definitely helped him in terms of being able to get around handling issues. And with Lewis, I think he definitely likes the car to be set up in a more specific, and he likes the car to be in terms of the way it handles, to be in a more specific place than maybe the Russell wants or Russell enjoys. But I don't think we should panic about Hamilton. I think he will improve very, very soon. No doubt about that. But guys, we've got only 45 minutes more until lights out. So make sure to keep your comments coming about the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And if you haven't already, please let me know, what do you think is going to happen in the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in 45 minutes? Who do you think wins? Let me know in the poll at the top of the live chat. Your options are Verstappen, Perez, Alonso, and Russell. As well, probably in the next 20 minutes, or in 20 minutes rather, I'll probably post a link of the stream out again for the final time before we get going here for the race watch-along. And what else was I going to say? I was going to say something else, but I've completely forgot what it was. But yeah, make sure to keep posting your comments in the chat. Oh yeah, that's what it was. We're on what, 84 likes now? That's great. Thank you guys so much. Of course, if you have, smash a like button, really appreciate it. If you haven't hit the like button though, make sure to do so. Let's try and get to 100 likes before the race starts in 45 minutes. That would be great if we could. Let's find some other comments here. Turbo says, if Max can win on merit today and not fortune, then I would say Max is on another level. But even Verstappen today has no chance. I wouldn't say he has no chance, but yeah. Prank says, 21 was great because two concepts with different strengths and they were near equals, trading the fastest car by track. Yeah, 2021 was the perfect season in terms of what F1 fans want. We want 2021 as much as possible. Michael Jones says the next record to break for Verstappen is the Vettel one, 9 wins in a row. Yeah, that's going to be a hard one to break, to be honest. Because I don't think Red Bull are, compared to 10 years ago when Vettel did that 9 in a row win streak, I don't think they're as capable of it now. I mean, their car is probably similar in how much quicker it is than the rest of the field, but back then in the V8 era, reliability was a lot better than, for everyone than it is now, and I just feel as though they might struggle to get, 9 or even 10 in a row, because these cars are just a lot less reliable at the end of the day. Prank says Vettel's 9 will stand for a while. Yeah, I could see it happening. Turbo says maybe just used to having the fastest car and needs to reprogram his brain and driving to suit the car he has, not the one he wants. Yeah, I mean, that's obviously what he had to do last season. Lando Norris talked about it, I think, with his McLaren car last year, that he had to adapt his driving style to the car to get the results he did. And yeah, obviously everyone ideally wants the type of car, or a type of car that suits their driving style basically to a T, but that is not always possible. Turbo says as well, the drive shaft braking yesterday shows Red Bull or these style cars are just too prone to failure. Yeah, I just think reliability troubles would stop such a run, to be honest, from happening. Orbis Pieces hope the boys are careful at turn 1. Well, it's been good so far. In the 2 F2 races, they all got through okay. I think maybe 1 or 2 went to the escape road and, cut turn 2. But yeah, it was okay in the 2 F2 races, and I don't see why it won't be okay in the F1 race. Obviously, the F1 cars are bigger than the F2 cars by quite a bit, and they'll be approaching turn 1 at quite a bit more speed. And obviously, there's always a chance that someone can get caught out and then go rearing into the back of someone. Yeah, it should be okay. I think I'm more worried about like the exit of turn 2 going into turn 3, kind of like we had in 2021. That was one of the red flags I remember, where I think Perez got hit or clipped by a Ferrari, and then I think Mazepin then smashed into the back of Russell because they were all slowing down because of all the tyre smoke everywhere. So, yeah, I think those corners are more likely to see an accident, to be honest. Turbo saying, I don't remember seeing a ton of drive shaft failures in this engine spec area or era. It used to happen, obviously, a lot back in the 90s and the 80s, or even in the 2000s to a certain extent, when the cars were less reliable. But yeah, it's reliability of these cars is so much better than it used to be. Like 30 years ago, I mean, you can go look at the results of the races. There'll be so many retirements, and a lot of cars, especially the lower down cars, really struggled with their reliability. One thing I want to quickly check out, though, in terms of the tyres, is just gone onto Pirelli's Twitter account to look at who has used and new types of tyres. So Max Verstappen, thankfully for him, because obviously he didn't progress through to Q3 and use all the tyres that he normally would use, he has 2 new sets of mediums and 2 new sets of soft compound tyres and a new set of hards. Charles Leclerc has 1 new set of soft tyres and 1 new set of mediums and a new set of hards. Carlos Sainz also has a new set of soft tyres, so Ferrari have saved back a set. Maybe they'll go aggressive early on. The 2 Mercedes have 2 new sets of mediums. Trying to see. Interestingly, both Aston Martins, the only new set of tyres they've got is 1 new set for each driver of the medium tyre. They do not have a new set of the hard tyre. They've got a used set, which isn't a bad thing necessarily. Tyre wear's not that bad around here. And at least those hard tyres would have had a heat cycle. But yeah, I think the most interesting thing there is obviously Verstappen. He's got a lot of tyres to play with if he wants to really be aggressive and get through the field. And yeah, Ferrari, they have saved 1 set of each compound, and Mercedes have got an extra set of mediums if needed. So that is something to remember for the race. Like I said, though, my expectation still is that most people start on the mediums and finish on the hard tyre. Maybe you'll get a couple people go for the soft. We'll see, of course, how it all plays out during the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Of course, this is the final race in the Middle East until Qatar on the first weekend of October, where we'll be back at the Lusail International Circuit, which is the track, if you're wondering, that we raced at in 2021. I loved that track. I really loved that track, and I thought the Grand Prix that weekend was pretty exciting as well. So I'm looking forward to that race. And as well, there's a sprint on that weekend, so maybe we'll get a bit of a topsy-turvy sprint race in Qatar. But yeah, final race in the Middle East, and let's hope it's a bit better than it was in Bahrain, because Bahrain was a bit underwhelming. We got some great moments here or there, but it was not quite living up to the Bahrain Grand Prix of the past, to be honest. And well, the last 2 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix have been classics, really. Obviously, we had a classic fight for the win between Max and Leclerc that literally went down to the final corner and even to the finish line. And then the 2021 race, which was incredibly controversial, and we'll all remember it for years to come. So let's hope it lives up to the previous races in Jeddah. But let me just quickly look at Twitter to see if there's any news I can bring you guys. And see if there's any breaking news. And let me have a quick look. And right, so Red Bull, it's been announced an hour ago, Red Bull have changed Max Verstappen's gearbox again. And they are back to the one they used in Bahrain. Which, by the way, guys, remember, the one they used in Bahrain, Max was complaining of problem on the downshift. So, that gearbox is not 100%. So, yeah, they've got to have to go, had to go back to that gearbox. Right. Let me try find any other news possibly. No, I think that's the only thing. But yeah, new gearbox for Verstappen. No penalty because obviously he's only, I think, changed one gearbox. Hello, by the way, Nib. Good to see you. I'll just quickly read out Turbo GSR Super Chat quick. For another $5, who says Ferrari will go for the elite strat. The infamous undercut will start on the scrubbed inters before coming in early for virgin / new full wets. Yeah, I'm sure Ferrari cooking up a storm. Maybe not with the strategy, but probably with their engines. Let me know, guys, in the chat. Will Ferrari's... You know what? Fuck it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to end the poll in a minute, and I'm going to do a new poll. And it's going to be around Ferrari. So, yeah. I will do that in a second. Oh, God. It could be funny to see what you guys think. When I do that poll. As I'm just looking at the broadcast now. So, yeah, cars are on track. They're just obviously doing some laps on the way to the grid. The pit lane closes, I think, in like 3 minutes, maybe 4 minutes tops. So, yeah. Obviously, all the cars have to be out of the pit lane 30 minutes before the race. And if they're not, then they have to start from the pit lane. As Lewis Hamilton, we're looking at, who is just pounding round in the Mercedes. Car looks absolutely fine. But, yeah, obviously, 7th on the grid, not where he wants to be. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to end the poll in the chat. And... Turbo for another $5 says, lots of history of rain. Torrential in Saudi. Spinella. Oh, God. Those memes. We miss those memes. Hopefully they'll come back someday. Yeah, I'm going to end this poll in chat. And I'm going to make a new one quickly. So the poll, 350 votes. Thank you guys so much for voting in this poll. I asked you, who do you think will win the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix? Max Verstappen just about won the vote with 33% of the vote, so it was a very close one. With Alonso second, 31%, Perez third, 28%, and Russell clearly fourth with 6% of the vote. So yeah, good to see how close it was there, and thanks for voting. By the way, we're on 95 likes, so let's try and get to 100 if we can before the race. 100 likes on the stream. Let me just do one more poll in the chat before we get going. Will Ferrari have... Hold on. Will Ferrari have engine... Right. Let me post this. So, that poll, the new poll, now going on the chat. And the question is simple. Will Ferrari have an engine failure today? Yes or no? Let me know in the next, say, 20, 25 minutes. And we'll see what you guys have to say. I mean, it's hard to predict, really, whether a team is going to have engine issues, unless it's like McLaren, Honda. But, yeah, I don't think... I I don't think with Ferrari it's still that easy to predict. But let me know in the chat whether you think it's a yes or a no. And one thing I will do quickly is for the final time. And cheers, guys. We're on 100 likes now. That's great. Thank you guys so much for the likes. Let's now post the link of the stream out just one final time before we get going. The final 30 minutes build up. Come join us here to Watchalong, the Saudi Arabian GP, and I'll just post it on Twitter, and then we'll get into more of your comments. Of course, I've gone through my build up, and given my predictions. Let me just quickly post it on Twitter. So come join us here to watch along the F1 race in Jeddah. And I'll just do a couple hashtags and then we'll get into more of your comments. And if you have not already, guys, if you've just joined, let me know in the chat, what do you think is going to happen in this Saudi Arabian Grand Prix? And there you go. All done. Vincent says, clicked yes on the new poll as well. Ferrari have to be able to make up the whole race. Or make the whole race under full power. They may get it, but I don't think it happened yet. Anyone know what Binotto's been up to? Probably had gardening leave for at least a while. Usually, 6 months to a year? Yeah, he's. I think his gardening leave is probably going to be a year. I can't remember exactly how long it is, but yeah, he's going to be gardening for a while, is Binotto. And I am pretty sure we will see him in Formula 1 again. I'd be very surprised if we never saw him again in F1. Because he could still be a really good use for other teams, especially McLaren. I mean, one of the head aerodynamic guys at Ferrari has just left, David Sanchez, and has gone to McLaren to join James Key in the technical department there. And Sanchez used to actually work for McLaren, I think between 2007 and 2012. So maybe Binotto, could go there. I know, obviously, making the team a bit more Italian, maybe not, might not sit well with, the maybe certain people within the team. But if McLaren want to become a front-running team, they've got to poach the best people available. And if they're not trying to hire Binotto for like a technical director role, then I have no clue what they're doing. Because if he's available, go get him. That's really what their strategy should be for trying to hire and make their team better, as there is a lot of work going on to the front part of the Red Bull of Sergio Perez, as Martin Brundle doing his grid walk, interviewing the Red Bull team boss, Christian Horner. I'm sure Perez's car will be fine, but there was work going on the car before even, we got to, say, the driver's parade and that. So, yeah, it's interesting that they still aren't quite happy with Perez's car there. Why the hell did Ferrari replace both engines when the failure was the hybrid control electronics? That's what makes no sense. I think it's precautionary, but knowing them, they'll fail as well. Robert Heyman says Verstappen is in his prime, and even with car issues, you cannot count him out. True, we saw obviously the Belgian Grand Prix last season. Michael Gideon says Binotto's laughing every day, so you think you can run Ferrari? Vincent says, I think Binotto had a 1-year non-compete. Yeah, but once that's over and done with, teams like McLaren, even, you know, Sauber, who obviously are going to eventually become the Audi team, they should be really looking at hiring him because, you know, he would be absolutely a good addition. And let's be honest, even though as a team boss I thought he was just completely out of his depth and just wasn't that really, the way he ran the team I thought was quite poor. But again, it's because he was really out of his depth and just he's not supposed to be a team principal. He's just not fit for that role. He's not qualified for that role. As a technical guy, he is good. I'm not going to deny that he is quality in that role. We saw him before he became team principal. He, you know, helped design 2 really good Ferrari cars in 2017 and 2018, especially the 2017 car. And even though he was still team boss, he probably had a big hand in the 2022 design as well, which saw Ferrari fly back up the field from being a midfield team for a couple years. So, yeah. Binotto, from a technical standpoint, he's got a lot of quality, for sure. And teams like McLaren, Alpine, Sauber, when they become Audi, they could absolutely do with someone like him. Binotto made some decent cars, also led Ferrari recovery last year from 2020. Again, technically, yeah, he helped design some good cars. I'm not going to deny that. But with the 2020, as Martin Brundle interviewing Martin Whitmarsh there, obviously Whitmarsh used to be with McLaren for years, and when Martin Brundle raced for McLaren in 1994, I'm pretty sure Martin was one of the few higher ups at McLaren. So, yeah. What was I going to say? With Binotto, yeah, with the whole 2020 thing and people saying, oh, he did a good job bringing the team back from where they were in 2020. Yeah, but let's remember why they were in that position. The reason they were in that position really is because of Binotto. Because, you know, when he was technical director, he helped oversee the design of an engine that was illegal, and that, you know, rightful removal, is what caused Ferrari to be so slow in 2020. And then, yeah, he did well to get them back basically to where they were in 2019, but he put them in that position in the first place. It's not like he took over the team when they were in that position. As Martin Brundle trying to interview Will Smith, and I don't know, one of his bodyguards getting a bit defensive, as they usually do, the celebrity bodyguards, and thankfully Martin is getting his interview, as he always does. And Nib saying correctly in chat, yeah, Rueda's still at Ferrari, just in a different role. Yeah, he's now back at the factory, thankfully. And if he is going to work for Ferrari, I think that's probably where he belongs. I don't think he should be a race strategist ever again, and should not be, should not be involved with the trackside operation, because clearly he proved that he just wasn't up to it. Classic Looney saying, rumour has it that Binotto put the wrong tyres on his tractor and could not catch the tortoise before he left his garden. Let's see if I can find anything else. Turbo saying, I have a love-hate relationship with Alonso, but Alonso pass on Hamilton was amazing last weekend because I've been on both ends of a pass like that. You have to respect and admire it. It was a brilliant overtake. Obviously, Alonso, his pace and his grip in that middle sector was a lot better than Hamilton's, but yeah, it was a brilliant move. And it showed that Fernando is still absolutely pretty much at his peak of his powers still. As Mika Hakkinen there on the grid, giving a hug and having a chat with Adrian Newey, who was very much And Martin Brundle now talking to David Richards. Everyone's on the grid, who's noteworthy. David Richards, if you don't know, was the team principal of BAR back in the day, and has been touted because obviously there's been a bit of a war between the FIA and Liberty Media and the teams don't, because of what the FIA president said about the valuation of Formula One. The FIA president, of course, being Mohammed Ben Sulayem. There has been talk that the teams want him gone, and the person touted as a replacement has been David Richards. So, yeah. Interesting that he's at this race. Maybe he's being groomed for the role, in a way. Ronan says, I think Rueda left completely in February, though he changed role in December but left after. Well, I'm not sure about that, because Fred Vasseur, obviously their new team principal, when he was asked about it, he said that he has been reallocated to, the factory, basically. So I'm not sure, to be honest, what's going on. Do you think Fred Vasseur is the right choice as team principal? Personally, I think it was to keep Leclerc happy. Even if it was to keep Leclerc happy, yeah, it is the right choice. At the end of the day, a big reason why Ferrari have not won a championship and have continuously failed is because since Jean Todt left in 2008, every team principal since then until now, until Fred Vasseur, has been people that are not qualified to be team principals of Formula One teams or of racing teams. Stefano Domenicali, maybe you could argue he was qualified because he was kind of Jean's number 2. But, I mean, he wasn't the worst team principal, Domenicali, but he definitely wasn't great. Obviously, Mattiacci was just a stand-in. Arriva Bene was just a guy really to deal with the media. Obviously, Ferrari improved a lot under him, but I think that was more Binotto and James Allison back in 2015, certainly, that helped with that. And then obviously Binotto just completely was out of his depth in that role. Technically helped a bit, but yeah. What do you call it? In terms of the team principal role, he was just completely out of his depth. And Fred Vasseur is the first, I think, qualified team principal Ferrari have had since Jean Todt. Because, Fred Vasseur is not just a new team principal in motorsport. He was Lewis Hamilton's team boss in GP2 in 2006 for ART. And also Rosberg's as well in 2005, because Nico Rosberg, I think, won the championship for the same team, I believe, in 2005 in the first year of GP2. So he's been around for a long time, and he's good in the role, experienced, successful, and I love how Martin is just stood right where the tape is to keep everyone back from where the drivers are going to be for the national anthems, and just waiting for the drivers to walk past him, knowing they'll probably respond if he sticks his microphone out. Probably what he should do from now on if he wants to get a word with the drivers. No, I think that's it, yeah, for his good walk. And now the national anthems, as we're just over 15 minutes away, guys, from lights out in Jeddah. And the crowd absolutely packed to the rafters. Not that there are, of course, any rafters. Not yet, anyway. I'm sure indoor Formula One races are on its way. As all the drivers now lined up, I think, for the national anthem. But, yeah, I think with going back to Fred Vasseur, I think you need to give Fred really at least until the middle of next season to see how Ferrari have progressed in terms of, one, trackside operation, strategy decisions, decision making, all of that. And then, with this car, in terms of the way it's designed and the reliability, it's still kind of the remnants of the Binotto era. So we need to kind of wait till next season to see improvements on that. So yeah, let's wait till the middle of next season to really judge how good Fred has been for the team. I mean, obviously, it does help Charles Leclerc, Fred being the team principal, because they have a great relationship. But, I think it's also the best decision for Ferrari. And looking at it, I mean, maybe they could have tempted Andreas Seidel. I think they actually may have asked Andreas if he was interested in taking over, but I think he may have rejected it. But, if they couldn't get him, then really after that, Frederick Vasseur was probably the best option they could go for. Because, I mean, who else have you got? Gunther Steiner. I mean, is he that great of a team boss? I'm not sure he is necessarily. I mean, he's very entertaining, but I'm not sure he's that great. And then obviously you got Franz Tost, but he's always going to be at AlphaTauri until they, until AlphaTauri are probably sold by Red Bull. Yeah, I think the choice they've made is good, and like I said, let's give him to the middle of next season. We'll see where Ferrari are at. But I would not be surprised at all if they were in a better position midway through next season and looked more likely to win a championship midway through next season than they were last season, to be honest. Jesse, what do you think will happen with Max during the race? I think he will finish in third. If there is a safety car or a red flag, though, that's going to help Max a lot. And if that situation does happen, then absolutely he can then win the race. But I think, with no safety car, realistically, I think he finishes in third place, because I think Perez will be too quick and Verstappen will still lose too much time. And Alonso, I'm expecting to be quite quick. And if you guys don't know, my prediction for the race, my top 5 is Alonso to win, from Perez second, and then Verstappen third, Russell fourth, Stroll fifth. That's my prediction for today's race. The reason I've got Fernando winning is because Fernando Alonso, and I think he'll make the difference today. And I think Aston Martin will be decently quick today. I think people might be a bit surprised by just how quick Aston Martin are going to be in the race today. I don't think Perez is going to just run and hide. At least I hope not. I think Perez or Alonso will win. Susanag, Verstappen will be fourth. Turbo says, dang, really, Chazza, maybe I underestimate Vasseur. I know he has climbed the ladder from F3 to F2 to F1, but I didn't know about his F2 days. Hamilton, yeah, he was the ART boss for a long time. And he was around in the junior Formula days for quite a long time. And then, obviously, I think he was Renault team boss, wasn't he, for a year. And then he was replaced by Cyril Abitbol, possibly the worst decision, one of the worst decisions in terms of team personnel hiring I've seen in the last 20 years, to get rid of Fred Vasseur and hire one of the worst team bosses we've had in the last decade in F1. And then he went to Sauber, really saved that team with the decisions he made to scrap Sauber partnering with Honda, get them joined up with Ferrari, get the Alfa Romeo deal there to keep the team financially going. And now Alfa Romeo are still in a decent-ish position. He put them in a better position than he found them in, for sure. And that's all you could have asked, really, for him. But we've got, nearly 10 minutes left? Respect the goat, Chaz, Cyril the goat. Honestly, I don't... what's annoying is there's actually some people out there who actually thought he was good. How? I mean, I know the people that replaced him have not been that much better. They have been better for sure. Otmar Saf now is leagues above Cyril Abiteboul as a team boss. Still isn't great, is Otmar. Obviously got absolutely cooked by Alonso and Piastri in that whole saga last year, but he's miles above Cyril. But I've seen people online actually say that Cyril is or was a good team boss. I don't understand why. I have no idea why anyone would think that. All because of Drive to Survive. Yeah, it must be. Herbo says, somehow I respect Tost. He had a hell of a gamble putting his faith in Honda. We forget Sauber even cancelled on Honda. Look at what both Red Bull and Honda have done in the last few years, I wonder. I wonder what would have happened had Tost not given Honda a chance. Well, it wasn't Tost who gave them a chance. It was Red Bull. Red Bull still make the decisions for AlphaTauri. Franz is just there to run the trackside operation. He doesn't make decisions, really, does he? Up to Dr. Helmut Marko at the end of the day. As all the drivers getting suited and booted. And we are less than 10 minutes, guys, away from lights out. And this is going to be, hopefully, a very exciting Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. As all the drivers about to get into their cars. And there is George Russell. Great qualifying from him yesterday. Starts third on the grid. And he does have a decent chance of a podium today. I mean, Verstappen is going to have great pace coming through. But Russell, he's got a decent car compared to, say, Ferrari today, I think. And I think he's got a decent enough car maybe to snatch the podium if Max has any trouble. Or if, obviously, Perez or Alonso has any trouble. Brother Moz in chat saying, I do think an interesting situation will develop when Max approaches Perez and Red Bull ask him to let Max through. Surely Red Bull are not going to ask him to do that. I hope so, but I don't think they will, because I think they know, surely, if they're not stupid, that Checo is not going to follow that order, especially if there's only a few laps to go. And, you know, it is only the second race of the season. I know Verstappen is going to win the championship and he is the number one of the team, but, you know, it's only the second race of the season. We don't need to be getting into that stuff yet. And it's not like they're fighting, really, in this year's title race against anyone else, is it? So, yeah. But Sky F1 are just going for one last ad break. And I think I'm just going to have one quick sip of my water and then a stretch of my legs, guys. And then I'll be back with you in a second to go with, through with you guys, of course, the final bits of build-up before the race in Jeddah. Right, there you go. Sorry for a bit of a pause there, but yeah. All ready now for this race. Can't wait to get into it. And really just hope we get just throughout the field, just classic battles. Let me just read out a couple more comments. I will, of course, end the poll in the chat in a moment. Let me know in the chat with that poll. Will Ferrari have an engine failure? Yes or no? I can see that yes is winning, but not by much. Nib says, give team orders. We need tension between Max and Perez. I wonder why I'm saying this. Brabham says, I've been watching Red Bull since the beginning. I have full faith in them. Yeah, there's been plenty of team order sagas at Red Bull, hasn't there? They became a front-running team about, 14, 15 years ago. Jesse says, how do you think Aston Martin would perform with Seb still in F1? Well, if let's say Vettel was Aston Martin and Alonso were still at Alpine, Alonso would still be pretty competitive because the Alpine looks decently competitive. So Alonso would still be in there in terms of the top 10. Vettel, though, I don't think in the last couple of years has been performing as well as Alonso has. I think Sebastian definitely after 2018, there was a clear drop-off in performance. And I think he just lost confidence in his own his own driving after what happened at Ferrari, and then obviously 2020 was such a poor year. Car wasn't really designed for him at all, and it didn't suit him at all. And then Aston Martin, we saw some great performances from him. I'm not denying that, but it definitely wasn't prime Sebastian Vettel or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, we this season we'd probably see Vettel like on the podium a few times, maybe get a win, but I don't think Vettel would be regularly as competitive as Fernando will be this season. Because, like I said, I think Fernando in the last couple years before this season was driving at a higher level than Vettel was. Anyway, let's end the poll in the chat. So, will Ferrari have an engine failure today? 111 votes. You guys voted yes. 55% of the vote. And for some reason, no is on 44%. Should be 45%, but there you go. So you guys think yes, they will. And, well, maybe they will. Maybe they will. As the F1 intro begins to play, and I think it's time that I get into a final couple things before the race. Firstly, a reminder of the championship standings before this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen in the lead from Perez second, Alonso third. If Alonso can win today and Max cannot finish in second, Alonso can go at least level with Verstappen in the championship. That would make things certainly interesting. Carlos Sainz is fourth with Hamilton fifth, Stroll sixth, Russell seventh, Bottas eighth, Gasly ninth, and Alex Albon in P10. And then on the constructors' side, Red Bull in the lead by 20 points over Aston Martin. Mercedes are third, just ahead of Ferrari. Alfa Romeo are fifth, with Alpine sixth. Williams are seventh, with AlphaTauri eighth, Haas ninth, and McLaren last in the championship. But guys, let's go through your starting grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. The front row, it is Sergio Perez and Fernando Alonso. Perez on pole here in Saudi for the second year in a row. On the second row, it is George Russell and Carlos Sainz. On the third row, good friends Lance Stroll and Esteban Ocon. On the fourth row, Lewis Hamilton and Oscar Piastri, his first top 10 start in Formula 1. Completing the top 10, Pierre Gasly and Nico Hülkenberg. 11th and 12th, it is Zhou Guanyu and Charles Leclerc 12th, obviously taking a 10-place penalty for the new control electronics after he finished second in qualifying. The two Scandinavians in 13th and 14th of Magnussen and Bottas. Max Verstappen, the current world champion, is in 15th with Yuki Tsunoda alongside him in P16. And then you've got Albon and Nick De Vries, 17th and 18th. They both competed in F2 against each other. And then on the back row of the grid, it is Lando Norris and Logan Sargent. Let's now get to this Grand Prix. Let me just move off of those F2 pictures and get these F1 ones up. And of course, it will be a 50-lap race. One of the shortest, well, not shortest races on the calendar necessarily, but in terms of the amount of laps, of course, it is quite short. And again, on the left-hand side of your screen, that is your starting order and the field. And yeah, we'll see who is on what compound of tyre. And of course, I will update that on the screen when I can during the Grand Prix. And let me just adjust this picture slightly. There you go. And yeah, I do expect, like I said, most people to be on the medium compound tyre. as there is Max Verstappen on the TV broadcast in 15th. He was still quite happy and smiley after yesterday. I think he knows he's still got a pretty decent chance of winning as long as the safety car comes out, which has come out in the last couple years. There's Leclerc in 12th. Going to be a bit of a struggle today because the Ferrari still not that quick with its race pace compared to everybody else, but obviously he will give it one big go, as there is Fernando Alonso, 99 career podiums, looking for career podium 100 today. And there is Sergio Perez, car absolutely fine now. And all the tyre blankets in a sec about to be took off. And I'll let you know who is on what compounds. And yeah, Perez on the medium. Most people should be on the medium. Perez, Alonso and Russell I can see on the medium compound tyre. And formation lap should be very soon underway. And here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the formation lap is underway in Jeddah. And Perez leading away already. But looks as though I think a McLaren there of Norris might be on the soft tyre actually. As the McLaren and the Williams at the back there, very slow to get away on this formation lap. And yeah, I mean, it's a 1 minute 35 lap it should be for the race, something like that. As Lewis Hamilton is on the hard compound tyre to start. That is interesting. Yeah, that I didn't think Mercedes would quite go for that with their strategy, I've got to be honest, but that's what they've decided to go for. Leclerc is on the soft tyre, Max is on the medium. And Max and Red Bull deciding to just go for what is the best tyre strategy and the quickest tyre strategy for this race. And yeah, like I said, probably, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 laps into the race, I will get the tyres on screen, tyre data, and let you guys know who is on what compounds, as Sergio Perez is coming through, I think, the middle sector. He's got to say, he's quite far ahead of... well, he's not even in the middle sector, he's into the final corner now. He's really got on with this formation. I've got to say, he really pulled quite far ahead of the others on this formation lap, because there is quite a gap now to the others behind. And he's really tried to get those tyres fired up. Of course, we saw in qualifying, as we have seen here before, firing the tyres up is a bit of an issue. So you can't generate with this circuit, you know, an absolute ton of tyre temperature. As Alonso now just coming onto the pit straight and just doing a final couple burnouts like everyone else is. And soon they will all be lined up. Let's hope for no shenanigans and craziness into turn 1 in terms of accidents. And let's hope for craziness in a good way. As the front 6 line up. On board, Max Verstappen, who would be easily the favourite to win today if he was even second on the grid, never mind on pole. But in 15th, can he pull off yet another amazing comeback drive like we saw in Hungary and Spa last year? As the final few cars are just about to line up on the grid. And let me get that lap counter ready as we're about to begin. As the McLaren of Norris and the Williams of Sargent now start to line up. In the last couple Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, we're used to absolutely mental things happening. Will it keep up in 2023? The lights are on. 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And off we are racing in Jeddah. And Perez immediately comes across to cover Alonso. And Alonso into the lead of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And Stroll there on the inside of a Ferrari trying to get past. But Alonso leads in Saudi and is clearly ahead of Perez. Damage in the background. Someone's front wing, I think an Alfa Romeo there possibly. As Verstappen's not had a great start, I've got to say. Yeah, they're all coming through now. All Piastri sparking away a bit as Carlos Sainz had a big moment on the exit of turn 12, and Lance Stroll going to try and sail round the outside. Oh, what a move by Stroll. Brilliant by the young Canadian, and he's ahead of Carlos, but will Carlos come back at him? No. Brilliant by Stroll. And incident, Alonso noted for an incorrect starting position. Oh, what? That's such a shame. But he is in the lead. Despite that, Piastri has got damage. So that's what that was. And that he's, I think, maybe falling back down the field now. But it is. Alonso leading, Perez second, Russell third. Lance Stroll is in 4th place. Still under pressure a bit from Carlos Sainz. So then it's Ocon, Hamilton, Leclerc is up to 8th place in the Ferrari. And Piastri, I think, is going to have to come into the pits because his front wing's clearly damaged. As here comes Perez down into turn 1, trying to overtake Alonso, forces him to defend. As we're now on lap 2, and yeah, Piastri into the pits. Let me just update that we are on lap 2 out of 50. And yeah, Alonso leads, Perez second, Russell third, Stroll 4th, Sainz 5th, Ocon is in 6th, and then it's as Piastri now is released. Leclerc is not in 8th, it's Gasly in 8th, and then Leclerc 9th, with Zhou in 10th, and then Magnussen 11th, Hulkenberg 12th, Verstappen is 13th, as Fernando Alonso has been given a 5-second time penalty for incorrectly lining up in his grid position, and I think that's probably because he started a bit too far ahead of the yellow line that you cannot go in front of. So that is such a shame. That very well could and probably will cost him the win. So yeah, Verstappen is 13th, Tsunoda 14th, and then Bottas 15th, Albon 16th, Norris 17th, and then Sargent, De Vries and Piastri complete the rest of the field as they're all still racing through on this second lap. And on lap 3, Perez still within a second of Alonso, but doesn't have the DRS, I think, available to him just yet. But he will do from now on. And they're all as Nick De Vries, as Lando Norris is pitted. Why is Norris pitted? Unless he's got damage as well, or are they just deciding tactically to go for a pit stop? Not sure, but Norris is now 19th. Both McLarens are last. What a disaster for the McLaren team. As Alonso leading by 9/10 of a second currently. Lance Stroll within a second of Russell. And Sainz within a second of Stroll. So a good fight going on there for 3rd position currently. Just need to update that Piastri is actually ahead of Norris. Yep, there you go. And let me just try and get the tyres displayed on screen. So, yeah, the top 6 on the medium, Hamilton on the hard. Gasly is within a second of Hamilton on the medium. We'll watch out for that. And then Leclerc is on the soft in 9th. Zhou is on the medium in 10th place. As the two Haas racing hard down to the final corner, right ahead of Max Verstappen. As we're on lap 4 now, Perez, DRS wide open, down the inside. Oh, he's locked up and gone deep. Will Alonso get him back? No, he won't. Perez is into the lead and surely is not going to sacrifice it with Alonso having his penalty on lap 4 now out of 50. And Sergio Perez back into the lead of this race. So, yeah, your top 10, Perez, Alonso, Russell. Here we go. Replay of the start. And Alonso, yeah, he is just... Is he? Yeah, I think he is just about ahead. And also, Carlos Sainz was. Or did he reverse? Looks as though Sainz was more ahead on his grid box than Alonso was. But a great start by Fernando, right into the lead. And to be honest, Carlos, even though he started a bit further ahead, he didn't really utilise that. One thing that's weird, though, I don't know if you guys think this as well. How come this is now an issue? How come the drivers now are incapable of starting in their grid slot correctly? Nothing has changed from last year. I have no idea what on earth is happening, because obviously we had this with Ocon in Bahrain. This is what happened with Piastri, side by side with Gasly, and contact with Gasly. Looked like a racing incident, to be honest. Gasly was... Maybe you could argue forcing him off, but Piastri was still on the track. And yeah, it's just a racing incident there. And it's a shame, because it was a good start from Piastri. And it's a replay of Charles Leclerc, who started on soft tyres. And I don't even know what they showed us there. They just showed us Leclerc frozen on the grid. And here's a replay of Perez into turn 1, making the move on Alonso. And then, yeah, his lock-up, but thankfully still kept it for turn 2. As we're now on lap 5, Alonso is still within a second, though, of Perez. So the fight is not over between Checo and Fernando. And the fight for the final podium place is not over either. That's Leclerc on the back of Gasly. But Gasly is within a second of Hamilton, who is struggling a bit, seemingly, on the hard compound tyres that he's on. Max Verstappen, by the way, is up to 11th place. I'll update that in just a second. Just want to try and get these tyres correct. Yeah, so let me just update that. Max Verstappen now into P11. His next victim will be Zhou Guanyu. As Fernando Alonso, about half a second, just over half a second behind Perez, as they're about to begin lap 6, and they do now. So Alonso still hanging on to the back of Perez, and we have got such an exciting race on our hands here. Close fights throughout the field. Exactly what we want, as Hamilton still under pressure from Pierre Gasly, as Nico Hülkenberg has just passed Kevin Magnussen for 12th place. And then we've got, Tsunoda, Bottas, Albon, Sargent, De Vries, Piastri, Norris. Let me just get those tyres correct. I've got most of them correct. I'll display them soon. As here's a replay of Verstappen. And going off at turn 22. He came back on all right. Didn't really lose anything that much from doing that, but on the ragged edge, clearly. But you got Tsunoda and Bottas on the medium compound tyre, as this battle rages on between Hamilton, Gasly, Leclerc. And then Sargent is on the hard compound tyre. De Vries is on the medium, and the two McLarens at the back are on the hard compound tyre. Obviously, they're going to try and go super long now and hope that they can come back into things that way. Not sure what their lap times are like, though. But there you go. That's the tyre data. Those are the tyres that everyone is on. As we're now on lap 7. And Charles Leclerc going around the outside of Gasly into turn 1. Got to make sure it doesn't hit the back of Hamilton. And yes, he's got the move done. Leclerc is up to 8th place. Great move from the Monegasque. On now lap 7 out of 50. So Leclerc up to 8th. And let me just update that Leclerc is on the soft and Gasly on the medium. Here's a replay. And yeah, had to be a bit careful because Lewis Hamilton was just ahead. And he didn't want to go piling into Hamilton and end his race. But you'd imagine with Hamilton struggling on the hard tyre, you would imagine that Leclerc will be able to pass Hamilton pretty quickly. Hamilton 2.5 seconds behind Ocon on the medium. Ocon about nearly 3 seconds behind Carlos Sainz, who is still engaged in that big fight for the podium. With, Sainz, Stroll, Russell. And still, Alonso within a second of Perez. So there are still plenty of close fights out there. Max Verstappen, probably on this lap, will overtake Zhou Guanyu. Now on lap 8, Sergio Perez, new fastest lap, a 1:34.2. Pushing pretty hard. Out there are the drivers. On now lap 8. And here comes Verstappen. Down the inside of Zhou into turn 1, and he is up to 10th. But the thing is now, the problem for Verstappen is there is a bit of a train now forming behind Lewis Hamilton of, Leclerc and Gasly, and they both got DRS. So Verstappen won't really be able to use his great pace that much. But he is up to 10th nonetheless on lap 8 out of 50. By the way, cheers for the 113 likes on this stream so far. Let's try and get up to, say, 130 likes by lap 25, which would be obviously midway through this Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton under investigation for weaving on the straight. Oh dear. His weekend's been pretty bad so far. Aston Martin telling Fernando, plan A, definitely plan A. And Fernando says, yep, I'm trying, mate, I'm trying. To be fair, he is 4 seconds ahead of George Russell. So even even when he takes that penalty at his first pit stop, Fernando, he's not going to lose anything by the time we get to that pit stop to Russell. So he's still going to be at least second as Leclerc feigns a move for the inside. But nothing going. But will he? Surely he will. Go for the move down the inside or round the outside into turn 1. As here he comes, Hamilton didn't defend the inside, which is a bit of a fault of his at times. And Leclerc is up to 7th as Kevin Magnussen has pitted very early. But Leclerc is up to 7th place. Why has Magnussen pitted so early? That is baffling to me, as we are now on lap 9 out of 50. Nearly a fifth of the way through this Grand Prix, and Magnussen has come out, 18th, and is on the hard tyre. So maybe Haas have looked at the data from McLaren and seen that the hard tyre is performing pretty well. Let me just update that Leclerc obviously is on the soft compound tyre, not on the hard. And Hamilton still struggling along on his hard tyre. And I'll just update as well that Kevin Magnussen is down to 18th position and is on the hard compound tyre. And pretty much everyone is going to move to the hard tyre eventually in this race. As still, Alonso under a second behind Perez. He's still got DRS on him. It's Max Verstappen, is this? Yes, it is. What a move down the inside of Gasly there into the final corner and easily got it done. And Verstappen is up to 9th. Yeah, it's lap 10 out of 20. We're absolutely flying through this race. And I just want to update that, the tyres quickly and who is on what compounds. So, as Valtteri Bottas has pitted. And where will Bottas come out? Probably in 18th place, I would imagine. Oh no, he comes up behind Piastri. So at least Piastri has gained something. So Bottas is down to 19th place. As we're looking at Max Verstappen, who his next target is Lewis Hamilton. The last time these two raced each other on these streets, they caused the biggest shitstorm in Formula One history. Let's hope it's nothing similar this time. As Perez, by the way, is now over a second clear of Alonso. The gap is now 1.5 seconds in Sergio's favour. So he's got that vital over a second now, and he does another fastest lap. And with Fernando's 5-second penalty, Checo right now is in a great spot. Just needs to keep pulling away from Fernando now, and he's all good, I think, for the race win. But, right, let me just try and get these tyres correct. So Tsunoda 13th is on the medium, Albon on the medium. De Vries is on the medium as well. And then you've got Sargent on the hard, and I think Efron below. De Vries is on the hard compound tyre. Let me just update that Nick De Vries is 15th in this Grand Prix. Max Verstappen surely is going to overtake Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton really struggling with his pace. Nowhere near the pace of his teammate. We're 11 laps in, and Russell is quite a few seconds up the road already on the medium tyre. So the only hope really for Hamilton is that things come back to him on the medium later on. So, yeah, this is not really Lewis's part of the race yet. He needs to wait a bit. Hamilton fans out there, you need to wait a bit longer because not quite come to him yet, and it won't come to him yet. As Verstappen, here we go, down to the final corner. This is where they had that collision. And Verstappen decides better off going for the move into the final corner, decides he's going to do it down the pit straight. Now, Charles Leclerc is not too far ahead. I've got to say, Esteban Ocon in 6th is still doing a pretty decent job. He's not that much slower than the cars ahead, as Max Verstappen overtakes Hamilton into turn 1 and is up to 8th. But as Zhou Guanyu pits, he's not... Leclerc is quicker at the minute in 7th, right behind him on the soft, but not that much quicker, I would say. But lap 12 now, and Verstappen is in 8th place, with Hamilton down to 9th, and I'll just update that Verstappen, of course, is on the medium and Lewis on the hard. Hamilton now down to 9th place, and remember, Pierre Gasly is still there in 10th, so Hamilton might be 10th very soon if he can't up his pace. Gasly only about 1.3 seconds behind him. But, Charles Leclerc now starting to really gain on Ocon with the DRS advantage. Ocon, though, still doing a decent job. And remember, Leclerc's probably going to have to pit sooner on that compound. So Ocon will have the fresher, better tyres later, as the pit window for the soft tyre is about to open, according to Pirelli, as we're on lap 13 out of 50. And Leclerc, will he overtake Ocon into turn 1? Ocon defends to the inside, but Leclerc simply too quick and is up to 6th. I will update, by the way, where Zhou has come out. let me just update that Charles Leclerc is up to 6th, and Max Verstappen will be past Ocon probably pretty quickly. Because obviously the Red Bull even faster than both the Ferrari and Alpine cars. But, yeah, Zhou Guanyu is in, and Nico Hülkenberg is pitted as well. So Tsunoda is 11th, with Albon in 12th. And then you've got De Vries in 13th, with Sargent in 14th place. And then it is Magnussen 15th. So Magnussen has jumped up well and is now ahead of Zhou, and he's jumped 2 positions. And then it's Zhou 16th, Hülkenberg 17th, and then Piastri, Bottas, Norris. Let me just update the tyres so it is correct on screen. Because Magnussen is on the hard. Sargent is on the hard as well. And then Tsunoda, Albon, De Vries are on the medium compound tyres, as we are. As Lance Stroll pits on now the end of lap 13, going on now to lap 14. So Stroll has decided, or Aston Martin have decided, to trigger the undercut. As Verstappen, they're just overtaking Esteban Ocon. So Verstappen now 6th. The Stroll got to get out ahead of this Williams of Alex Albon, and he does on the hard tyre. But that hard tyre does take a bit of time to fire up. But yeah, Stroll is now in 11th place. So Sainz 4th, Leclerc 5th, Verstappen 6th, Ocon 7th, Hamilton 8th, Gasly 9th, Tsunoda 10th, Stroll in P11. And then let me just do the tyres quick. So Leclerc on the soft, Verstappen on the medium, and then Hamilton on the hard, with Gasly on the medium, with Stroll. No, wrong one. Yeah, Lance Stroll is on the hard compound tyre now. As we are about to enter lap 15, and we already have. As Russell and Sainz, interestingly, staying out on track. As we're now on lap 15. And Pierre Gasly comes into the pits. Where will Gasly come out? We're definitely ahead of all the cars from 15th down that have pitted. Good pit stop by the Alpine boys and girls. And yeah, he should come out in 14th place. And he does. With a good gap as well. So can probably now jump his way ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Can Gasly. So Gasly in 14th. And now everyone from 14th down is on the hard tyre. And well, actually, Sargent is on the hard tyre as well. And then you've got De Vries on the medium. And Albon on the medium, with Lance Stroll on the hard compound tyre. So most people now on the hard as expected. Pit stops, though, still a bit earlier than I thought they would be. Because Pirelli, their prediction was, I think, lap 18 to 25 for the first pit stop if you start on the medium. As we're now on lap 16. And at the minute, no more pit stops. Oh no, here we go. Carlos Sainz. Ferrari making the pit stop. And, well, to be honest, I mean, yeah, they've reacted maybe a lap too late, but they were behind Stroll anyway. So Sainz will now have 2 lap fresher tyres. And where does Sainz come out? He's going to come out ahead of Stroll. He's going to do it. Carlos Sainz jumps Lance Stroll in the pit stop phase. So Carlos is up to a net 4th place. So the overcut there working very nicely, and clearly the hard tyres, a bit of trouble getting them fired up. As Leclerc is now 4th, but it's now got Max Verstappen within a second of him. Obviously, Verstappen's tyres will be in better nick at this current point. Lewis Hamilton, of course, is on the hard. And then you've got Tsunoda on the medium. And then Carlos Sainz on the hard compound tyre. And eventually, here comes Verstappen. No, not going down the inside for the final corner, but he gained so much with the DRS. And Ferrari telling Leclerc to box, surely for hard tyres, as we're on lap 17 now, and Max up to 4th place. I will let you know when I can how far Max is off the lead. As Ocon pits as well for hard tyres. What a pit stop by Ferrari, 2.1 seconds. And Leclerc also going to jump Lance Stroll. Yes, he does. So Leclerc gets past Stroll. What a disaster for Aston Martin there. And Ocon, bit of traffic for him. That's not great because he's kind of racing Lewis Hamilton in this race at the minute. But let me update that it is Verstappen 4th. Hamilton is 5th, and then you've got Tsunoda 6th, Carlos Sainz 7th, Leclerc 8th, Stroll 9th, and then Albon. Oh, yellow flag in Sector 2. Who could that be for? And it's Stroll. He's falling down the order. What's happened? Has he got an engine issue or something? Yep, he's stopped. Where has he stopped? He's, has he crashed or I can't see. This is not a great camera angle, to be honest, FOM. I think that he's asking Stroll for the marshals to push him out. He's at turn 13. Safety car. That is perfect for Verstappen because he hasn't pitted yet. And also is perfect for Alonso in a way because he can now take his 5-second penalty and probably not lose position. And he was still not too far away from Perez. But Lance Stroll, yeah, to me, it looks as though he has his car's broken down. This is also brilliant for Williams. As, Sargent having to stay out. That's unfortunate for him. He's going to really miss out here. But Albon has been able to come into the pits and utilise that safety car period. But this is great for Verstappen and Hamilton because they haven't pitted yet. And also great for Tsunoda. And Tsunoda has gone up to 9th place and has now jumped Ocon and Gasly, the 2 Alpines. Brilliant for him. But anyway, it's Perez, Alonso, Russell, Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, Leclerc, as the Red Bull mechanics out for Perez. And then Logan Sargent, unfortunately, has had to stay out. He's in 8th place. Tsunoda is 9th with Ocon 10th. And Gasly in 11th. Tsunoda is legitimately ahead of the Alpines. Here comes Perez, lap 19. And Alonso surely in as well. And yet, Alonso coming down, and they'll surely hit the 5 seconds now. Yes. And as long as they get out ahead of Russell, then it's fine. And Do they? Yes, they do. So that's a 5-second penalty served and no track position or really any time at all lost as Verstappen and Hamilton pit as well. The field really going to get mixed up now. As Verstappen comes out in 4th, Hamilton will come out in 6th place ahead of Leclerc, will he? Yes, just about. So Lewis Hamilton is up to 6th. Logan Sargent finally makes his pit stop again. Unfortunate how that played out because he's not going to gain as much from the whole safety car period as he could. But Yuki Tsunoda is now 8th. For AlphaTauri started 16th. What a lucky safety car that was for them. And then it's Magnussen in 11th. Also brilliant for Albon. Remember that Williams, like I showed before the race, it's got really good race pace. And now they're in P12 and they can utilise it. And let's see. Oh, something blue. Something blue. I saw some sort of blown smoke there. Yeah, something went boom boom. I think his engine or something. God, that's a shame. He was having a great race. He wasn't far off the podium before he pitted. And it's all over for him. Anyway, so it's Magnussen 11th, Albon 12th. Hulkenberg is 13th. This is also great for McLaren. So now they're back in the race. De Vries is 14th, Sargent 15th, and then Piastri is 16th with Zhou 17th, Norris 18th, Bottas 19th, and Lance Stroll is out of the race. As we're nearly on lap 20. Safety car won't be coming in yet, though. It'll be in probably at the end of the next lap, I would imagine. So, right, let me get the tyres correct. So, pretty much everyone are on the hard tyre. I don't know, though, what tyre Lewis Hamilton is on. Because he started on the hard tyre, of course. So, maybe he's on the medium now. But Hamilton is down to 6th, actually. I need to correct that. I'll do that in a second. I'll do it right now, actually. So Carlos up to 5th. Not played out well for Ferrari. Really has not played out well for them, this whole safety car. And, yeah, that's really not good for them. It's ruined their strategy. So, I'm going to put Hamilton as, yes, safety car coming in at the end of the lap as the McLaren there of Lando Norris, it looks like, makes a pit stop and will now fall to the back of the field, but he will have fresh tyres. And I'm pretty sure at this point, they've used both types of compounds, so they can go to the end if they wanted to on that tyre, which I think might be the medium. So, right, lap 20 out of 50 now. Only 30 laps to go. And we've still got plenty of excitement, guys, ahead of us. Let me just... Before the safety car... Before the safety car comes in, let me just quickly check to see who is on what compound on the F1 website, if I can. And hopefully it will load in good time. Unless, obviously, they show it. Leclerc complaining about something there. I didn't quite see. I was looking at my PC screen, to be honest. And, right, well, my PC isn't running at the absolute finest today, so I'll have to just wait until the F1 broadcast tells me who is on what tyre. Pretty sure that Tsunoda is on the hard. And then Magnussen and Albon are on the hard tyre as well, as a safety car about to finish, and it has pretty much finished, and Perez has exited the final corner and still hasn't gone yet. He's still weaving around, doesn't want to give Alonso a run at him, but now finally goes for it, and he's left Alonso for dead, and Alonso now to look into his mirrors at George Russell, but Alonso stays ahead as Sainz kind of has a look at Verstappen there, but they're all okay, are they all? The Alpines side by side, and yeah, they're still in position. Nico Hülkenberg has just overtaken his teammate, not his teammate, he's now right behind his teammate in 12th place. And Sargent has overtaken De Vries, so both Williams is in play now. Lewis Hamilton, I can confirm, is on the medium compound tyres. So let's see if Hamilton will now come alive in this race. But yeah, Hülkenberg is up to 12th. And then Sargent is 14th. And then it's De Vries, Zhou, Piastri, Bottas, and Norris. As Max Verstappen all over the back immediately of Russell. And we haven't even got DRS enabled yet. And it's a matter of time until that Red Bull overtakes that Mercedes. The Mercedes of Hamilton, though, really close to Carlos Sainz as they enter the final corner almost. And Perez, what a restart he's had. He's 2 seconds clear of Alonso as they begin lap 22. What a lap by Sergio Perez. As Lewis Hamilton right on the back of Carlos Sainz. Will he go round the outside into turn 1? No, he decides he's going to try a switch back instead. And gets a good exit. And there you go. Lewis Hamilton up to 5th. And he has come alive in this race, as he always does. And now is on the hunt for his teammate and his great rival Max Verstappen ahead of him. On lap 22. And yeah, Hamilton in 5th. Brilliant move. And just got to hang on now with Verstappen and Russell. And those medium tyres we saw, even compared to fresh hard tyres, that's why Stroll was getting jumped by other cars. When he made his early pit stop, those medium tyres, were performing very well. So Lewis could absolutely be a podium contender. Just needs to hang on, firstly, to the back of this Verstappen-Russell fight. And he's lagging behind a bit. He's still close enough to get DRS assistance, but the DRS obviously is not activated yet. Perez, by the way, now 2.8 clear of Alonso as they almost begin lap 23. Russell's trying his best to keep Max back, but the only thing keeping Russell ahead really at this point is the DRS not yet being activated. As we begin lap 23. And Verstappen down into turn 1. Will he go for the move? No, I think he's just going to smartly wait for the DRS to be activated, and then he will go for it. As Zhou Guanyu passes Nick De Vries for 15th place. We've got a few drivers outside the top 10 also on the medium tyre. Sargent in 14th place is on the, it's on the medium. Just want to quickly display that. Yeah, there you go. Obviously, out of the race is Lance Stroll. Norris and Bottas on the medium. And then 2 hard compound tyres. And then 2 sets of mediums just ahead of them. And I'll just update that, that Norris is ahead of Bottas now. As Max Verstappen, DRS about to be, I'm pretty sure it is enabled now, isn't it? It should be. As yet, Verstappen down the inside into the final corner. Russell doesn't even try to defend because that Red Bull is scarily quick. And he's up to third. And now hunts down Fernando Alonso. We've rarely seen Max and Fernando in combat. We're about to see that happen in just a second. But let me just update that we are on lap 24. And what do you call it? Lewis Hamilton, of course, in 5th is on the medium. And surely Hamilton will be passing Russell because Hamilton should be on much better tyres now for this phase of the race. And yeah, should be in better shape as we're about to hit the halfway mark, guys, of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. It truly has flown by in what's been a very exciting Grand Prix. As Verstappen. Is this Verstappen? Who are we watching? It is Verstappen, right behind Alonso. Alonso has been dropped so much by Sergio Perez. And yeah, Red Bull clearly much faster. As Verstappen down the inside of Fernando into the final corner. Nope, he's going to wait. And now as they exit the final corner, as Perez does another new fastest lap, Max Verstappen down the inside. Alonso doesn't even defend because there is no point. And Max Verstappen is up to second. As we are now halfway through the race on lap 25. And just want to say, guys, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this because, of course, I do regular qualifying and race watch-alongs and I keep you guys bang up to date with everything going on in the Saudi Arabian and just every Grand Prix in general. So don't forget to do that. And don't forget to smash that like button. Let's try and get, by the end of the race, to 150 likes. I did just see a comment, though, as Lando Norris is overtaken Oscar Piastri for 17th place. I did just see a comment saying that the Racing Statistic YouTube channel, which does watch-alongs as well, has just been copyrighted by FOM, possibly, which is definitely going to make me nervous because I've got my history, haven't I, with copyright stuff and legal stuff. But I'm not breaking any rules here. I'm not displaying anything I shouldn't. I'm not displaying, you know, a timing screen that I don't own, which I know other people do. Maybe Racing Statistics do. I don't know what they use. But, yeah. There is absolutely... everything with this stream is absolutely fair and legal. Anyway, Max Verstappen up to second, lap 26. And will he catch and pass and win this Saudi Arabian Grand Prix? And obviously he's got to catch and pass Perez, his teammates. Perez, though, in the same car, so he can't just rely Max on being in a much faster car. Got to hunt him down. I mean, it's Max Verstappen. I'm sure he is capable of doing it, but yeah, it's going to be tough now. As Alonso, really, at the minute, is, I think now going to be all out on his own from now on, because the two Mercedes behind him, they haven't got the pace that Aston Martin have got, and the two Red Bulls ahead are way too quick. So, yeah, Alonso should just comfortably slot into third place. And, yeah, he should be fine. As the two Williamses here close and racing as Alex Albon goes off the track. He was just on the radio. I'm hoping there's no issue with that car. But he's got Logan Sargent all over the back of him on fresher, slightly fresher, and softer tyres. And Sargent gets the move done. And yeah, I think Albon's got an issue because he's just been overtaken by Zhou as well. Oh dear. I think Albon might have a power loss or something. As we're on lap 27. And yes, Sargent now up to 13th. As Albon, yeah, he's got something seriously wrong with his car. And he's pretty much out of this race at this point. So Sargent is up to 13th. Zhou is 14th. And then it should be De Vries in 15th. With Norris 16th. And yeah, Albon's car's definitely broken. And surely he'll come back into the pits if he can make it. It's Norris 16th, by the way. And then Piastri 17th. Bottas 18th. And Albon, may as well just update, is out of the race in 19th. Because, yeah, touring very slowly. And here is Lewis Hamilton now. Right behind his teammate, George Russell. And Hamilton definitely quicker. And if Mercedes want to get a podium, they might need to use some team orders. Because it's likely going to be Hamilton that gets the podium here. With the, softer tyres and better performing tyres right now. But nothing going on there. The two Mercedes, though, very close through the first couple corners. Hamilton getting a very good exit. And yeah, surely Mercedes have got to release Hamilton. Release him and let him get after Fernando and get some payback. As if you're a Ferrari fan, yeah, Ferrari have been left for dead a bit in 6th and 7th. And they are clearly the 4th quickest team now in this Grand Prix. And to be fair, Alpine are not that much slower than them, so we might get some racing there. I didn't actually know that the Alpines had passed Tsunoda, but Ocon is now 8th with Gasly in P9, so Tsunoda down to 10th. No surprise, really, the Alpines are much faster than the AlphaTauri. As into the pits comes Albon. Thankfully, he's not going to cause a safety car or anything. And Verstappen, by the way, has cut the gap down to 5.1 seconds. But, right, let me, and cheers for that, by the way, Turbo. Another person called Turbo, maybe it's the same person. For $10 says, we got you back, Shazzy. You're a commentary and discussion channel. If it becomes illegal, simply say the words F1 Formula 1. Say, we boycott the beta snowflakes. Cheers for that, mate. But it's now lap 29, and yeah, Albon is all done. As we've only got just over 20 laps to go of this race. Let me just update that we've got Sargent on the medium tyre, and then Zhou on the medium. De Vries is on the hard, and then Norris is on the medium. With Piastri on the hard. I've got to say, Bottas is having a really bad race. He's been almost at the back the whole race. And getting schooled a bit by his teammate. And yeah, he's in 18th place. And he is the last runner of the field that is still running, of course. As Lewis Hamilton has dropped just over a second behind. And to be honest, looking at the field right now, the only fight really going on is this fight they're now showing, thankfully, which is Hülkenberg, Sargent, and Zhou fighting for 12th, 13th, 14th. As Perez does the fastest lap of the race. Does Max Verstappen respond? Yes, he does, but Max only goes a tenth or two quicker. And yet, at this rate, Perez is going to win the race. Unless Max pulls out some amazing pace. And really, at this point, I don't think it's necessary for Red Bull to go racing or anything, because they've got the 1-2. Alonso is 11 seconds off the lead. 6 seconds behind Max. The race is won at this point, so they may as well just leave it go. As Sargent having a look at Hulkenberg in turn 1 and turn 2. Hulkenberg went very wide. And Logan gets a good exit. Will he go round the outside for turn 4? That would be ambitious, and thankfully he doesn't go for it. That would be psychotic in nature if he was to go for that. But good hard racing, and Sargent, to be honest, he's on the better compound. It would be nice to see if, Logan could maybe nick a point from this race. Because like I said before the race, the Williams car has good race pace. He's on a softer compound than the cars around him, except for Zhou. And all the cars ahead of him, except for Hamilton, are on the hard tyres. So, yeah. Sargent, I reckon, has got a decent chance of finishing in the points, to be honest. As Zhou also keeping up with this battle. As lap 31 we're on now. And they're actually on Sky F1, cutting to the Williams team pit wall of James Vowles, of course, new team boss. And yeah, that team looking a lot better. And I'm not even sure if they've got a technical director still. Dustin Salinas, for whatever, I'll be honest, I don't know what currency that is, but 10,000 something. Says, agreed, we got you, Chazza. Thank you very much. I know you guys have got me, and I know you guys, of course, support me. And yeah, like I said, everything we're doing here is legal. And if we get copyrighted, then FOM can just simply go fuck themselves. Because I ain't going to be quitting or anything like that. I'll be right back at it if anything like that happens. Lewis Hamilton has dropped over well over a second now behind Russell. He's now 1.6 behind, now 1.7. So maybe those tyres have suffered a bit from the punishment that he's put them through. But I'll be honest, that safety car has ruined this race a bit. Because now, looking at the field, the only fight really we've got is from 12th down to 16th place. Hulkenberg, Sargent, Zhou, and then there's a little fight going on with Norris and De Vries. So yeah, that safety car really ruined it because Ferrari would have been a lot higher, and obviously their pace right now isn't great, so we would have got maybe some overtaking with Verstappen. Maybe the Alpines in there to a certain degree as well. Dustin says, Costa Rica, Coloners, about 17 USD, 15 sterling. Cheers for that, mate. Really appreciate it. Gap still 5 seconds pretty much out front. And I think, yeah, I don't think Max will, if he's smart, he won't try and go racing after the lead because there's no point ruining team relations. And the only reason Max is not going to win this race is because of what happened yesterday. Let's be honest. And I'm sure I'll be back at it in terms of being in first in Melbourne. And to be fair, Sergio Perez was screwed over heavily in this race last year. He got pole, led for the first 15 laps, and then the safety car came out and ruined his race when he maybe not have won the race last year, but he would have been maybe second or at the very least on the podium. So, I think Checo absolutely would deserve to get a win around this track because, like I said, last year was brilliant here. He's looked very good this weekend. There's a replay of Leclerc into turn 1, locks the inside front and goes deep. And he's about a second and a half or so behind Sainz is Leclerc. And yeah, Ferrari 6th and 7th and look as though they're going nowhere. And Alpine behind them, not quick enough to catch. So Ferrari are probably now just heading for 6th and 7th place, to be honest. As here comes Logan Sargent down the pit straight. Will he go for the move? No, he's not close enough. Got to remember, yeah, the Williams is very quick in a straight line, but so is the Haas. They were very quick and have been all weekend in the final sector, which I think is what's helping Hulkenberg here to keep ahead. And this obviously helps Magnussen, who is trying to get after Tsunoda. And Magnussen is only 1.1, 1.2 seconds behind Tsunoda. So maybe Haas will nick a point from this race, despite coming in not looking that great, to be honest. As Lewis Hamilton now 2.5 seconds behind Russell. But both Mercedes pretty much quicker than Ferrari. So at the minute, yeah, Ferrari are going to pull out the lead over Ferrari in the championship. Leclerc says, being behind like this is really shit. I don't know what to do. And they say understood. To be fair, at the minute, what can Ferrari do? They just simply haven't got the pace to fight with anyone ahead. And there's no point swapping positions or anything. And Leclerc isn't as quick as Carlos is here. Ferrari, once again, terrible race pace. And they are going nowhere. As Perez now leads by about 4.8 seconds. So Verstappen is still gradually catching. But, yeah. Perez still, I think, going to pretty comfortably win this race. Alonso is now 15 seconds off the lead. And, yeah, everybody else being absolutely left for dead by the Red Bulls. The Red Bulls, they've got to be a second and a half, 2 seconds a lap quicker than everyone else. They are... At the minute, since the safety car restart, those Red Bulls are disgustingly quick. It's absolute filth what we are seeing from this Red Bull team. And it will be the pace we see from them this season, even in the races, will be absolutely filthy, really, for the rest of the season. And there is absolutely a chance that Red Bull could win every race this season, as depressing as that sounds. As George Russell, comfortably in 4th now. And, yeah, as Perez, I think, does another fastest lap. As we've got 15 laps to go of this Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And, yeah, just looking at the... Back through the visor cam of Russell. Russell about 3 seconds behind Alonso. As Magnussen for the final point. And a look on Tsunoda into the final corner. But Tsunoda did not fall for that little feint. And Magnussen, I think, will have to wait to pass Tsunoda. But Magnussen definitely quicker than Tsunoda right now. Oh, Magnussen's gone deep. And... locked up his inside front. I think gained so much time in the braking zone that he surprised himself. And now going to try and put the fight back on again because he's now a second and a half behind. Sargent still within a second of Hulkenberg, but Hulkenberg just doing what he needs to in the parts of the track to, keep ahead, getting, good exits from the corners before a long power section. Here's a replay of Hulkenberg. Oh, on the entry to turn 1, grazing the wall. He was way too far over there to the right-hand side. Obviously trying to get as best turn in for turn 1, but don't want to be doing that. You can do lots of damage. You can... ruin your gearbox that way. You can obviously shred your tyre, break your suspension. That's not something you want to be doing. But can Logan keep up? Well, he's got the DRS again. But really, the DRS at the minute just keeping him within play rather than allowing him to actually have a go at Nico Hulkenberg. Lap 36. The main fight we're looking out for at this point is probably Magnussen Tsunoda, but also this Sargent Hulkenberg and Zhou fight. I've got to say, though, Logan Sargent has had a good start to his F1 career, and I'm sure you guys would agree. Was really unlucky not to get into Q2 in Bahrain. Finished 12th in Bahrain in the race. Wasn't that far away from a point. As here comes Valtteri Bottas into the pits. Was last anyway, and goes onto the soft tyre. Yeah, no idea why Bottas is so slow, I've got to be honest. And then here, I mean, yeah, made quite a few mistakes in qualifying, but his pace has been pretty good in the race. So, yeah, good on Logan. He's had a much better start than I thought he would have. And at the minute, Williams are still going to be... Are they still going to be? No, I don't think they will because of alphabetical order. They will actually drop to 8th in the championship. Will Williams, as it stands, because AlphaTauri are currently scoring a point. But, yeah, Williams still looking good. As Perez 4.5 seconds clear of Verstappen. Alonso about, nearly 18 seconds off the lead now in 3rd place. Pierre Gasly not too far behind Ocon. Sargent, sadly, has now dropped over a second behind Hulkenberg. I think those medium tyres of Sargent have maybe seen their best life now. Because now Zhou is right on his tail. And Nick De Vries, who's had an okay race, considering his bit of his struggles this weekend, are now fresh on his tail. As Verstappen says, I feel like the drive shaft is running a bit rough. And they respond saying, it's just the B-bowl brake balance offset. I think that's what that means, that's left. And Max saying, no, I'm saying the drive shaft. So maybe some further issues for Verstappen. And obviously now with, I think, 13 complete laps to go, they, what do you call it? They just need to bring it home. And yeah, Verstappen, was that Verstappen? I think going deep. Both Red Bulls went deep at turn 22. Unless... I'm not sure if I should even say it, because it might sound stupid. Maybe Red Bull are now directing their drivers not to use the curb on the exit turn 22 because of the drive shaft, but they get penalties for that because they're just cutting the corner off. As Zhou sails round the outside of Sargent into turn 1. Brilliant move by Zhou. And he is up to 13th. And yeah, those tyres on the Williams look as though they have seen their best day. And Zhou up to 13th. Max says it makes like a weird noise at high speed. And they say, okay, understood, Max. We are monitoring. I'll let you know. We are happy at the moment, Max. Max says, mate, there's something wrong. And they say, in response, stand by, keep going at the moment. As Perez does the fastest lap of the race. So trouble in paradise up front. Will Verstappen finish the race? I mean, he's not losing that much time to Perez. He's only like 2 or 3 tenths of a second, maybe at most, slower. He's not losing lap time right now, but yeah. Will he? I mean, all he's got to do really, Max, is just make it to the end of the race. Because he's not fighting anyone. And obviously he needs to be very careful on the curbs, because that's the only thing at this circuit, really. Obviously, if he hits the wall, that will hurt the drive shaft. So just needs to be very careful with the curbs, and I'm sure he'll be fine. So far on this lap, Max Verstappen's gone like half a second quicker than Perez. So out of nowhere, a turn up of speed. As soon, probably in the next 3 or 4 laps, Alonso will be a pit stop behind Perez in the lead, and probably by the end, Alonso will be a pit stop behind both Red Bulls. And, well, Verstappen on this lap has gained like 5-6 tenths of a second, so not losing anything lap time. They're just asking Max, any more feedback on the issue at all? And he says, yes, it's still there. And then they respond, yep, understood. But again, it's not actually affecting his performance. So don't worry if there's any Verstappen fans out there. No need to panic just yet. By the way, cheers for the super chat from Turbo for $10, who says, I both last year and this year pay for F1 TV Pro, but every race I watch your live stream more, like 85% versus 15%. The chat is great, and also your commentary. Thank you very much. And yeah, for anyone who, you like my commentary, again, much appreciated, and thank you guys so much. And Perez now saying on the radio, having a bit of a long brake pedal. As Magnussen for the final point down the outside for turn 1. Tried to overtake Tsunoda, but Tsunoda kept ahead. Can Magnussen get this point? It'd be vital, obviously, for the Haas team. I think it would get them up to 7th in the championship if they were to get this point. But I'm sure there'll be accusations online of Red Bull are just making up issues to make it seem like they're, that it's not as comfortable as it seems. But we have seen this weekend reliability issues have been quite bad for a few of the teams. Obviously Aston Martin in this race, Williams. We had Ferrari having to change elements earlier this weekend. Red Bull obviously with Verstappen earlier. De Vries had to take on a new power unit, so it's been a bit of an unreliable weekend here in Jeddah. As Logan Sargeant still keeping ahead of Nick De Vries and the two McLarens as well, who are kind of close on track. Lap 41 out of 50. And less than, or pretty much now 10 laps to go until the end, as train now forming behind Sargeant, and De Vries has got a pretty decent exit. Will he be able to go for the move down turn 1 against the rocket ship of the Williams? And no, the Williams just too fast. Even with De Vries having DRS, the Williams too quick. As Team McLaren's now close and fighting. Obviously, Norris is on the medium, Piastri on the hard. The hard should be now a better performing tyre, which it looks as though it is, because that's why obviously Logan Sargeant has dropped back a bit. Zhou has lost a lot of pace as well to Hulkenberg in 12th, so the hard tyre performing the best now, and that's why Piastri is now involved in this fight. And it's a four-way fight for 14th place, which is got to be depressing, especially for the McLaren drivers who want to be fighting in the top 10 at the very least this season. And lap 42, the Red Bulls still okay. No loss of performance or any reliability trouble yet. Verstappen 4.3 behind Perez. Alonso almost 20 seconds off the lead. Alonso 5 seconds clear of Russell. Hamilton 3 seconds behind Russell. Carlos Sainz 4.2 behind Hamilton. And then Leclerc 2.2 behind Sainz. Ocon almost, what is it? Yeah, it's going to be almost 10 seconds behind Leclerc pretty soon. As down the inside, De Vries goes on Sargeant, pushes him out of the way. And will Sargeant now come back at him into turn 1 with that rocket ship of a car? Norris tries to overtake, but the McLaren is not even comparable to the Williams in a straight line. And Sargeant tried the move, but does not get it done. But De Vries, good bit of racing there. And is now up to 14th place. Let me just update that he is on the hard compound tyre. And obviously Logan on the medium. So let me just quickly get that displayed. There you go. But and it's also now lap 43, so we've got like 8 or 7.5 complete laps to go. To be honest, we're basically just waiting for the end of the race here because there's nothing really going on except for this fight way outside of the points. But what do you call it? As there's Mika Hakkinen, of course, 2-time world champion. And here is a replay of Norris. All riding the curb on turn 12 pretty hard, pushing hard, trying to get after Sargent, but doesn't want to break his car doing it. And the McLaren's now right on the tail of Logan, but will they have any straight line speed to overtake the Williams with? No, they don't. That McLaren is so slow in a straight line. It's literally like watching a McLaren Honda. They have done like a complete circle in terms of their performance since like 2017. Because back then, obviously, was the last season of the McLaren Honda days. Perez saying, guys, we really don't need this. Are we pushing now? And Red Bull saying, you're free to push, free to push. Perez wanting the team to, to call off any ideas of racing. And just bring the cars home. Of course, it'll benefit him. That's why he is saying that. But he is also correct. Because, I mean, only a few laps to go. There's no point, trying to have a big old race. So they may as well just bring the cars home. But I just wanted to, the safety car, as one of the McLarens there, Piastri, goes off on the exit of turn 22, comes back on the exit into turn 23 and 4. As the McLaren's still right on the back of the Williams. And Norris just now needs a brilliant exit from this corner. A Sargent, I think deliberately they're slowed on the apex, so the McLarens did not get as good of a exit as they could have got. That McLaren is so bad. He's not even gaining anything with DRS open. In fact, with the DRS open on the McLaren, all it's doing is like bringing their top speed up to probably the level of Williams, or maybe just below that. It's ridiculous. They're so slow down the straight. As Perez begins lap 45, and he's now 5 seconds clear of Verstappen. And yeah, unless of reliability trouble, of course, not Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez is going to win this race. Make sure, by the way, guys, to stick around until after the race, because I will be doing a reaction to the events of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix for about 30 to 45 minutes. So like I said, make sure to stick around until after the race concludes. But once they go back to the gaps, I just want to make a point, basically. Because racing resumed on lap 21, I think it was. We've had about 25 laps, say, of racing. And I just want to see the gaps between, Red Bull and then obviously Aston Martin, Mercedes, Ferrari, just to see how, much on average they've been losing the other teams. And Tsunoda once again defending into turn 1 and keeps Magnussen behind. Piastri has just overtaken Lando Norris for 16th place. Will he keep it, though? As here they go, the two teammates into first chicane, and Norris gets it back. And they're just trying to have some fun out there because, well, they're 16th and 17th. But now on lap 46, 5 complete laps to go. Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And here's a replay. I'm guessing Piastri just dive bombs Norris. Yep. Decides, fuck it. I'm going to go for the move and I'm going to try and overtake this Williams. But Norris got a good exit and got him back. Great move, ran the outside. And Piastri fairly gave him space. And I think the reason he gave him so much space is because there's no point having an accident when obviously there's nothing they're fighting for right now. But Perez, 5.5 seconds clear of Verstappen. But yeah, so we've had about 25 laps of racing. Alonso, as Magnussen passes Tsunoda. Nope, Tsunoda's coming back, so Magnussen's clearly gone for it at the final corner. But will Magnussen go back down the inside? Yes, he does. Both lock up. And Magnussen, will he keep it? Yes, he does. Just about. Brilliant from Kevin Magnussen. And that's why I love the guy, because he's a proper racer. And he's up to 10th place. That was brilliant by the Dane. Brilliant move from Magnussen. And he should now pull away from Tsunoda. As Tsunoda's radio going off for whatever reason. What was I going to say? Yeah, so we've had, and we're now on lap 47. So we've had just over 25 laps pretty much of racing. Alonso is what? Alonso is about 23 seconds off the lead. So Alonso has been losing, on average, a second a lap to Red Bull. Russell is about, what, 28 seconds off the lead. So, yeah, about a second on average, I would say, maybe just over, like 1.1 maybe at most. Ferrari are... how far are Ferrari off? 28, 81. Ferrari about 36, 37 seconds off. So Ferrari have lost, on average, to Red Bull since the safety car, a second and a half per lap. So even if Ferrari somehow this season get pole position, how can they compete with that? A second and a half a lap of loss of lap time. They just can't compete with that. And right now, unless Red Bull have serious reliability issues, they are going to win every race until a team on the grid, improves their car and upgrades their car to the point where they can fight. But right now, nobody is fighting with Red Bull. They will win the next race in Australia, and obviously Baku, Miami, Imola, Monaco, maybe not, because the gaps there are a lot shorter and it's a lot easier for drivers to make a difference there. But yeah, Red Bull are going to win almost every race this season. Their pace is absolutely terrifying. I have not seen a car this quick, at least since the 2020 Mercedes, but before that, probably the 2014 Mercedes. That's the type of realm they are in now. As we're on lap 48, about 2.5 laps to go. That's still a big old ding-dong going on here. Sargent, Norris and Piastri for 15th, 16th and 17th. But the Williams is just too quick in a straight line. So, you know, what can the McLarens do? As Piastri's got a good exit from the final corner. Can he go for the move on Norris? Lando doesn't even defend. He's just letting him go. I think they're that miserable, McLaren. They're like, just let's just try anything to get past. So Piastri is up to 16th. And obviously Piastri is on a hard with Lando on the medium. Maybe they'll swap it back before the end, as we are on the penultimate lap, I'm pretty sure. And yeah, it really has not been a great race. The first, I don't know, 15 laps or so before the safety car, things were pretty exciting, but after that, yeah, not exciting at all. And really, the safety car has ruined what could have been an exciting race. A much more exciting race here in Jeddah. Sergio Perez now nearly 7 seconds clear of Verstappen is about to start his final lap. And yeah, the only battle on track right now is Piastri and Norris versus Logan Sargent. Sergio Perez exiting the final corner begins the final lap in Saudi Arabia. And Sergio Perez, I think you'd have to say, you know, he's done a great job today. It's hard to say necessarily that he deserves to win, because obviously the only reason Max hasn't won this weekend is because of what happened in qualifying. Nib says Piastri's been on these tyres the whole race. Yeah, I thought he had. And yeah, those hard tyres, they just do not wear out, do they, around this track? But yeah, I'd say it's hard to say necessarily that Perez deserves to win, because again, Max Verstappen really, I think, would have won this race easily had it not been for his drive shaft failure in qualifying. But Perez, he's delivered exactly what he's needed to do. You know, what's happened to Max has happened. Perez has done his job, and that's all you can ask of a driver like Sergio Perez. And that's why he's at Red Bull, and that's why he's still a brilliant Formula One driver, because he does his job very, very well and consistently. And of course, got pole position yesterday for the second year in a row here in Jeddah. And a year ago, he was robbed of what could have been a win by very unlucky timing with the safety car. But this time, he is not going to be denied as he comes round the final corner. And Sergio Perez, for the first time in 2023, wins the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Max Verstappen will finish in second and takes the fastest lap. So Verstappen will be in the lead of the championship still by a single point. As here comes Fernando Alonso for 2 third places in a row. Aston Martin still the second best team in Formula One. And brilliant drive for him. And that's a great drive from him, despite the little error with the grid position. George Russell finishes 4th. Great drive from him. Hamilton finishes 5th. Carlos Sainz will finish in 6th, with Charles Leclerc in 7th. Oscar Piastri, by the way, has passed Logan Sargent, 15th, so good on him. Leclerc 7th. Esteban Ocon will finish in 8th, with Gasly 9th and Kevin Magnussen in 10th. And then it'll be Tsunoda 11th, Hulkenberg 12th, Zhou 13th, De Vries 14th. And then Piastri will be in 15th place, with Sargent in 16th, possibly, maybe not, as here comes Lando Norris. And he's going to try and get, and Sargent, deliberately slowing on the middle of the corner. And surely will hold on for 16th, and yes, he does. So Piastri finishes in 15th on the hard tyre, and Sargent finishes in 16th place, with Norris 17th, Bottas 18th, and your only retirements, Alex Albon and Lance Stroll. There you go, guys. That is the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Again, not as good as we hoped. The first, like I said, 15 laps or so before the safety car was pretty, I thought it was pretty decent, pretty good. But, after the safety car, it was just inevitable. Red Bull were going to get, first and second. And, Red Bull, they are not losing a race anytime soon. Put it that way. But we are now into the reaction part of the stream. So let me quickly do a poll in the chat for your driver of the day. So, who is your driver of the day for Saudi Arabian GP? Let me just make sure everything's working still. Yep, absolutely. And the options are going to be Perez, Verstappen, who else? I'll throw Tsunoda in there because I thought he did well today. I mean, he got lucky, but yeah, I thought his pace was pretty good actually in the end. And I'll put Charles Leclerc in there as well. So yeah, let me know who is your driver of the day here in Saudi Arabia. I would probably go for I don't even know who I'd go for. There's not an obvious contender really. Chris O'Brien, so thanks for the commentary, Chaz. Keep up the good work. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much for that. And yeah, let's try, guys, if we can, before the end of the stream, to get to at least 150 likes, because we're only 12 likes away. So if you haven't liked yet, make sure to smash that like button. But my driver of the day, I'll go with Max Verstappen, because he had the best pace, I think, today. I think he was definitely quicker than Perez. And yeah, brilliant drive coming through and finishing second. But to be honest, there wasn't really a standout driver of the day today like there was yesterday with Piastri in qualifying. So, yeah. But what I will do quickly is post a link of the stream out in a couple places to get some people join us for the reaction to the race. And then we'll get straight into, reacting to the race and go, of course, through all of the teams and drivers. So, yeah, let me just quickly post this out on my community tab. My PC, got to say, is quite slow at the minute. Come join us here to react to the Saudi Arabian GP. And I'll just post out on Twitter quick, and then we'll just get straight into it. Because, to be honest, I haven't got that much to say. And I know... what do you call it? I know I was scheduled to be live today until like 7:30, 7:45. But I didn't anticipate the race would be so quick, to be honest. So, yeah, I'm probably only going to be live for another 45 minutes to an hour, I would say. Right, just let me tweet out. Come join us here to react to the Saudi Arabian GP. And I'll just do a couple hashtags. And then we will get going with this reaction. There. Yeah, all good. And let me just see if we can see anything else on Twitter. Possibly. And... no. And by the way, Nib, if you're still watching, I'll have to view your whatever DM after the stream because, yeah, my PC is not running the absolute best. So, yeah, I'll chat to you after in terms of, DMs and that. Anyway, let's now get into the reaction to the race. And we'll start, of course, with the Red Bull team. And, yeah, Red Bull... I mean, what is there to say, really? They are the best team. They have by far the best car. Sergio Perez, obviously, poor start, losing position to Alonso, who obviously got his penalty for starting too far ahead of the yellow mark in his grid slot, which was a shame there to see that with Fernando. But, yeah, immediately got back on it, got past Fernando, I think, like, on lap 4, something like that. And then held on to the lead for the rest of the race. Great drive from Perez. Again, you could argue he's driver of the day, but I don't think we necessarily can say he was quicker than Max because I think really after Max overtook Alonso, I don't think Max was pushing really, and I don't think Red Bull were pushing as absolutely as hard as they can. So, yeah, I still think, you know, if Verstappen had not had an issue yesterday, I think Verstappen would have won this race pretty comfortably from Perez. But still, great drive, like I said, right before he crossed the line to win. Perez did the job that he needed to do and took advantage of Max not being in play and won the race. And yeah, well done to him. Max Verstappen, great drive. Obviously, he did get a bit lucky with the safety car, but to be honest, with the pace he had, he was always going to finish in second place. The Red Bull is just stupidly quick. So, yeah, congratulations to Red Bull on a 1-2. Bit of reliability trouble this weekend, and even during the race, there was a bit of, discussions on that. In terms of, what's it, the drive shaft. I think Perez mentioned a long brake pedal, but yeah, as long as those cars are running and are running at good speed, compared to obviously, what the rest of the field are doing, they're going to be winning pretty much every race this season. Red Bull, by far the best team, and you may as well crown them champions now. And I know Max is only 1 point clear of Perez in the championship, but let's be honest, Max Verstappen is going to win the championship by a country mile. Ferrari next. I mean, today wasn't as bad for them as I thought it would be. Carlos Sainz had a decent race, I would say. He had an okay... Well, he didn't have an okay start because he got overtook by Lance Stroll. But then, thankfully, doing a couple more laps and doing an overcut strategy compared to what Lance Stroll was doing, got him ahead of Stroll. Obviously, Stroll then retired from the race. But then, obviously, after the safety car, he was ahead of Hamilton and then lost position to Lewis Hamilton because for two reasons. One, Hamilton was on the much better at the time medium compound tyre and did him really well with a very good move. And the Mercedes in this race was simply faster. We saw that during the race. Ferrari today had the fourth best car. And to be honest, guys, I think there is a pretty good chance Ferrari do not win a race this season. Because right now, in race pace terms, they are at best a second a lap off the pace. But in that, the period after the safety car, they were on average a second and a half off the pace of Perez. So, how can Ferrari win a race? And it's not like they've got a lot more wind tunnel time this season than Red Bull do, so they can make a lot of progress in the second half of the season. I mean, they've only got an extra 17%, which, I mean, it's something extra, but it's not massive. So, yeah, Ferrari, 6th and 7th. It's still a poor result, really. I mean, not as poor, again, as I thought it would be, but still poor. And if Mercedes do make the improvements with their new B-spec car that is coming soon, I don't see Ferrari finishing in the top 3 of the championship. I just don't see it. They just, even now, despite Mercedes not being that quick, they just don't have Ferrari a good enough car. And they're also pretty unreliable. So, yeah, Ferrari, yeah, they're just in a very bad way right now. For Ferrari fans watching, don't go in on the team principle because, it's been 2 races. Give him time. Give him another year and a half. And, we will see what he can try and get this position, see what position he gets the team into in a year and a half from now. But, yeah, I think there's a pretty high chance that Ferrari don't win a race this season. I mean, they've not even had a podium yet, and even that's looking pretty unlikely at this point. And they are going to need some big upgrades, because if they do not really improve, they could be racing with Alpine pretty soon. Because Alpine, yeah, they were slower than Ferrari today, but they were only, they were only like 2-3 tenths of a second Alpine on average slower than Ferrari during the race. So, Alpine they'll be on their tail soon if they don't get their act together. Anyway, let's move on to Mercedes-Benz. To be honest, considering their struggles so far and lack of pace, wasn't actually that bad of a race for them. George Russell, great weekend for him, great result, did the best he could. Lewis Hamilton did get definitely a bit lucky with the safety car. I still think it's a decent chance he could have finished in 5th anyway, because he was always going to go onto the medium tyre for his second and final stint. But yeah, Mercedes clearly faster than Ferrari. At least that's a plus. That's, they weren't in that position a year ago. They were almost a second a lap slower than Ferrari a year ago. But obviously they are quite a bit off Red Bull. Just over a second a lap on average. They were slower than the Red Bull team today. So yeah, not good in terms of them versus Red Bull. But, 22 points. That's still a healthy amount of points, and that's more points than Aston Martin, more points than Ferrari, and Aston Martin I think in Bahrain scored 23 points, obviously 15 here, so they'll be on 38 points, and I think Mercedes are now on 38 points as well, so then Mercedes are now level with Aston Martin points wise in the championship, and all they're missing is obviously the podiums that Aston Martin have had. So Mercedes are not as bad, and they're not in as bad of a position as maybe some people are making out. They're still not where they should be, but if they can really improve with their B-spec car, they will absolutely be right there, Aston Martin, and maybe not too far away from Red Bull as well. The only other thing to say really is, great overtake by Lewis Hamilton on Carlos Sainz. I thought that was brilliant. And the way he did the switch back on him on the exit of turn 2 and pulled off a beautiful move. So great drive from him there. And I think Hamilton, realistically, with the struggles he's had this weekend, did the best that he could. Just want to read out a super chat from Turbo, who says for $5, Chazza, when was the last time you remember a car being fast in quali with terrible race pace? Well, to be honest, that happens a lot, and he says it wasn't even this bad for Ferrari last year. I mean, Ferrari have had it before. 2019 was another case where their qualifying speed would be really good, and then their race pace would fall off quite a bit. Haas F1 have had it for years. But I mean, if you look at it, Leclerc was only a 1/10 of a second slower than Perez in qualifying. Obviously, Perez didn't do the best lap for pole, and he didn't do a second lap in Q3, so it could have been even better of a lap there for Perez. But only a 1/10 off is the fact in Q3, and then on average, they're second and a half off the pace pretty much. So it is a very alarming drop off, but I do think the reason that drop off exists is because Ferrari, obviously higher tyre wear, poor race pace, but also what do you call it? But also what am I trying to say? But also I think Red Bull, their car is a lot stronger in the race than it is in qualifying, which we saw last season. That Red Bull normally were at their best in the race rather than they were in qualifying. Anyway, let's let's move on to Aston Martin. And could have been worse for Aston Martin. I mean, Alonso, brilliant start into the lead. What a moment that was. But obviously got a penalty, deservedly so. Starting too far ahead on his grid box. The penalty, though, was negated by the safety car. And that was great, obviously, for Aston Martin. But obviously, it was Aston Martin causing the safety car. Lance Stroll. A shame for Stroll. I think we should definitely give Stroll a shout-out today, because I thought he did really well up until his retirement. I mean, he was in 4th place and was for a bit right on the back of Russell for 3rd. So, yeah, I thought Stroll did a a brilliant job, to be honest, in the race when he was in the race. And Stroll definitely now back to 100%. So, yeah. It would have been interesting to see what Stroll could have done in the race after the safety car, because clearly the Aston Martin was quicker than the Ferrari. So I think Stroll could have absolutely finished ahead of both Ferraris, and maybe one of the Mercedes cars as well, because remember, of course, Stroll was quite a bit ahead of Hamilton on track in the first stint of the race. But for Alonso, yeah, obviously lost the lead to Perez, then was in second. Perez was just simply too quicker than Max Verstappen, obviously simply too quick in the Red Bull car, and passed the Aston Martin of Alonso, and then Alonso was just comfortably in third. Too quick for the cars behind, too slow to race the cars ahead, and that's why Alonso finished in third. And even though Mercedes have outscored them today and are now level in the championship for second, Aston Martin are still the second best team in Formula 1 right now, and they are the team most likely to win a race in 2023 other than Red Bull at this current moment in time. And now we'll go into the midfield teams. Alpine, yeah, not as good pace from them as we expected. I mean, they actually ended up with a better result than I predicted. I predicted them to be 8th and 10th. They were actually 8th and 9th. Obviously, Lance Stroll's retirement helped a bit. But yeah, I thought they would be pretty much on the pace with Ferrari, but they weren't. Ferrari were just about 2 or 3 tenths of a second too quick on average for the Alpine team. So, yeah, they're not quite there yet. But remember, Alpine, I think, have about 10% more wind tunnel time this year than Ferrari do. So, if they can develop their car as well as they did last season, and we saw how well they developed last season and just kept getting quicker and quicker and quicker, I think Alpine can be racing Ferrari very soon. I think it's absolutely possible. And yeah, I think Alpine could definitely be in that position. And maybe later in the season, if Ferrari really do fall off the wagon, Alpine might even contend for 4th in the championship with the Ferrari team. But yeah, Ocon was clearly ahead of Gasly this weekend. Brilliant drive from him. Pierre just lagging behind a bit, I would say. A bit disappointing, his performance, but yeah, Esteban clearly the number one today. Obviously, safety car did screw them a bit, but they just never had the pace, did Alpine, to compete with Red Bull, Aston Martin, Mercedes, or Ferrari. So Alpine clearly are the 5th best team in Formula 1. So at least they've got that, and they are definitely quicker than everyone else behind, unless McLaren with their upgrades really come out of nowhere and get up there with Alpine, which you never know, could happen. But yeah, Alpine's focus now has now got to be Ferrari. Catch Ferrari, because I think there is a decent chance of that happening. Because, I mean, remember, 2 things that actually kind of helped Ferrari today and this weekend compared to Alpine. This circuit does suit Ferrari quite a bit in terms of qualifying and just, you know, the layout of the track, because the second and final sector is flat out. And obviously the Ferrari-powered cars very fast compared to, you know, the Renault-powered Alpine, Mercedes-powered cars, so on and so forth. And we saw in this Grand Prix, and we've been seeing it so far this weekend, that tyre wear has not been as much of an issue. So if Alpine can look after their tyres well this season, when we get to the races where Ferrari really start to suffer with tyre woes, you know, Barcelona, for example, Miami will be one where they suffer. Probably in Melbourne as well, Ferrari will suffer, especially if it's a hot and sunny Australian Grand Prix in a couple of weeks. Then Alpine might be able to then, you know, race with Ferrari a bit. So, yeah, do not doubt Alpine. They are not, what do you call it? They are not that far away from Ferrari. And I think definitely later this season, we could see Alpine legitimately faster than the Ferrari team. Anyway, let's go on to McLaren. We'll just quickly whiz through the rest of the teams. Yeah, a shame for Piastri. Obviously, having his front wing damage. I don't think it was anyone's fault. I think it was just a normal lap 1 accident. Nothing that could have been done, really. Just how it happened. Then he pitted. Obviously, he was on the hard tyres for the rest of the race. I think the pace from Piastri was still pretty decent, but yeah, McLaren, the car is just still too slow. I mean, we saw they could barely overtake the Williams with DRS. I mean, they could barely even close the gap to the Williams with DRS. So they have got a lot of work to do. Firstly, they've got to cut drag off this car because whatever they're doing is, you know, I mean, I know the Mercedes-powered cars are probably the slowest in Formula 1 right now, but, I mean, McLaren were 10 kilometers an hour slower than Mercedes in qualifying, so whatever they're doing with this car, in terms of the drag levels, they've got to fix that, because that is a massive issue, and that will affect them way too much this season. But yeah, both drivers did the best they could. The car's just horrendous for a track like this. Piastri, brilliant qualifying yesterday, and hopefully now has got the confidence to, you know, take on Norris and what do you call it? And, you know, have a good season. And of course, next race on the calendar, Australian Grand Prix at Melbourne. Don't think he's ever driven that track before, but I'm sure he cannot wait. And the McLaren car should be a bit better there because it isn't as power-centric as... Wait, what's happening? Alonso demoted to 4th. Why? What's he done now? If Twitter will ever load, maybe I'll find out. Well, Nibs just shared a tweet. So Alonso received a 10-second penalty. For what? Wait. What? Hold on. Right. So Alonso has received a 10-second penalty for serving a penalty incorrectly. Well, he only had 1 penalty in the race, firstly, I know of. So, well, Russell is up to 3rd then. And Alonso, I have no idea where Alonso finishes now, but he served it. We saw it. They didn't do any work on the car and then did the pit stop. Like, the fuck? I'm just having a look. I don't... We literally saw it. We literally saw him serve the penalty. How? I am absolutely flabbergasted by that. We saw it. He served it. What do you mean? As well, Autosport tweeting out that 10-second penalty for serving a penalty incorrectly. I'm pretty sure you only had 1 penalty, unless there's a phantom penalty's been given. The Jackman touched the car with the jack, says Ruse a Ruse. Well, let me just wait. Maybe that is what's happened, but hold on. Let me just wait for confirmation on that. Well, I put it this way. I'm not seeing anything, and I've not seen any replays or anything as to why he served his penalty incorrectly. Did the Jackman touch it? I don't know. Ruzaroo says that is like putting the tyre gun on the car but not pulling the trigger. Henk, I'm literally reading my own chat now. What the fuck are you talking about? I know obviously I'm a bit behind when you guys comment, but yeah. Ibrahim says it's because of the wheel gun. It touched the wheel. Hold on. Just trying to have a look on Twitter, see if there's any. Yeah. Maybe. I haven't seen anything to confirm on my end why that's happened. But that means Mercedes are now second in the championship. Who thought that would happen after the first two races and how bad Bahrain was? Yeah. I mean, again, I'm curious to see with I'm hoping someone has like a replay, and I'm hoping Sky maybe will show a replay, because what I'm interested to know is, was it because the wheel gun was touching the car, or because it was doing work on the car? Because, I mean, if it's just touching the car, I know, by the way, that's what the regulations say, that you're not allowed to put hands on the car whilst the penalty is being served. So I'm not saying that within the regulations that it's been applied incorrectly, just to be clear. But the point of the rule is that the mechanics don't do work on the car whilst the penalty is being served. And from what I saw, there wasn't work going on the car. So even just touching the wheel with the wheel gun, is that really, is that really fair? I mean, again, the regulations, yeah, they state you're not supposed to touch the car. But do you see what I'm trying to say, guys? Is that it's not like there was actually work going into the car, if that is, of course, what happened. And I'm just trying to see with Sky whether they're going to actually talk about it. I'm not even sure Sky even know, to be honest. Hank's the same as Ocon last Grand Prix. With the Ocon one, though, that was slam dunk because they replaced his front wing. Right, Sky just posted a clip on their Twitter, and I've just scrolled past it. Let me just try and find it quickly. Right, here we go. So I'm watching Karun on the Sky pad go through it. So I'll just have a look now. And yeah, it's the wheel gun. But, was it before the 5 seconds? It just seems really silly to me, to be honest. It seems like the most pedantic possible thing in the world. But, within the regulations, I mean, they've been applied correctly, I guess, but it's so fucking pedantic. And this is one of the reasons why I hate Formula 1 at times, is because some of the rules, the problem here is not the application of the rules, by the way. The rules have been applied correctly. The problem is it's just such a pedantic thing. But, okay, there you go. Alonso finishes 4th. Ruzaroo says, positioning the gun takes time. If they put the wheel gun in place, they are saving time. Again, it's like what, 2/10 of a second. You know, we're talking minute amounts of time. I know it's Formula One and 2/10 of a second is a lot to us, but it's just, what do you call it? The reason the regulation, or that regulation, was brought in with the, you know, serving your penalty at your pit stop was so that, you know, mechanics don't do work on the car. I guess, you know, Aston Martin maybe could argue that, you know, that at that particular time work was not officially going onto the car, but that's not what the regulations say. But you get the point I'm trying to make. It's just, it's so fucking pedantic to me. It's really fucking stupid. But regulations have been applied correctly. So at least we have that. I mean, you know, Ruzaru says, well, the original penalty was equally stupid. He lined up outside of the box at the start. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so, you know, pedantic, all of it. But there you go. Right, let's go through the rest of the teams because I want to get through them all. Alfa Romeo. Is there anything really to say? The only thing I really will say is Bottas. What a shit race weekend for him. Decent job done by Zhou, but Alfa Romeo just pretty slow this weekend. The only thing I will say positive for Zhou is, yeah, decent job ahead of Bottas. That's a good thing. But yeah, Alfa Romeo, pretty shit. Next up is Haas F1. Kevin Magnussen showing why he is still easily deserving to be on the grid with a brilliant move down the inside of Yuki Tsunoda into turn 1. Late on the brakes, classic move. Both drivers on the ragged edge. That's exactly what we want to see. And yeah, brilliant move from him. Haas's pace was pretty good on the hard tyre. I think the safety car did definitely help them a bit. I don't think they would have ended up in the top 10 had the safety car not come out. But yeah, great job by the Haas team. 10th and 12th, pretty decent result. And Magnussen, yeah, brilliant from him. And Haas, I think, are probably now 7th in the championship. And only ahead of Williams because of alphabetical order, I think. So, yeah. That's good for Haas. And realistically, looking at the championship, 7th, probably where Haas should be aiming for this season. Maybe 6th, because obviously Alfa Romeo is just ahead of them. But we have to remember McLaren are going to improve this season. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But good day for Haas. Good to see them scoring points again in Formula 1. AlphaTauri. Yuki Tsunoda did get quite lucky with the safety car, but still a great drive from him, and the pace was a lot better from AlphaTauri. We did see with the long run data in FP2 that that Tsunoda, what do you call it? That that Tsunoda and AlphaTauri's pace was a lot better on the long runs than it was in qualifying. So yeah, AlphaTauri delivered upon that and almost nicked a point. It would have been a great result, honestly, if they did get a point because that car is very slow right now. So yeah, good drive from Tsunoda. I don't think you can really ask any more of him, given his talent. Nick De Vries, I thought, had a decent race. Was a bit closer on performance probably to Tsunoda on lap time. Obviously, that I would have to go look at it, but yeah, I thought De Vries had a better day today. And let's be honest, De Vries has had a pretty tricky day today. Not today, but pretty tricky weekend with, missing a full practice session. And, just, what do you call it? Just having a bit of a messy weekend because obviously had a big spin in qualifying as well. So, decent performance. Nothing special, though. Still needs to improve quite a bit. But yeah, Tsunoda, good job, but sadly wasn't enough in the end. AlphaTauri have got to improve this car. And finally for Williams, shame about the reliability for Albon. Don't know what the issue was. But yeah, obviously retired from the race. Logan Sargent, to be honest, I thought did the best he could. Was definitely unlucky that he didn't get to come in immediately after the safety car was deployed. And then Williams put him onto, in the end, the wrong compound. Should have gone for the hard compound because maybe would have seen him with Hulkenberg still at the end and maybe overtaking Hulkenberg for P12. I don't think Sargent would have ended up in the points, to be honest. So, yeah. Alex Albon, obviously, not finishing the race is really why Williams have missed out on a points finish. But I think Williams can be positive. The pace is there. The pace is good. I think just next weekend, or not next weekend, but the next race weekend, they just need to make sure that they get qualifying right because their race pace is really good. Anyway, those are all the teams. And yeah, I think we're pretty much, I've been live for just over 6 hours now. And I think I'm pretty much done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end the poll in chat. 131 votes. Thank you guys so much for voting. And I asked, who is your driver of the day for Saudi Arabian Grand Prix? And you guys voted for Max Verstappen, number 1, 47% of the vote. Perez second, 39% of the vote. And then Leclerc and Tsunoda level with 6% of the vote. And Hank and Dustin. Some comments about Sargent. Hank saying, Sargent, another decent weekend. Yeah, he's been a good addition for Williams, no doubt. And Dustin saying Sargent is figuring it out still. His reaction to other drivers fighting was over the top reactive. Yeah, Sargent, I think later in the season, I think we could absolutely see him in the points. He's not that far off his teammate in terms of pure pace. And that Williams car, it's good now, but remember, guys, they have got the most wind tunnel time allowed out of any team this season. So they could be really quick in the second half of this season. So watch out for Williams, even though I still don't think they've got a technical director. But yeah, we'll see what happens with all that. But guys, that is it for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix race weekend. Of course, I will be live tomorrow for the weekend review. I'll get on to what the plan is content-wise in a moment. Thank you guys so much. If you are new to the channel and you have subscribed, thank you so much. Welcome to the channel. And hopefully you've hit the notifications bell so you're notified as to my upcoming content. And before everyone goes, make sure to smash that like button. Obviously does help the channel grow without doubt. What else was I going to say? But yeah, thank you guys so much. It's been a pleasure. Obviously, this weekend to do so many hours of streaming. I was live for nearly 6.5 hours yesterday. I've been live for 6 hours today, and then I was live, I think, for 1 hour and 15 on Friday, and then 1.5 hours on Thursday. So I've been live for about 14 hours since Thursday night. So yeah, brilliant. Thank you guys so much for all coming along. And let's now get into the plan of content. So, yeah, next piece of content. Tomorrow night I'll be live, 8 p.m. UK time for a review of some of the talking points from the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. And then on Friday night, next Friday, of course, live at 8 p.m. again, UK time for a live stream. Topic yet to be confirmed. I will confirm it the morning of the stream, though, so don't worry. But then through the Australian Grand Prix weekend, the plan is, obviously I will, on the Thursday before the weekend, I will do my usual post, letting you guys know the timings of the streams and when I'm going to be live and all of that. The plan is the usual weekend preview on the Thursday night, the Friday practice day of the Australian Grand Prix. I won't be doing any practice watch-alongs, but on Friday night at 8 p.m, probably, I'll be doing a Australian Grand Prix qualifying preview. And then Saturday morning, I will not be doing a practice 3 watch along. What I'm going to do instead is go live an hour before qualifying, build up to qualifying, obviously cover the session, and then that'll be it. And then on Sunday morning, I'll be doing my usual 2-hour build up to the race watch along, and race reaction, and then a review on Monday night. So still plenty of content coming your way, even though I won't be covering any of the practice sessions with a watch along, and obviously I won't be doing the F2 stuff like I have this weekend. But yeah, like I said, there is still plenty of stuff coming your way. Obviously, timing of the weekend, not great for me here in the UK, and as for us Europeans, but I will still be covering the weekend in great detail. So I hope you guys can join me for that. Again, don't forget to subscribe if you're new, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023. And don't forget to smash the like button if you haven't already. And to keep up with content on my channel, follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5. And don't forget to join my Discord server, link below in the description. Also, make sure to join it so you can join our great community here. But guys, until my review tomorrow night for the some of the talking points from this Saudi Grand Prix weekend, and until the next race of the season, 2 weeks' time, the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.